Okay, you're live and
Ready?
yep, you're all there.
Okay, good evening. My name is Donna Raftery. Welcome to Board 2's May SLA 1 committee meeting. So first thing is, everybody in the room needs to sign in. There are sign-in sheets in the back. If you're here to speak on an application, fill out a speaker card and hand it to us up here. If you're here to speak on Lighting Society, either of their applications, there are separate sign-in sheets for that because I believe we've run out of speaker cards. You can use those sheets or find a blank piece of paper. Just if you're here to speak, just get the speaker cards up here. Item A1, Ambleside Partners, and item C5, GF240 Mulberry, this is Cafe Mulberry, have both laid over today until next month. So we will be hearing those next month. We waived the appearance of Gavin Thompson, Court, who's in Blue Haven, 108 West House, speak for their Sidewalk and Mulberry Cafes. So they will not be here this evening. And that's it for that. So this is how this works. When I call on the application, I'll mail it in the back too.
When I call on the application, the applicant and the representative come up here, speaking to the microphones. There are two of them. They should both work.
Okay, make sure you use the microphone. Once we've heard the application, we will go to the committee for discussion, questions, etc., and then we will go to the public. I'll ask the public to come up again, use the microphones. We will hear from everybody on the public, and then we will give the applicant the chance to address any issues, concerns that were raised. Again, use the microphones. That's everybody, please address the committee only and speak respectfully. And I think that does it. The other thing I just wanted to announce, especially for the attorneys and representatives that are here, July SLA 2 is going to be meeting on Wednesday, the 8th. So it's a different day than our usual day. And August SLA 1 is going to be meeting on Wednesday, August 5th. Please check the calendar. Locations may not be here, so you'll need to check for that. Okay, so the committee, I have Lois Rakoff, Carter Booth, Susan Wittenberg, Kate Bostic, and Anthony Wong here. And we're missing one member that I'm expecting. Okay, so the first application we're going to hear is Caudalie USA, doing business as Caudalie at 130 Green Street. This is a one beer tavern license in a previously unlicensed location.
Which then we need a paper application.
I'll just keep them. Yes.
And it's the same as what was done in the suit.
Of course. Yeah.
Good evening, can you hear me?
Yep.
Good evening, and thank you for two, Ben Savitsky, Bernstein, Rado, and Savitsky, here tonight on behalf of Caudalie USA Inc., Swasmonkeys LLC. This is an application for a tavern, beer, and wine license to be used as a spa at 130 Green Street in Soho, that is between Prince and Houston Street. Caudalie is a provider of skincare products and also spas around the world. They have 31 spas worldwide, including the 5 flagships that they had in France and Spain. They've had several spas here in New York, the most recent of which was on Washington Street, right here in CB2. They had a beer wine license for that one as well. We included a copy of those stipulations in it. That was in 2017. This is Laurent Pommergu. He is the CFO of Caudalie USA. Let me just take you through the application. You can ask him other questions. So Caudalie provides spa services on Green Street. This alcohol license is going to just be an amenity to its customers. The idea is that somebody's coming in for an appointment, usually an hour long, either before or after. If they want a light bite to eat, or a glass of wine, or champagne, they can have it. We have 2 floors, but it's a pretty small space. There are 5 treatment rooms, 4 of them are on the ground floor. 1 of them is in the cellar. The cellar also has our service bar. There's no stand-up bar here. You can go up to a bar and order a drink. It's all provided by the staff. You can look at the diagram. We have 5 tables, 11 seats. Again, 0 stand-up bars, only that 1 service bar. Hours of operation are 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. daily. The 9 p.m. they don't actually operate until 9 p.m. We made a note of that in the application. The 9 p.m. is for private events. We are requesting 6 private events a year, and the private events are corporate events for Caudalie. And also, if an influencer wants to do something there, they shut it down and they allow them to do it there. But they don't have bridal parties, they don't have, certainly not bar mitzvahs or weddings or anything like that. Generally, they close at 7 p.m. and we're willing to stipulate to that. Only recorded background music, and it's a spa, so it's that spa music, it's nothing loud, no DJ, no live music, no outdoor space, no operable windows.
Okay. Okay, so just 6 private events, so yeah.
We are asking for a maximum of 6, yes.
Okay, all right, I don't have any questions. Does anybody?
Yeah, I do. Sounds wonderful. Can you tell me how the drinks, I know you said a service bar, but how do the customers get the service and then can they walk around with their drink?
Technically, the entire space is licensed, so they can walk around the space, but if you look at the diagram, it's not conducive to walking around. There is a seating area in the cellar in the back that you go when you wait for your service or after your service. And generally, there's 5 staff members who are walking around, and it's such a small space that if you need something, they will walk up to you and they will ask, would you like something to eat? Would you like to buy?
So it's wait service.
Wait service only, yeah.
And they pay out, they pay then, or they pay with their treatment, or? I'm just
You
not
can
curious.
pay with a credit card.
Then.
Yeah.
Anybody else have anything? Is there anybody here from the public on this application? Okay. I think that's it. Thank you.
very much.
Okay, the second one we're going to hear is, so just anybody who's here, you need to sign in. If you're here to speak on an application, fill out a speaker card. Lightning Society, there is a separate sheet because we ran out of speaker cards for Lightning Society. There should be more than one back there. Please, fill that out, and when we get to it, I'll make sure we have all of them up here. And we are now joined by Cormac Flynn, another committee member. Okay, the next application is Dole F&A Corp. doing business as Tofu at 96 Bowery. This is a restaurant wine license. What is it?
F&C.
F&C, okay. Is the 30-day notice correct?
Yes.
It is, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. This is item B3, I believe. Yeah, B3, no, okay. Oh, right. Oh, it is that.
Hello, everyone. My name is Robert Hull with SLA Inc., representing the applicant with the owner, Jin Hun Bro. This is a restaurant wine application for Dole F&C Corp. UBA Tofu located at 96 Bowery between Hester and Grand Streets. The applicant Jin Hun has been owner and operator of this location since July of 2017, and prior to him being here, the location was a restaurant since 2009. Since opening in 2017, Jin wanted to bring in authentic Korean cuisine to the area, and after a bunch of requests from customers about how they would love a glass of wine or beer, they decided they wanted to apply for a beer and wine license. We have 15 tables, 56 seats, and 0 seats at the bar. Hours of operation are 10 a.m. to 11 p.m., 7 days per week, and we'll have background music. And if you have any other questions, we're here to answer them.
Okay, there's no operable doors, other than the one that you go in?
No.
No, okay. And is there any, seating downstairs, any patrons downstairs in the bathroom? No, no one's downstairs. And I see you put in some DOB stuff. Yeah, so you get a letter of no objection for the eating and drinking, that, or finish the C of O. Because this is just plain, it's not finished.
Okay, we could talk to the landlord about that.
That needs to be done, so.
Okay.
Okay, Anthony.
Application says no TVs, but I've been a customer in this restaurant before. There's actually 2 TVs that are hanging on the counter area, but it's not being used. So,
Okay. Not being used? Okay,
but
it should be, we take those down?
Yeah.
Okay. we'll
They'll take them down.
well, they use it for promotional videos. Back in the past.
Which is, I mean, so do they wanna leave them up and just don't put the sound on and use them for the promotional?
Well, he says he's not using them at all, so
Yes.
he's willing to take them down.
Okay, he's gonna take them down and that's fine. Okay, does anybody else on the committee have anything on this? Is there anybody here from the public on this application? Okay.
All right, thank you so much.
So the skips will say that you'll get a letter, no.
Yeah, we'll get a letter.
This is you'll finish the C about.
Yep, that's not a problem.
Okay. All right. The next application is going to be
Thank
Just Pizza East Village LLC doing business this area, Nova Pizzeria at 190 Bleecker Street. This is a restaurant wine license with previously unlicensed location. Is somebody here on this one? Just Pizza? No? Okay. Mulberry House LLC doing business as Casa Mulberry, 113 Mulberry Street. This is an on-premise for a restaurant. Okay, is there anything different than what you handed in before?
No.
In here, I don't know.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Okay, go ahead.
My name is Carl Leon. I'm here on behalf of Casa Mulberry. And we are a restaurant based, it's a pizza restaurant, sorry. And it is already existing and we're taking it over. And previously it had a liquor license, but the vision that we have for this space is much more communal. We're thinking about hosting a lot of our friends here, being able to, I think a lot of what I do is in celebration of the community. I have 2 barbershops locally and I'm no stranger to it. I grew up here since I was 6 years old. A big part of my passion is being able to build within my own community. My office is nearby and I also still live in the community. So I think I'm really excited here today to be able to present this project to you guys.
Okay, want to just briefly run through your hours and
Yeah, our hours are from 11 to,
what is your name?
my name is Harvey.
Okay,
I'm
got it.
partner.
You're the other one, okay. Okay, go ahead.
Our hours are gonna be from Monday to Thursday, 11 to midnight, and we're looking for close at 1 AM on the weekends, Friday, Saturday.
Okay, and the background, is it, what level music is what level is the music, sorry?
Lower than speaking volume.
So it's background
Yeah,
music, because they had entertainment, I think, checked on there. Are there any operable doors, like sliding doors, French doors?
No,
Okay, and TVs?
no TV.
Okay. And the bathroom it was like, the bathroom's closed off from the kitchen, correct?
It's closed up in the kitchen, correct. We have an 88 and we have a smaller bed.
Okay. I mean, they're adding the seats in the back.
Yep.
Back area, that didn't have the seats before, I don't believe.
It's not to my knowledge.
Okay. I think that's it with my questions. Does anybody from the committee have anything? They're not using this. Yeah, okay. That was a problem, okay. But this is okay.
Yeah, that's the issue.
Right. So there is no use of the rear yard,
No.
and you're not going to use it. Okay, is there anybody here from the public on this?
Is this 113 Mulberry or 8th Street?
This is 113 Mulberry Street, Mulberry House LLC, Casa
Oh, I thought
Mulberry.
you said that was.
Yeah, I think that was Cafe Mulberry. Cafe Mulberry.
Yeah.
133 hospitality management is not being heard tonight. That's the one I said. 113 is being heard tonight.
clicked in both of them.
Okay, so are we
Okay,
good?
I
You
have
need
a
to speak
question.
on this?
Yes.
Okay, then I'll go to the public. Yeah, if you want to speak, you need to come up to the microphone and speak.
Okay, my question is that,
You have to start stating your name.
oh, sorry, Michelle Campbell. Barry Block Association, Barry Lines of Neighbors, and when I looked at this on the SLA list, it didn't have anything checked for type of music. But it did have entertainment level on volume.
Which is why I just asked them what the level of the music would be.
So it'll be entertainment.
So, no, and they said it was going to be background music only. And I think I said they had entertainment level checked off on their questionnaire. So the stipulations will say background music only.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, is there anybody else from the public on this application? Okay, I think that does it. Thank you. Okay, the next one is going to be, Forget About Hospitality LLC. Doing businesses, Forget About It at 168 Bleecker Street. We may have push it. Was there anything new in this?
No, it's the exact same.
All right, good evening, all. Eleanor Shockley from Pizzeria and Bookman. With me this evening are three of the four applicant principals, Giacomo, Paolo, and Alberto. Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Good evening, all. My name is Eleanor Shockley from Pizzeria and Bookman, and with me this evening are three of the four applicant principals, Giacomo, Paolo, and Alberto. And this is for Forget About Hospitality at 168 Bleecker Street between Sullivan and Thompson Streets. This is for a new full-service Italian restaurant offering a high-quality and carefully curated dining experience with 22 tables and 52 seats and one bar with 11 seats. Our proposed hours of operation are 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday and 12 p.m. to 2 a.m. Thursday through Saturday. We did meet with BAMRA last week on April 30th. They had three other suggestions that we would like to add as well. With regard to exterior cameras, we do agree to add them subject to the approval of the Landmarks Committee. We do agree to coordinate garbage collection with our neighbors. And we've already provided the phone numbers for all managers on premises to BAMRA, securing unanimous recommendation of approval for the application as presented. There's background recorded music only and no outdoor space as the application. And I'm happy to answer any additional questions that you may have.
The hours? Did you do the hours?
Yes, it's 12 to 12, Sunday through Wednesday, and 12 to 2, Thursday through Saturday.
Okay, and the doors will close at 10 p.m.
Correct.
or any time the air conditioner is on.
Correct. There will be air conditioner and the doors will not be open simultaneously.
Okay, and private parties? Only
I think we said
24.
approximately.
2 a month, 24 a year, not more than.
No more.
Okay, and background music, no TVs. Thing. There's no downstairs.
No, it's just one floor.
Okay, and iPod, CDs. is
Yeah,
there-
the background,
not a-
iPods, Spotify, Apple Music.
Okay, okay. I think that's it for my questions. Does anybody on the committee have anything? Lois?
Hi, could you explain how you're going to close up? Like at midnight and then at 2 a.m., how are you what's your last call? When is your last dinner going to be served?
As long as they close. what?
Yes.
Yeah, so the closing hours that we proposed will be lights off, doors closed, all patrons out. It is not last call. So when we're midnight closing at midnight, that means everybody is out by midnight. The only people left on the premises will be staff cleaning up for the night. On the nights where we're closing at 2 a.m., at 2 a.m., everybody is out the doors, lights off, doors locked, only staff on premises cleaning up for the night.
And the staff's not gonna let other people come in, their friends, and hang out
No,
at
there
the
will be
bar.
staff only once we are closed for business.
Good, thank you.
Anybody else on the committee? Anybody from the public here on this? Come on up. Over there, Frank.
Hi, I'm Mark Fiedler. I'm resident chair of BAMRA. We found out about this application the day before our general meeting, and I just want to say everyone involved, you see before you were more than, pleasantly cooperative. We managed to arrange a meeting with our executive board and interested members. We were impressed, unusually so with this prospect. Full disclosure, I live in the building, so it is important to me. Particularly gratifying is that it's on a corner site and there is no question of outdoor dining, which is, as I'm sure you're all aware, is, subject to widespread abuse in this neighborhood. And right, of course, this is an Italian restaurant and this is a historically Italian community. I've seen, seeing any sensitivity to the importance of the locale is kind of rare among applicants. In this group, it was conspicuous and everything seems to be in really good taste. The tables are not too close together. They're giving attention to sound absorbing materials. I could go on for a couple of hours about this, but we'll get to this.
Okay, good, thank you.
So, and our vote was, no one has opposed this. There was one refusal who, yes, thank you, Lois.
Got it.
And, that's it. So,
Okay, perfect, thank you.
yes.
Thanks a lot. Okay. Anybody else? Okay, I think that does it, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next application is going to be Juicerie Nolita doing business as Only the Wild Ones at 19 Kenmare Street Corner Store. This is an on-premise, for a tavern.
Donna?
Now, is anything any different?
Donna? Yeah, I have some additional signatures. They're not in this packet.
Okay, then, okay, can you email that into the office? I'll take that too.
Do you also want these?
Yeah.
I'll email them. So you which ones these?
This one is C6, Juicerie Nolita, 19 Kenmare Street, corner store.
May I begin?
Yes.
Good evening, my name is Mike Palutis. I'm here on behalf of Juicerie Nolita LLC. This is an application for a full on premises liquor license at 19 Kenmare Street in the corner store. I'm joined this evening by Heather Tierney and also by Max Katzenberg. Heather is, Heather, she's the operator of the Butcher's Daughter. She's operated the Butcher's Daughter and several other concepts in Los Angeles and in New York, and most recently in Austin, where she just recently opened, or is opening. In the next couple of days, yeah. So she's right now operating in 10 locations between California, New York and Texas. Heather's has been licensed for a different LLC in the corner store at 19 Kenmare for 13 years. And she has been licensed and that's with a beer and wine license. And she's been licensed at 19 Kenmare in the East Store with a full OP for the last 2 years. They recently rebranded the corner store. The new concept is a listening room where staff members select records, primarily jazz and other mature musical selections. And they're doing that for what's predominantly a mature crowd. The closing hours will not change. Heather will continue to close no later than 10 p.m. on Sunday and no later than 11 p.m. Monday through Saturday. We have included a food menu, and between the food menu and the hours, I hope you'll have a good sense of what's being proposed here. Because both the hours and the food menu are consistent with a mature crowd being targeted. Heather's team has been reaching out. She's been in touch with residents. We've submitted several pages of signatures, some additional just before we stepped up. We also reached out to the block associations, did have some brief back and forth with Ms. Campo. But did not have an opportunity to meet with her before this evening. As a reminder, this is a relatively small store. The indoor capacity is about 55 persons. There's an outdoor cafe with 30 seats. And has been operating here and elsewhere in this district and throughout the city successfully without violations for many, many years. And for these reasons, we hope that you would support this application.
Okay, so the operable doors, they'll close at 10. Okay.
Yeah.
But so,
Yes.
and where is the record player located?
It's right in the front when you walk in.
So it's right by the operable doors.
Well, but the speakers are in the back. So the record player plays some speakers in the back of the room.
So what the tips we had on the other place said that there's no speakers by the doors and all the speakers don't face into.
That's true.
That remains true.
Well, if it's in the back, it's facing out.
Well, it's in the back of the space, so it's in the corners. So
But
it's
if
not-
this is a listening bar, it's totally different than what you were operating there before. I mean, it's about the music. And so having the operable doors is sort of a problem with something that's a listening bar that's about the music.
Okay.
So you want
We
to
only
just
have,
close the doors?
We only have like 2
When-
doors, not like 4 doors or that, so. We can keep the doors closed.
Okay.
Yeah, we can keep it closed so it's playing.
Well, there's music twice.
Which is gonna be most of the time.
It'll be, you know,
Why don't we just, if she was willing to close the doors, why don't we just close the doors so then it's not everybody having to walk by and say the music's on, would you please close the doors?
Only for mature people.
Yeah, only if what if there's a problem with the AC one day, we have to open the doors. Like.
if there's no amplified sound being played, right, which may happen from 5 until, I don't know what time you start.
It's not loud, it's a listening room, so it's,
Up to the microphone.
oh,
Thanks.
yeah, it's not. A normal, like.
But
sound
I mean,
system. It's a high fidelity sound system, so we play it at a level where you can have conversation and, you know, that's the whole point is. It's at a low volume,
Which doors open?
just the front doors.
The 2 front doors
Yeah,
on the corner,
on the corner.
the 2 front doors on the corner. So. Why don't we just close them at 8 o'clock and anytime the music is playing?
Sure.
Okay. All right. So music is. All right, and you're already changed the branding. Months ago on this,
We have,
Yeah.
it was a pending endorsement application. It's changed. This is an application for a new license to a new entity
right,
that Heather also.
but it's already branded
already
that
operating.
way.
It's already operating. It's already operating.
Okay, and this is going now so this LLC is the same LLC as one that has the
It's
next door. It's going to be running independent of that. There's no
they are not conjoining spaces.
Right.
There's access through the back, but that's not space that's being licensed. But it is the same LLC that would
So
be
they,
operating.
but different, so they'll be running independent of each other, or separate.
Licenses, correct.
Okay. Um. Okay, and no subwoofers, no subwoofers, no, okay. Does anybody from the committee have any questions? Anthony?
The question about the outreach, I see here you don't have a single signature from the actual building at 19.
Potentially we do, we got some more
I've been at,
Not that was submitted.
Right,
from the.
which is
additional.
pretty odd.
I don't think it's-
There's three, signatures.
Can you just do me one favor? Please come up to the microphone and just state who you are, okay?
Sure.
Thank you.
Chris. Hi, my name is Enid Esmond. We have three signatures. I was the one who collected them. We had three, one yesterday. And, a couple of weeks ago, we had three, residents in. So, yes, from the two.
So it's one on the first page, looks like a pilot wing. There's Brandon O'Leary on the last page. There's actually two more.
Is that the signature file that was sent in, or is this?
So these
Yes.
were emailed in, so these you had, so. Yeah. There are a few signatures from within the building and a fair amount within the 2 block radius, I think of close to 50.
Thank you. But how many apartments altogether in the building itself?
Well, 19 Kenmare.
Can't be just 3, right?
No, they don't have everybody.
Yeah, there's two buildings on each side of the tenant entrance. That are 19.
You have any idea? So there's what, how many units in the building? 7. 17 units in the building, or so, 15 units in the building. Okay, does anybody else have anything? Is there anybody here from the public on this application? Okay. Michelle? Yep.
So Campbell again. I'm here because when it was, the butcher's daughter, the juicery, Heather and I both. And
Michelle, talk to us, please.
where she was, and she said she would never upgrade to a full up. Now, I know this is different level, but she's still, entity, but she is still the main partner in it. Aside from that, I'm looking at the oversaturation of the neighborhood. I mean, within a block, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, with 5, excuse me. Maybe soon 6 within a block, licenses. And you know, because it's on the corner, there's always, and there's already the tables are set up and everything, on the sidewalk, but there's always something on the corner because it's very narrow, and I've spoken to people about it before. It's a planter. If you're in a wheelchair, there is no way in hell you get around that corner. I said it until, I don't want to talk anymore. So it's a very inconvenient, and if it is to be granted a license, the place needs to be kept cleaner because it's always, the sidewalks are a mess, and that's.
Are the A-frame signs still out? Cause I think, wasn't that one of the problems, the A-frame signs as well around the sidewalks, So have they been
That and the
better?
Then the other butcher's daughter has it. I had to tell them to put it close to the building a couple of times.
Okay.
So. Yeah.
Right, right. Okay. Go ahead, Laura.
I do have a couple of questions actually, and that as far as I understand it, this is a new corporate entity that's asking for this space.
Yeah.
How do they have a sidewalk permit? Because they're operating on the sidewalk right now.
Then they don't have a sidewalk problem.
Exactly. And the sidewalk cafe has been problematic as addressed already, and especially at the corner, it's difficult to get around. It's not very kept very clean, and also very often they have umbrellas that impede over the line there. That's my major problem. I don't have, their hours are good. As long as the sound is kept inside, I have no issues with that. I just want to point out though that I do have some concerns because this has been a problem for years.
I know.
And it's not only with that, she also has a relationship, Heather also has a relationship with Lucky's on Lafayette Street, which all winter had an illegal winter vestibule that was twice the size of that allowed. They had tables and chairs inside of it. And I'm just concerned about this lack of respect to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anything? Okay, come on up.
Good, Donna, if I may, there is currently a DOT authorization to operate the sidewalk cafe that's there, right? It's in the name of Juicerie LLC. And we've confirmed with DOT, we actually have, we've got something in writing from them confirming that should this move forward, the new entity, Juicerie Nolita LLC, will be able to operate on the same conditions as Juicerie
They
LLC.
approved the other one. You have DOT approval on the other one.
We have an interim approval from DOT that will allow them to operate under the new entity if we move forward here. And I can
So
share
you're
that.
conditionally approved.
It's not a conditional approval.
Well,
DOT
I mean, is it on the map or is it not on the map? This is what I mean. DOT has conditional approval list and they have an approved list. I did not look it up.
Juicerie LLC is conditionally approved.
So it's conditionally approved. It's
Juicerie
not
LLC
final.
it does not have a license yet, no.
Juicerie Nolita.
Juicerie
No,
Nolita has,
I'm talking, no, you're right, Juicerie,
Juicerie LLC has a conditional approval
conditional. Okay,
for the sidewalk cafe on the corner store.
okay.
And we've confirmed with DOT that should this move forward, once Juicerie Nolita obtains its temporary retail permit from the SLA, it will be permitted to operate on the same conditions as Juicerie LLC's sidewalk cafe, same cafe.
I mean, I know that's correct. I have no idea what they're,
I'll
honestly.
share it with you.
No, I don't need to know that. I know what they're doing with the final approved ones, and the conditional ones, I guess, are just waiting for something. But in the meantime, this has not been applied for with the liquor authority, and so there is no approval for the liquor authority out there, so there should be no alcohol out there.
No, Juicerie LLC, which is the entity that's currently operating a corner store. It has a license from the state liquor authority. It also has conditional approval from the DOT.
And has it?
And it does have it has an approved alteration as well.
Okay.
To serve alcoholic beverage on the cafe and the corner store. It does.
Go ahead, Clark.
I just think, I think what Laura's asking is which one is operating now?
Now.
Juicerie LLC is operating.
Right, but under the other name.
If Juicerie LLC is operating, it's beer and wine.
But then
It's
they.
beer and wine.
Then it's your beer and wine. Then,
Then they've changed their operations. Because
Right.
they're now doing
doing a listening bar, and then is there live music in the listening bar?
There's no live music.
So if there's something posted,
There's no live music.
Kate,
Sorry, just looking on social media, I can see a trombone and a lively live music event.
Yeah, that was for the opening party. And it was probably 10 minutes.
But it doesn't.
but that's what it's average, I mean, that's what's been posted, so.
Right, was just an opening event and it's never, we've never had anything, we've never had any live music in there. And it was unexpected, it was a friend that came, a friend of a friend, and it was, that's what.
So the method of operation has changed months ago, 4 or 5 months ago, 4 months ago.
Yeah, social media says 4 months ago that you've been operating in this manner.
The concept did change several months ago.
Okay.
That's true.
And this is laid over a couple of months too,
It has been laid over and then withdrawn.
and then laid over. And that's the speaker, and there's no subwoofers in there?
No, for high fidelity, it's meant to just be at a lower volume and for vinyl records.
That's awesome.
If I can make just two of them quickly.
Yeah.
The corner is, there's there are no tables in that corner, as you corner.
Right, I just know that sidewalk and the roadbed, everything has been a problem all the time. It's always a problem. So I think that what you're hearing now is the same thing we heard before and the same thing we heard when you came to the place, the East Unit, where there were a lot of complaints about what was going on at this location. I remember it distinctly because I remember walking over there and walking by all of it, and there were A-frame signs out in the sidewalk, seating was extending past it shouldn't, and you didn't have the clear path. The diagram that you provided seems to be okay. But if the seating is conforming to the diagram, I think is the concern everybody has and the question everybody has, because that hasn't happened. And so I'm not sure when that's gonna start happening, but if you were approved by DOT, and this is the diagram you were approved with, this is the diagram that should be being followed with the 10-foot clear path from the ramp, not from the
Yeah.
curb and everything else. I know you're saying that, but they're saying that's not what's happening. So I guess what my question is, when is that going to start happening? Because you're here for a new application and it hasn't been happening.
We are following the diagram and we're actually not putting all the tables out that we could be putting out.
Mhm.
And Michelle, I'm happy to meet you there tomorrow to.
Put dots on the sidewalk,
Yeah,
so
for you
that,
we don't even need all that room. We haven't put
Okay.
any A-frames out
Okay.
since the last 2024, and I'm happy to meet you there so you can show me.
Is it operational?
we're not doing the back and forth, guys. We're not doing it.
Okay.
That's what it was. We'll try, we want them to go talk, we wanna go talk out in the hall and work it out, but then they're gonna be here 2 hours.
It really needs to be seen.
Uh-huh.
I think it really needs to be seen at site and to go over it. I hate to say that, but. I think it really does.
I mean, why did you not do the outreach to the community if you've laid this over for I don't know how many months? So that we could solve this tonight, honestly, I mean, I do not understand, this has been
We did reach.
laid over
We did
when?
reach out. We asked to meet with her in advance of the meeting. I
this
asked-
time, this time,
yes,
okay,
this
but what
time.
about the other 3 months? She's already been operating for 3 months this way. It's changed 4 months ago, so this is the new entity, it's not a surprise to anybody, this didn't just come up, it's been changed already. So,
No, I want to be clear, the new entity's not operating there right now.
well, the name is completely changed and it's operating as a high fidelity, but here, the only thing that's actually is not happened is, I guess, maybe the corporation name hasn't changed, you know, you haven't done the corporate changeover, but the method of operation has completely changed.
That is true.
And that, and the issues that they have are the issues that, and this was put on our agenda at least 3 months ago, so I'm kind of not understanding why on an application that actually should be pretty straightforward with what the issues are not, are we sitting here having to do this now? I
We
do
also
not
reached
understand
out-
it.
We also reached out 3 months ago and asked to meet with Ms. Campbell. We did. I have emails, I can share them with you. We did it. We did reach out 3 months ago and reached out again for this appearance. Did we, or did we not?
Why don't you just go talk in the hallway and figure it out?
I've been very busy today.
Right, everybody's.
No, well, no, this is not, this is, I'm just gonna say this is not the attitude you have if you're gonna go out in the hallway and talk with them.
We'll go talk.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'm gonna ask again if anybody's here from Just Pizza. You're here. Okay, great. We'll hear you. Come on up.
I have hard copies if you need it.
Yeah.
Okay.
For Lightning Society, anybody who's here from the public who wishes to speak on, everybody needs to sign in. So that's the first thing. Make sure everybody has signed in. Everybody who's here who wants to speak on the application, there is a speaker sheet or 2 or 3 out there. Make sure you've signed up for that. So if you're here from the public and you wish to speak on that application, I would really appreciate it if you could put your name, your email address, and check off the other boxes on the sheets that are back there. Gather your thoughts so everything is succinct and you're not repeating each other. Okay, go ahead. Make sure you speak into the microphone and you are addressing us.
Hi, good evening. My name is John Samra. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. I just opened up a new pizzeria, 190 Bleecker Street. It used to be Percy's for 15 years. It's a Aria Nova Pizzeria, DBA, Just Pizza. So we opened in February 2026, so just a few months ago. The space is very small. It's about 250 square feet. Of that, there's about 90 square feet where the patrons can be. And we don't have any tables. We just have a stand-up counter and a couple of stools. So we're looking to obviously get our beer and wine and cider license. And based on our research, we're categorically exempt from the patron restroom requirement based on our size and based on not having any seating.
I'm gonna do it. I printed out my thing. So. Right, you have to have seating. That's the first thing. So you need seating.
We have bar stools.
And then, so the physical standards for an on-premise liquor and wine license, each premise licensed hereunder shall provide separate sanitary facilities for both sexes. The provision of such facilities may be waived by the authority, provided there is a satisfactory showing that such facilities are in an area adjacent or proximate to the licensed premises and available for patrons. So you have to have a patron bathroom. You can get a waiver for the 2, but you need a patron bathroom. And it can't be through the open kitchen.
Right. But I think we qualify for an exception, so that's what we're.
There is no exception to that.
There's no
There is no exception to that. If you have a liquor license, it has nothing, I mean, I saw your email about the building plumbing code and the building code, but if you have a liquor license, the liquor authority requires you to have a patron's bathroom.
Would there be any changes we could make if we only serve beer or we? is there
If you're
something-
serving alcohol,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
need to have a patron bathroom.
And what if we get our next door neighbor to agree for our patrons?
That's, what if your next door neighbor is, that's, I mean, what's historically not. I mean, what if they're closed when you're open? What if they change businesses and the next person that comes in there doesn't want you to have your customers using their bathroom? So that, I mean, generally speaking, that sort of next door is like more food hall or something like that, right? I mean, that kind of a thing, or a mall or that sort of thing, not going into another business and using their bathroom.
Okay, but just for my understanding, if the space is so small, you can't physically put a bathroom there?
Then you
Does
don't
that
get a
mean
liquor license.
You'll never get one there just because the space is small?
Yeah, I mean, you could, I'm sure, I mean, I'm not sure. There might be ways you could reconfigure the space if you want to spend the money and energy to do that and move the bathroom to the front and move the entire kitchen to the back or something. I don't know. I haven't been in the space. But
Is this something that the board can vote on and then go to the SLA committee
No.
and they can decide
we
whether or not?
had another application like this, just so you know, on Seventh Avenue that didn't have a patron, the previous person had a patron bathroom. This person reconfigured the space and the patron bathroom was gone and they were using the bathroom around the corner and the cell, something like that, and the liquor authority, we denied the application because they didn't have a patron bathroom, because they're supposed to have a patron bathroom. And the liquor authority made them put it in a patron bathroom. So,
This is number one, everybody, bathrooms are a huge issue in New York City. If you're serving liquor, you should have a bathroom. Number two, this is one of the most densely saturated neighborhoods. Number three, the issues with bathrooms, that's where fight starts, all these other issues. That's why people generally like to have a bathroom in each space. Other businesses having people go in there. This is historically, you're always free to go and appeal this to whomever you want, but I think that generally there are only a few cases where this has been up there. You can watch those hearings at the liquor authority. It's not generally something that they're, you can put in their discretion to issue a waiver that they would probably do. And that's not something that we would support. I think that the board overall thinks that every business should have patron bathrooms. Because these are all guests in our community and there are no bathrooms, because there are no public bathrooms. So that's generally been something that we've felt very strongly about in this particular area. I mean, you have a very small space, but that's sort of this long-standing issues when we have all these people who are coming here, and many businesses don't let people use their bathrooms. They're not patrons, so it's just an ongoing issue that has a lot of different context to it, so.
And I'm guessing the answer to this question is no, but if we were takeout only and served beer, would that make a difference? If we had no, we have an operable window, if we had takeout only, would that make a difference? Probably not.
they're different license.
You don't want to entitle you to sell takeout, but
You still don't have that. Format.
I mean, it is pale at the sidewalk we're just talking about, but I'd also like to point out your statement says that you'll be closing no later than 10. Your application says you're open till 2 on weekends.
Yeah, we just changed our hours about a week and a half ago. We noticed that the traffic after 12 wasn't great, and so we're, just trying to keep our labor costs down, so we're closing at 10.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, across the board, you're closing at 10?
Yeah, we changed our hours from, most weekdays we close at 10, weekends we were staying open late, but now we're closing at 10.
Okay, so another thing, I read your application and you mentioned something about BAMRA. So you met with BAMRA?
I did.
And I don't see the letter from BAMRA in the application unless I couldn't find it.
It's in public comments.
I think they emailed it.
It's in public comment. Yeah. You want me to read it? I'll read it, just,
Yeah.
Is Mark still here, or no? No, not you, Mark, the other Mark.
The other Mark.
No, he's not still here, okay, he was over. So at its general meeting on April 15, 2026, the Bleecker Area Merchants and Residents Association unanimously adopted the following resolution. Well, I'll just, therefore be it resolved that BAMRA supports and recommends approval of the application.
Does it have the hours on there?
It does not have the hours on.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
So across the board it's 10, and you still don't have a bed?
They don't have a bathroom.
Okay, I live in the neighborhood, I'm very familiar with McDougal and Bleecker Street and all that. When you don't have a bathroom, I am going to be gross. It leads to public urination on the sidewalk and on the sides, on the corners. So please, I understand what you're saying, and you think people are not going to need a bathroom, but they're going to need a bathroom.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks. So. You want to take longer while they're in the theater? Just give us a second. Michael, are we okay or, okay, so who do we want to hear from? Michelle, do you want to speak up at the microphone, then please? You can angle it down.
Somebody said this one time, and then angled it all the way.
Or pull it out.
Okay, I got it. Yeah, we worked it out. So, you know, as long as everything that.
So you're okay with, I just,
would go to, yeah, I'm closing at 11 and.
and the sidewalk cafe is okay and the doors are okay?
The planter will be,
The planter will be gone or whatever. What is there something that they are stipulating to that I should know about the planter or anything? I just want to make sure I have it.
and the tables will be less, I think.
There's one.
And
Well, so-
planter will be history, basically.
Okay. Heather, why don't you come on? Somebody else reiterate and just.
Move it closer in towards the building.
There's not a lot of room to move.
So if the planter is next to the building, we're okay with the planter.
Still. That's what I see.
I'm happy to move it, if you wanna meet me on site to a place that you like. And if you don't, then
Fine.
we have plenty of other planters.
Okay.
Okay. So the planter will be positioned in agreement with Miss Campo. Or removed, okay. All right, guys,
It's resolved.
it's resolved. Thank you for doing that, appreciate it.
Good.
Okay,
Good night.
good night.
Thank you all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So the next one is going to be, the Center for Emerging Culture and September Hospitality Management as manager doing business as Lighting Society at 45 Howard Street, also known as 427 Broadway. This is for the second and third floors. Once again, there's a lot of you here to speak on this, so I just want to make sure everybody has signed up. And, I need somebody to get me the speaker list that's in the back, Mark will get it. And then I'm just gonna ask, because there are a lot of people that have signed up, we've already heard this application a number of times, it has been withdrawn, so we're hearing it fresh. But I just, I'm just gonna say this now while you're all sitting here and we hear the application. If everybody could really not repeat what everybody else said, say you agree with somebody. We don't need to hear the same thing 100 times. We don't have time to hear it all 100 times, but we do want to hear from everybody. So, you know, I want it on record, people are here and everything else, but try to just either coordinate yourself so we're not hearing the same thing, because if I need to, I'll put a time limit on it, and I don't generally do that, so. And that's my next question, Max. Do you have any, I mean, a lot of the comments we've gotten already are just in general for or against the whole thing. So, it's two separate applications. It's two separate licenses, it's two separate methods of operation. So I was going to hear the catering one first, but I don't know how we are going to take.
My suggestion, Donna.
Okay, public comments on both.
Yeah, I mean, we're happy to follow your guidance. My thought was to take both applications separately, although I think naturally there will be discussion of both, because part of your concern is how do these two operate?
Well, and also the traffic study is both of them, and the sound study is both of them, so nothing is individual, nothing is operating separately, everything is.
Well, they are operating separately.
As though
but
it's
we-
one,
Well, we'll talk
So,
about that.
yeah.
We did purposely do one traffic and one sound study, because we felt that that would be more economical for your attention and for, you know, than having to deal with two separate studies. As far as public comment is concerned, I leave that to you. I suspect we
Right.
don't need to hear the same comments for both applications.
no,
but,
right, exactly, okay,
That's up to you.
okay, all right, so go
Could you
ahead.
move the mic just a little closer to you? Thank you.
Please, Mike, is this
Much
better? Okay, very good. Okay.
No, I don't, right. Go ahead, Max, so we're doing the catering one first,
Okay.
or
Very
is
good.
2 and 3?
Floors 2 and 3, as I discussed the application, as I say, there, you may hear some things about the club floor, but I'll try to keep them as separate as possible. So, good evening, CB2, Max Bookman, Eleanor Schotten, Timothy Phillips, for the applicant. This is Center for Emerging Culture. I want to reintroduce this application to you. The last time you heard it was in July of 2025. Some things have changed, and we want to reintroduce it all to you. So first, in terms of who the applicant principal is, Timothy Phillips. He's the driving force behind the application. He's devoted his life and career to building communities that bring people together. I understand that's a sort of high concept sort of thing to say, but sort of nuts and bolts of it is that there is a need for community in our city, in our country. There's a loneliness epidemic. There's less and less opportunity for people to get together.
Let's just start right now, if everybody could just try to be respectful, keep the remarks or anything to themselves or take them out to the hall.
We're gonna be respectful the entire time, on our side. And the idea is to build community for like-minded people. That's what he's been doing his entire career. That's what he's devoted his life to, and the channel through which he has done that work is through Lightning Society, which he founded. It's a voluntary association of people tied by shared interest in art and music and culture, in innovation and in friendship. It's operated through a not-for-profit organization called the Center for Emerging Culture. They have, this is not a new society. They've been around for years. They have had something that they call Lightning Lofts, which is co-living space in Brooklyn, communal co-living where members could live together. They've had that for many years in Brooklyn. They have plenty of members who don't live there, but who participate in regular talks and events and community, cultural get-togethers, discussions, salons. They have different tiers of membership. This is not one of these ridiculous to get into type of clubs. They have different tiers of membership for different price points. They have a below 30 membership. They have a 65 and older membership.
In Brooklyn,
Yes, in Brooklyn.
I
That's right.
just want to
Yes.
be clear on what we're speaking about.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, that's
Brooklyn,
okay,
but
but on
they-
the overview, yes.
Yes, in Brooklyn, although
Yeah.
when we get to the club, they're gonna have that too here, but I'm keeping them separate. So with this building and with this application, they're looking to take a step forward in their organization, in their association, in their society. So the building is 45 Howard Street. It's a 5-story building with a small roof. It's on the corner of Broadway and Howard. As you heard me say, they came to you last year before my team was hired, and they got off on the wrong foot with everybody. And we've been free in saying that. There's been a great deal of community outreach where that has been noted. I am saying that here on behalf of them, and I'm apologizing on behalf of them. The application was confused, the information was muddled. Although they have been operating for years in Brooklyn, this is their first liquor license. And I know you're a very sophisticated community board, but I just want you to know that not everybody understands essentially the way the process works with the level of detail that they should. It's no excuses, but they got off on the wrong foot with everybody. And so there were two options, basically, after you had denied them. There was the option for them to press forward and fight you at the state liquor authority to try to see what the liquor authority would approve. And there was the option of withdrawing their applications and trying to reset, better engage, clarify some of the legitimate issues that you brought up, and try again with the community board.
So let me just ask you one question, with the better engagement, was a lobbyist hired here or anything?
Yes,
Okay,
Yeah.
because members of the committee have been reached out to and other board members have been reached out to.
yes, our lobbyist is here, Derek McCall. He's,
Okay,
he's.
that's why I just wanted to know.
And so faced with those two options, Tim felt the better move was to try to re-engage, try to reset, and hope to avoid having to have a fight at the liquor authority. So going through some of the feedback that you gave concerning the downstairs space, because we spent a lot of time focusing on your feedback. So the biggest piece of feedback that you had, as I read your resolution, basically, is that the relationship between the two spaces was muddled, and it wasn't clear to you how the two spaces would function separately from each other. So we really want to be precise about that. I'm going to make an effort to explain it to you. I know you're gonna have questions on it. We're gonna be happy to answer your questions on it. So to be clear, these are two separate liquor licenses for two separate operations. The application that Donna has called first is a catering establishment license. One thing that's new, by the way, is that this is a beer and wine catering establishment license that we filed as opposed to full liquor. That's on floors 2 and 3. So that's the application that's been called first. Beer and wine catering establishment license on floors 2 and 3. As a catering establishment license, this is the place where alcohol is only served for private functions and events. And this is a space that my client feels there is a lack of in the vicinity. It's going to be for corporate events, product launches, fashion events, book talks. We have photographs, new photographs and renderings that we've passed out to show you, give you a better sense of what the space looks like. So you get a really good sense of that. Eleanor, you passed that out, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
I think you have another copy if you need one.
Okay. You know, they've been in the space, they're in the building, they have the lease, they've been in the space, and they have been utilizing it already, and there has been events of this type on floors 2 and 3. You don't have to be a member of the upstairs club, you don't have to be a member of the Lightning Society in order to book this space, and in fact, they hope for this to work, they hope that lots of people who are not members of the Lightning Society will in fact book this space, and they have gotten interest, obviously. A lot of these spaces, they want to see that you have a permanent liquor license as opposed to one-year permits. But to be clear, many of these events have not had alcohol at all. And the ones that do, it's mainly basically wine, sparkling wine or still wine. And so they're okay with the beer and wine license, and they think that they can do the event business that they need to do with the beer and wine license. There's no promoters. This is not a nightclub.
I think that when you're saying that, just to be clear, because sometimes this is what we're starting with, their intention, not forever, their intention now is that they don't think they need an off-premise license a year from now. They think they will be able to operate with a beer and wine
That's what I
license.
just said. That's
I
correct.
know what you said, I just wanted to clarify.
No, yes. Agreeing to what you said.
Okay.
Pre-booked private functions only, so that's this space. One other thing that's new is that they have a co-applicant on the application, Ryan Harris, who is someone who's been before your committee before from Sarah in the meatpacking district. He's been operating a French establishment in your neighborhood for several months. We hope it's earned a good reputation with the committee. They've entered into a management contract with each other where Center for Emerging Culture, Lightning Society is hired and is working with Ryan and his company to service food and beverage in this catering establishment. So you have someone who already has a license, who's experienced. Ryan, I'm gonna avoid it if unless you want me to go into it, but he's got a resume even before Sarah, he's got a long resume of hospitality. So that's something that's new.
So can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
About that? So the food, because it's not doesn't look like there's a full kitchen. The liquor application that you supplied to us said that there's no chef or cook.
That's correct.
And it's got 2 prep kitchens, and I think they end up being, I don't know, 500 square feet or 600 square feet for those 2 floors, correct?
That's correct.
So the food is going to be coming in presumably from September hospitality elsewhere and will be heated their, whatever needs to happen. That's correct, how the food is gonna get there.
That's
Right.
100%
Okay.
correct, Donna, and I know you didn't ask us, but just belt and suspenders. That's completely in line with the legal requirements for this type of license. Although there's plenty of catering establishments that do have a full on-site kitchen, there's plenty of completely legitimate catering establishments where the food is prepared elsewhere, it's brought on site. You know, the prep kitchen here, it's not just a microwave and a shelf, it's sophisticated enough to handle keeping the food warm, to keep it cool, to do final prep work on it, for it to be served at the events. We submitted floor plans with the application. We tried to be as clear as possible to show how the spaces are separate, how the licensed premises are separate, how the front of house and back of house are separate, how access to the premises works. I know you're gonna have questions on that. We're gonna be happy to answer those questions. Just keeping my high level overview for a moment though for this. The last thing I want to say in my opening remarks is, you know, another piece of the feedback, actually 2 more points. Another piece of the feedback was insufficient engagement. That was part of your resolution. As you heard me say, we've hired Dirk Mulcall, who has not done all the work for us. You can just hire a lobbyist and expect him to do all the work. He has helped manage the engagement, the outreach. There has been outreach, there has been engagement, there's been on-site talks with members of the community. I wish I could say we've turned every heart and mind who was against it. We haven't, but but this time around, no one's gonna be able to say that this application surprised them or that there was insufficient engagement. We included a summary of our outreach in the application. It's quite detailed. It's about midway through the application. If you want me to refer to it, I will, but you know, we were quite detailed in our engagement. And then, you know, and as well as, you know, part of the engagement, of course, is not only speaking with and engaging with people who are concerned about the application, but it's also, we want to show you that there are a significant number of supporters of this application as well. And we hear, and everybody heard what Donna had to say about keeping it concise. You're not going to hear repetition, but we do want you to understand that there are a lot of folks who do support this application and think that what we're doing is something good. We also included in our, you know, we gave you a lot of customized letters of support. One that's just unique that I want to point out. You don't have to, of course, listen to any of these letters, but just one that I think is worth noting is, because it's rare, is you got a letter from State Senator Julia Salazar, who represents the Brooklyn district, who says that she has no problems with their current business.
What is their business like over in Brooklyn? No, I mean,
It's
if
not
you're pulling that out, right,
It's not
exactly, that's all I
comparable.
want, I just wanna point that out, Max, if you're pulling out that letter, I just wanna say that it is not comparable at all to what this application is, and I think that just needs to be said while you're pulling out that one letter.
You beat me to it. I was going to say it anyway, and of course, I'm going to pull out a letter from a state senator because they never support any type of license application.
That's actually not true, and they care about the impacts on the community, and the Brooklyn is very different from here,
I'm not saying this is Brooklyn, I'm not saying it's similar, and we don't have to keep talking about her letter, but I was gonna. And then last and not least, there was multiple mentions in your resolution about a lack of sound and traffic planning, a lack of consideration concerning sound and traffic mitigation. I just want to say on that point, it's not like they had never thought about sound or traffic, but the truth was that it was not organized in a way that was presentable, that was done in coordination with types of professionals who usually do this type of work. And so we have done not only sound study, not only a traffic study, but the traffic study is really an integrated operations plan. They make multiple recommendations. We're following all of the recommendations. We have GZA, who is our traffic and sound analyst, who is here. I'm not going to put them up to speak unless there's a specific question about it, but we've really taken that feedback and we've leaned into it. So with all that said, I'm happy to pause and answer any questions that the committee has.
So, okay, so let's see, I guess we'll start with the DOB stuff. There's a bunch of filings and stop work orders, so do we want to address that?
Yes, there's some stop work order. We've spoken with the architect on the project about it. Stop work orders are effective life in these projects. The specific stop work order in this case, my client and their architect believe arises from a pretty simple misunderstanding. They're right now working with DOB to address the concerns that were raised in the stop work order. It's not, it's not an issue with life or safety. It's a misunderstanding concerning the plans. We can get into more specifics about it if you like, but,
Well, it's more than one stop work order. One was a partial one, and then one is a full stop work order with non-conforming to plans.
yeah,
So,
I mean, you know,
unpermitted removal.
yeah, look, I don't wanna like litigate the details of the stop work order, but the truth is that we have a side of the story on it, and that there was an inspector, a DOB inspector, who we took one interpretation of what we were doing, I think it was on the roof with a fence, and we have a slightly different interpretation, and we are engaging with the DOB to resolve it. It's not, it's not a, you know, it happens, these things happen on big projects, with a lot of different filings, and we're working on it with DOB. We don't think it's indicative of the ultimate disposition of what's gonna happen with this DOB application.
There are 9 violations. That are all open.
Open, meaning we have due process, we have the ability to.
I don't know, I
those,
understand
address them,
it's unusual to see
Any violations.
that many violations that all look like they're issued on the same date.
Yeah, we had a DOB inspection and there
A
were,
lot of problems.
well, that's one way to look at it. There was perceived problems and we are addressing those. I mean,
Okay.
it's not indicative of sort of the final outcome of what's gonna happen with the DOB application.
Okay, so that leads me into some of my questions. So just, I think I heard you say that in all the other, so the lighting society, I just want the overview thing, the lighting society, it has a membership. It's the organization itself, the not-for-profit is a membership thing.
Yes,
Okay, then do they have any liquor licenses anywhere else in New York? You said no.
No.
So the
We've got
place in
one day
Brooklyn,
parties,
the
no.
place wherever else, they don't have any liquor licenses, they're not operating, they're meeting and they do
that's
it.
correct. I mean, the co-applicant, Sarah, has.
Yeah, I know that, but I'm not asking that, I'm asking
Yeah, no,
about that, cause that actually was kind of news to me. Okay. So then, when we go through the floor plan for this one, where is the main entrance?
So the main entrance is on Howard Street, where you have the elevator and you have the
So-
common stairs.
Okay, then, hang on a second. Then, the primary entrance there, so secondary entry point. I thought, okay, so everything is entering on Howard Street.
Not everything, you asked what the main entrance
The
was.
the main
No,
entry
it's
is
not-
on
that's fair,
Howard Street,
yeah.
the main entry is on Howard, I am just gonna ask this question now, for both establishments, the main entry is on Howard Street.
That's right. And I want to be clear about this point, Donna, because I understand why it's caused concern. The way that we have demised the licensed premises in this building is demised in accordance with the SLA guidance and the laws. We have done a yellow highlighter to show you where the premises begins and ends. And on the ground floor, there is no licensed premises on the ground floor. The ground floor is, majority of it is taken up by an entirely separate tenant who's got nothing to do with us. That's all the hashes you see.
And who is that tenant?
Who's in the ground floor right now?
It's a K-pop store.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, 81.
The on the ground floor that does belong to us, the entrance from 45 Howard, as well as the stairs on Broadway, that is unlicensed space. It is neutral territory. This is analogous to buildings that have multiple liquor licenses in them, where they have lobbies, they have entryways, and they are not covered by any license. So the license for the second and third floor does not begin until you get up to the second floor. And we have demised that and shown you how we're doing that with the yellow marker.
So, since I printed it out in black and white, but I did look at it a number of times, so they're coming in, no, I can open it up on my thing, but. So the people come in through either the steps, there's steps to go up, about 8 steps, 6 steps, something like that.
On Howard Street, there are steps, but the elevator is also capable.
And then the elevator's there, what's the capacity of the elevator?
6.
Okay,
6.
okay, so they come in through those stairs primarily,
Primarily, yes.
and then they go through this back area, and they hit that staircase. And they go up to the second floor,
That's correct.
and then they go into that entry vestibule.
That's
Both
right.
the elevator and the stairway go into that entry vestibule.
That's right, Donna. And the point there I just want to make is, and I've been to the site and I've seen it under construction, and the way they're constructing these stairs from they're building walls around the stairs in a way that it creates a clear understanding, a clear sense of where the licensed premises begins and where it ends. It's controlled access. This is not just like an elevator, sorry, pardon me, there's not just like a set of stairs in a house or something where it just opens up and it's not clear. We will be able to satisfy the liquor authority that we have clear and controlled access into the interior of the second floor premises from those stairs, as well as from the elevators.
And those stairs in the southwest corner, do they exist now or they do not exist now?
We're talking about the bottom left, basically. Is that
Yeah.
what you're saying?
Yeah.
They are, it's in various stages of existence.
So it's new, it wasn't there before. I just wanted to be,
Yes, that was being constructed.
okay, so that stairway is, which I'm just for my sake gonna call that the main stairway, since that's your main entry.
Understood, that's fine.
Okay, so that's new. Okay. So, all right, so that goes through that, and then once they're in the space, there's the entry vestibule, then there's the event space. Then to get to the third floor, they use that stairway as well,
There's two options for the third floor,
or they go,
or there's really three options for the third floor.
or the elevator.
Well, that's one option. The other is the main stairs, and the third option is, as you see sort of in the bottom middle, the other set of stairs that could take you down to Broadway, but we have drawn the licensed premises in a way so that those stairs, the ones you're looking at in the bottom middle, get you to the third floor. We've had, yeah, so.
And so. Okay, so those stairs that are in the middle go between the second and the third floor and go down to the entry at Broadway.
That's correct. They go down to Broadway, and they go up to the third floor.
Okay. Okay, so the current certificate of occupancy, that I'm not sure I printed out, has 47 people on each of those floors.
Yeah, we're getting it changed.
And so you're proposing to change it to, I guess, a total of 400 maximum.
That's
Is what
right.
it says on your piece of paper.
That's right. Now, of course, there's a caveat with the rider we gave you. We could talk about how frequently actually it would be at capacity.
So
but you're
but
right.
let's go back to the regular operation, 225 people.
That's right.
My question is twofold. Traffic wise, how are 225 people arriving, getting in a 6-person capacity elevator, or walking up the 2 flights of stairs at the same time, or even if it's not at the same time and you have 50 people coming?
Yeah.
And how is that all? Why don't you explain how that's all gonna work?
So I can give you various levels of detail on this depending on how much in the weeds you want. But we start with a high level and then go there. This was a big topic of conversation with our traffic consultant. We understand that the vast majority of people will actually use the stairs. The elevator, yes, look, it's not very common, you know. Yeah, I mean, you know, not every building has an elevator in New York, and we're all New Yorkers and we climb stairs when we can. Not everybody can, and we have the elevator to accommodate that, without a doubt. But climbing stairs or being confronted with stairs is a fact of life living in New York City. And it's gonna be in this building as well, you know, there's only so much we can obviously do to make, you know, to deal with a pre-existing building like this. We have advice from our traffic consultant about staggered arrivals, staggered leaving, communications with event participants to enforce those staggered times, directing traffic to Broadway as opposed to Howard Street when possible. So we can have.
If the entry is advertised as Howard Street, which it is, then how are you directing traffic to Broadway? I mean, people are gonna get in their Uber and they're going to say they're going to 45 Howard.
That's right, and we have, I mean, this is a common issue that often comes up with this, in this community board, and there's a.
But I'm just gonna say, All right, so I'll just, I mean, I know the issue comes up,
No, I mean,
but we're talking about 225 people.
Maybe I should have our traffic consultant give you a little more detail. I mean.
Hi, Kevin Williams, Principal Planner at GCA.
And if you wanna use, just because you're taller than Max, if you wanna use the other microphone, I'm sorry, Max. There is a dial and you can move that one up and down, it's up to you, whichever.
That works, thank you so much.
Okay.
So I think in terms of where the cars alight and where people enter are, there's two approaches. First of all, we'll direct the address frontage to be on Broadway for drop-offs. We will have people on the sidewalk based on the number of patrons. So if there's a combined catering event and the private members club is open, we have 4 tiers of staffing that we discuss. So where there's a catering event, a regular catering event with 225, we'd have personnel on the street. We'd have people, and you would be required to have a QR scan. So rather than ticketing, so people would move very, very quickly through the line. Whether they're going up the stair on Broadway, that can process effectively 20 to 30 people a minute. And then you have an alighting area in the interior. It's 1 flight of stair. And then on Howard, there's an entry as well. And we'll have that whole curve managed so people do not go past the Howard frontage. They egress onto Broadway. So we can direct cabs and for-hire vehicles to Broadway, and we will do that with PIN or Yext, which is an app that integrates. And then we will be able to process the entry into the building to both sides to minimize disturbance on the sidewalk.
So you'd have staff all out on Broadway and on Howard Street,
Yes.
next to the other business that is
Yes,
operating.
we're
at K-pop
a
place.
catering operation, yes.
So the K-pop place is sort of in the middle of all of this with whatever's going on in their space. I'm just raising this because I'm sure they have events and everything as well, and you do not have the ground floor. So essentially, you're staffing all outside of another business property.
Yeah, I know this is only a partial response. I mean, look, I hear the concern and I can't say you're wrong about that, but a response that I do want to put out there is these are maximum numbers. The events that they frequently do are routinely below this number. We're talking about worst case scenarios here. And so I know what you're gonna say, which is, well, that's what you put, then technically you could do that every single
Well, what I'm
time.
gonna
And I
say-
get that, but there's a reality here.
Okay, so then let me just ask the reality, because this reality has come up multiple times in the previous times that we've heard this. How often are we dealing with what we've been told numerous times are the normal ways of operating, which are 40, 25, 40 people coming for a fashion show, a book reading or something, versus not normal?
Yeah.
Because what I have on here is showing me the regular operations of 225 people and the special events is 400 people. And I have nothing that's showing me that the regular operations are 40 people, but yet it keeps being described as 40 people. So how many times is it 40 people and how many times is it 150 people?
No, Donna, look, it's a legitimate point you're raising. There is no perfect and precise way to draw the line. We drew it at 225 because we felt that is the outer bounds of what would typically happen. I mean, you know, at one point we talked about having 3 different columns. I mean, you know, so there's some, you know, on the other side of the scale, there's some responsibility to have this be manageable and make sense in some way. So I mean, I hear the point, and we knew, and it's a legitimate point that you would want to be able to quantify the difference between what's regular and what's special, and this is where we do the line.
And then the queuing, you're saying no outdoor queuing past 6 p.m.
That's correct.
How are we preventing that? And where are the people queuing that are queuing before 6 p.m. in front of the K-pop place? Or on Broadway or on Howard or?
No, I would think they would queue towards Canal rather than the other way around. And the depth of queue that we're looking at is literally no more than 10 people. There's plenty of a lighting area inside the building once they get up the stair, and it's a short walk up to the 2nd floor. So we do not even at an absolute one of the max events. This can be discreetly handled with a very minimum queue, and people can get into the building with a scan of QR code and then be processed into the building. We do not see a scenario where there'd be long lines or disturbance of the neighborhood. And we also have professional security that also, that one of the other gentlemen can speak to, that, you know, can assure that this is processed in a discreet, professional manner. And we're not talking about also a rowdy patronage, you know, this is, but I, you
Yeah,
know,
I mean,
obviously
two
that's.
hundred people,
left
just
up to
200
us.
people on a sidewalk, they can be silent, but they're still congesting the
Well,
sidewalk,
I-
and Howard Street is there's residences on Howard Street, which is why I'm asking that.
Appreciate that.
And then if they're queuing towards Canal Street, that's in front of other businesses, because I think there are other businesses next door. Isn't there a business?
So right now, there's a construction fence that runs to
Okay.
the corner, and it looks like it's underutilized in that area. I
Okay.
would say we will not have 200 people. I can expect in a catering event, even with one with peak flows, that you're going to have a normal distribution, whether it's over 30 or 45 minutes. So yes, you're gonna have a peak period where within 10 minutes, 50 people might arrive. But you're not gonna have 200 people in a 10-minute period. It's going to range over a 45-minute period. So that's from evaluating dozens of catering options.
Okay. All right, so then,
Yeah, I just answer that. I mean, there's a certain human sensibility to that point. I mean, people do arrive at different times, even for an appointed time, an appointed meeting, whatever, supposed to start at a certain time, and people do arrive at different times.
Yeah.
I think that's a natural human understanding that we can all agree with.
Yeah, I just wanna push back on this concept of, you know, there won't necessarily be a rowdy crowd. You know, we sit here and everybody comes here and tells us that their patrons, responsible, upstanding, would never do that. Our experience is rich, poor, black, white, outer borough, inner borough, it doesn't matter. You add alcohol and social to a situation as a potential to get rowdy. And if your assumptions about crowds have been made on the idea that your people are pure and better and won't be rowdy, then it's undermining my confidence in your assumptions.
Yeah, so I think that if I could just address that, I think the point that we were trying to make on it, Cormac, was less about the character of the people and more about the type of license. This is a catering establishment license.
Gotcha.
And that, to us, that does make a difference. This is not people lining up for a nightclub to open and everybody's hanging out by the red velvet rope.
Okay.
okay, so then they get to the third floor, same way, the different stairways that we went through.
Right.
And so what prevents them from going to the fourth floor?
Let's get back to my page, Donna, and I will tell you about it. Okay, so we're on the third floor now.
Yeah.
As you could see, there is, as we were talking about, there's basically three ways out of this place. There's the elevator, there's what we were calling the main stairs, and there's the Broadway stairs. And this is important in order for this to work. We have to have staff assigned during events when on the second and third floor to ensure that people who are not members or who have alcoholic beverages in their hands are not allowed to move up to the fourth floor. Now, we have the ability to do that at the fourth floor when we're going to get to that application, but there will be a desk where you check in because, again, just like any members club, even this one, they have an obligation to make sure non-members are, a legal obligation to make sure that non-members are not coming in. So there'll be ways to check-in desk, people who, there'll be signage, there'll be staff to gently direct people, oh, no, not this way, you know, this is off limits. And if someone were to slip by, again, they would be confronted by the check-in desk at the fourth floor, where they would not be allowed to go past.
So there's gonna be a check-in desk at both stairways on the fourth floor,
The main fourth
at the
floor.
elevator entry on the fourth floor.
So on the fourth floor, they're gonna have.
I'm trying to keep it separate, but
Yeah, I know.
want
I
to understand this because this is,
Yeah, so on the fourth floor, they're going to have the same staffer be able to manage both the elevator as well as, you know, what we're calling the main stairs. And as far as that side staircase is concerned, that's more of a matter of a separate staffer, signage, roping, to make sure that that's properly managed during events. And I guess the last point I just want to make on this, because I know this was sort of not communicated the best way last time around, is this is a commitment that we are making to you and to the State Liquor Authority, because we do not have an intention of operating this as one facility. I know there's been concern about that, legitimate concern. And the point is that these are two separate business models and two separate licenses, and there is no intention of operating this as one facility.
Okay. Music. Dancing. So live music, every type of live music, is it, just so I get that in my.
We limited a little bit, I don't think we said
I
every
mean,
night.
well, you said acoustic and jazz, but in terms of the way we usually limit it is no percussion, no horns. I don't think I can do that if it's jazz.
Yeah, no, I don't think
Right.
we were suggesting no percussion.
Right.
Yeah.
And acoustic, so.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, I mean,
So, I mean, I guess it's in, and will people bring in their own equipment? How about?
we have a house system that we would. And I don't know if we can say every single time is gonna be used,
No,
but.
they're required to use all of our
Okay.
systems. That's
So there
part
will
of
be no
the contract.
outside equipment?
Yeah, and only our manager can control the volume. There's no button anywhere that anybody else can push.
Okay, so the volume level will likely vary depending on the type of music that it is or the type of event that it is. I mean, you're not stipulating to background.
No, no, no,
Right,
we're
right,
not.
right. So that's what I'm
Catering
saying, but
sounds.
but it's going through your system
Yes, that's,
with limiters that.
and I'm glad Tim said that,
Be
because
adjusted.
that dovetails with the sound report, because the sound study makes recommendations, and there's no way to implement the sound study if you have other people's equipment, and so I think people are
That's why I
equipment, I
was
think is, okay, well. it's a good
Okay,
point.
and are there subwoofers with this, in this?
We would like to have subwoofers, there's been a discussion with the acoustician about that, we believe that we can do it, a real limiter, so it doesn't get to the usual. What's the phrase, what's the word, Kevin, Simpson, briefly, they don't know.
So our study showed that at 200 megahertz, which is basically below that, just where you get the low end, the bass. We have a 3 decibel reduction as soon as you hit 200 decibels, and we've tested that to the nearest sensitive receptor to make sure there's no impact to noise code, it's below noise code. So there would be what's called a low pass filter for all the low frequency wavelength, and a limiter set at 85 decibels at 10 feet for general acoustics.
From my understanding is it's difficult to keep that bass from traveling. It's the bass. It doesn't.
Correct,
Saying that,
that's
but I'm
why-
not the expert. on
That's why we proposed a very strong limiter on pass, absolutely.
Can you just explain, Kevin, I mean, how that type of limitation would compare to a subwoofer that doesn't have any limitations on it?
Yeah, so, if you set it at 85 decibels and the entire system is running that, you can feel vibration probably through the building, especially at 85, and actually at sound power of 95 decibels, that would certainly be audible. And it has low frequency waves have a tendency to travel, not necessarily auditorily, but physically you can feel those vibrations. So we're totally eliminating any chance of that happening here. This is really just to round out the sound of the music. It's not to add any sort of gimmicky bass level noise, and that's not the intent, I think, of the music programming, but it's appropriate to the music program.
Okay. Okay, so what is asking me, which was next on my list too, is what are special events?
Okay, so. You guys are like,
And actually, because it's also, so number one, I have 2 questions on that. One, in general, since it's a catering establishment and people are renting it, what is a special event? I mean,
Yeah, no,
it's
sure, I can
big,
address that,
okay?
yeah.
And then the other thing is, since it's qualified on here, under special events with the asterisk is no more than 10 per year across the entire building, but they're separate things, so.
yeah, so I can address both points now.
Okay.
So in terms of what is special events, look, every applicant that I ever talk to, and I'm sure you get a lot of this too, they have a certain core business model, but they don't want to be limited. They want to be able to have the ability to do the unicorn special event that's in their mind that they think they're gonna be able to do. And when I say special in that sense, I mean, it's the big event. It's the event that comes for Fashion Week that doesn't want the space at 225 people, but would happy to be taking the space at 400 people. Oftentimes, in my experience, that winds up muddying the issues at this committee because people are trying to assure you of one thing, but they're not giving up on any of the big things, because they want to be able to have those outside events. So when I say special events here, and the way we put this in our diagram, what we meant is not special in the sense that like we are putting on a special event, but special in the sense that a deviation from the normal event rules. So what we are proposing is 10 times per year across the entire building. I'll get to that second part of your question in a second. To be able to deviate from the first column that shows the earlier closing hours, the more limited occupancy. We want to be able to, up to 10 times a year, have the ability to take on an event, whether it's a fashion week event, a product launch, something else that wouldn't take the space under column 1, but would take the space under this special column 2. So that's what we mean by special events. In terms of your other question, I mean, I think it's okay to acknowledge the reality that sort of two things that can be true at the same time. That number one, these are separate licenses, separately operated spaces, but at the same time, it is one licensee. They're going to have 2 licenses, but it is one person at the end of the day, one person, one set of responsibilities. And I think it's a little creative, but I don't really see a fundamental problem with saying that we're going to have this set of steps basically apply to both licenses. I think it actually benefits everybody to be able to look at it that way. I don't think it should be viewed as something that sort of takes away from the application. If you want to divvy these up separately, you know, I suppose we can, but we thought it was a little creative, but at the end of the day, we don't really think there's a deep problem with it.
Right, yeah, I mean, well, how would anybody? The complication with it is how does anybody know which of these 2 businesses is operating at any given time using the same entry and everything else, since they both are operating in a manner capacity wise and people arriving wise based on this piece of paper, it's almost the same.
I'm trying to understand your question.
I mean,
perspective, basically.
So if you're saying, so you have 2 different things on here. One has no outdoor queuing, one has outdoor queuing, okay, after 6 o'clock. I'm Joe Schmo walking down the street and I see outdoor queuing. How do I know whether this is the private club having outdoor queuing that night or whether it's the catering establishment, since everybody's using the same entry and I mean, how to anybody would anybody know who's having an event without asking Timothy who's having the event tonight? I mean,
Well,
this is quite unusual. I mean, normally, if there's a shared entry or something like that, you have different types of businesses in the building and everybody knows I mean, this is just, how would I know between your 10 who's doing it? Are people from the members club going to the special events at the catering, or would they have to? How does that work? Who's having the event?
Okay, well, so let me try to address both of those points.
How do people move between the spaces? Well, they shouldn't be moving between the spaces.
No, they wouldn't be.
They shouldn't be moving between the spaces.
Well, so you're asking me a lot of questions. They're all fine questions.
Well, the second and third floor, how are they moving between the second and third floor? Because I guess if it's a special event, is it between the 2 floors or not necessary? I mean, I guess it would have to be if you're having 400 people, because I mean, not that we have a certificate of occupancy that shows anywhere near any of this at this point. We have 47 people, so we have 100 people and not 400 people. But if there's 400 people, I would imagine the certificate, what are you looking for with the certificate of occupancy per floor?
So let me address, I want to address your questions. Okay, so let me take them in backwards order. In terms of the total occupancy numbers we're giving here, so if you look at the special event column, right, that 400 for floors 2 and 3, let's just focus on that for a second. That number is the sum of what the C of O is going to say for floor 2 plus floor 3. But I think it's 200 and 200, right? So floor 2, the C of O is going to say 200. Floor 3 the C of O is going to say 200. 200 plus 200 is 400. That's where we get 400 from. And our point with that is that we're only going to do that X time, exceedingly few times a year. And it's the same exact thing, as I said, as it relates to the club floors, which I know we're not getting to, but it's the same exact thing. Okay. Look, you raised an interesting point in terms of enforcement. I mean, you have all sorts of steps, frankly, that, you know, you don't really know if they're being followed or not. I mean, hours you obviously do, but there's also stuff that you're not really sure without having to ask, without having to look, without having to go into the place. I mean,
Not about queuing. I mean, the queuing thing
is
is
that what
pretty.
you're focusing on? Is the
Well,
queue?
I'm just thinking that, well, I mean, off the top of my head, that's the easiest one to focus on.
Okay.
Because there's not a whole, I mean, for an event of 400 people or 464 people, I imagine people will, as you said, they're not all arriving at the same moment. So for anybody to try to know the difference of the 60 people that may be coming and going, they'd have to stand outside with a clicker. It's not like one of these spaces has 20 people and one has 400. It would be easy to tell. You know what I'm saying? So who's gonna know about the people? But the outdoor queuing is one that I would turn around and say that's kind of obvious. If just wait,
I mean, I'm not, honestly, we hadn't thought of the question of how you're gonna enforce the no outdoor queuing and how you're gonna know whether we're breaking the stick or not, depending on whether it's the private club. Or does anyone have any thought on this brief?
Yeah, so we,
Timothy, I know who you are, but just
yeah,
state your
sorry,
name.
Timothy, I'm the founder of Lighting Society and the applicant, or primary applicant. I think historically there has been a big problem with queuing in this building, specifically because there wasn't a stair in that location. There was at some point that it was taken out, we're restoring it, and I just want to be clear that this is a fully enclosed stair that we, heated and air conditioned and, sprinklered and so on. So because of that, 6-person elevator, there would be really long queues because people would wait, and especially on the top floor, the total turnaround time could turn into a 30-minute queue outside. We specifically designed the relationship of the two businesses so that with the upstairs, there's never a time when large groups of people arrive at the same time. There's no show times, there's no, nothing that would drive 200 people. Also, because it's a private club, like it's the opposite of our business to have people waiting outside. Like there's no velvet ropes, there's no trying to create buzz on the street. That is exactly not what we're trying to do. When we got the building, we recognized that we're on Broadway, it's very visible. All the tourists are right there. If it was possible and open to the public, that would be mayhem, and we didn't want that. So that's why both of these applications are specific for private events, or a private community or private events. So with the 200 people, the second floor is basically the only place where we would expect a large group of people to arrive all at the same time. And that stair allows that number of people to process very, very quickly. And I guess the last and final thing is that our business plan is entirely aimed at like boutique conference and corporate events. We're not trying, we've decided not to do weddings and bar mitzvahs and all that type of stuff. This pays better, it's predictable, it's much calmer, and everybody arrives during business hours.
I just add to that, we just had a thought about your queuing comment. It's not a full answer, but one thing we could offer is for anything that's in the special event category, notify the community board in advance.
Yeah.
So you have it on record, so you know. I mean, the other thing I was just thinking of on this, Donna, and again, also not a complete answer, but just something to put on your plate is, the liquor authority does have a rule, it comes from court cases, that there is an expectation that people are going to follow their steps. And that, I know Carter's laughing, but you can't deny an application.
Often disappointed expectation.
There is an expectation that people are going to follow their steps, and it comes from court cases, and my point in that is just that, we're trying to make a great deal of effort here. I hope at the end of tonight, you'll have seen that they are honest and good faith in the efforts that they're trying to make, and that they're good people and they're trying to do the right thing. And I hope that gets them some level of trust.
Right.
Can I,
Go ahead.
if it's Fashion Week and there's a member for the upstairs floor that is part of the fashion industry and sponsors a party on floors 2 and 3, would you ever have a special event in both places at the same time?
Okay, good question. So first off, we are not prohibiting members from being able to book the downstairs. Like I said, that's not the full business model, but it's what you just said is certainly possible where a member wants to book an event and pays for it, et cetera, it does. Is it possible that we would have at the same time, basically?
The traffic study shows this, the sound study.
Yeah, well,
says
that's
it. I
also
mean,
why we put this.
The sound study does, worst case scenario.
Right.
For that
Yeah,
reason.
that's also why we put this 10, limit of 10 per year. So that couldn't be any kind of regular occurrence.
But I think the answer, I mean, just, honestly, I think the answer to your question is yes, I mean, we just gotta be honest. I believe.
I mean, I think so you could have 864 people queuing on the sidewalk at the same time.
That's fine.
If you have two events at the same, not 400, 864.
What she's asking is, and it's fair, is that if we have a special event here and a special event here, that's realistic, or are we saying that we wouldn't?
Yeah, I mean, I will say, like, the thing that we've struggled with is that, like, so basically the ballroom is our main catering hall. The upstairs from that is essentially a cafe library, so it's couches and so on. You know, the idea is that people would be able to rent that, you know, have like your orthodontist conference or something, and then do drinks in the library. So we've been trying to preserve that number of 200 in order for a group to be able to move between floors in that way. That's why we've
The
also
library is, oh, okay, got it, on the third floor.
Yeah, so
I mean, I think the short answer though is, I think we.
It's, yeah, I mean, the answer is, yeah.
But I hear your point on that, and perhaps we could discuss some.
And so,
special events.
to further Kate's point, that's the maximum.
Yes. I mean,
Provided you
that's-
get that certificate of occupancy at some point.
That would be the max.
And the regular operations is 250, I mean, 550,
Would you?
for
Oh, you're combining
450.
it to 450.
450, because that's your regular operations, and both places are operating
Yeah.
currently. I mean, there's separate businesses. If you want the catering business to work, you're gonna be catering corporate events and everything as much as you can, and your private members are going to be able to come as often as they can, otherwise why are they spending money on a private membership? So that's 450 people. on a
451
regular
people, you're
basis.
right, the 225 plus the 226 is 450.
Also, the special events, do you count if it's a member having the special event downstairs? Is that two special events? If you have 864 people, or is that one special event?
It's a great question. We were thinking of that as one special
Yeah.
event, but
Okay.
you're putting your finger on a legitimate issue, and we would be open to discussing further limitations on that, because we do, I understand your job is to think about the edge cases. I totally get that. We want you to understand this is an edge case, what you're putting your finger on. We think we could put reasonable limitations on that. I think it's just a good fact to point out that for a building that's gonna have a maximum legal occupancy of 864 people, that it's going to be exceedingly rare that it's ever anywhere close to that maximum occupancy. I think is a good fact for this committee for.
So to Kate's question then, if the member books, a member could book a private event for both places at the same time.
We're not thinking.
But that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, could a member who wants to have some blowout party in the building for 900 people book the private members club, because members presumably can book the club? Or they can't
No,
book,
actually, we don't, there's no process in place for members to be able to book the club.
because other members, they
Well,
can't.
regardless, if you're, I mean, even if there's not a process in place, presumably, in theory, you could, as a member, also book the catering.
You could definitely, in theory, as
Yes.
a member, also
Yes.
book the
Okay.
catering. I think the point that Tim was trying to make is that as a member, you're not going to be able to also book the club, because the
So
point,
you-
and this is common with these clubs, because the point is that we want the club to be available for club members.
Right,
not-
but some of the other club applications we've heard is they do book them once in a while. They put a limit on how often they're booking them for a private event, and a member can come and book it for a private event. So you're saying that no one will be able to book the club for a private event.
Well, that's a special event.
And they wouldn't have that
But
number.
but you wouldn't
Yeah,
have the.
wouldn't be a
Well, but I'm just going by what.
You're asking a lot of questions, I can't answer.
Okay, all right, so hang on a second, let me just
They're all
ask
good
my,
questions.
let me ask my one question, because I think that, can a member book? The members are only allowed in the membership club unless they bring a guest, the guest can come as a guest of a member, but the member has to be there, okay?
Yes.
So, can a member book an event in the membership club? And if they can't, then what are special events in the, well, I guess you could hold your own.
Well, so that's what I wanted to say, is that unlike a catering establishment license, if you're now pivoting to, to the private members club license, a private members club is allowed to put on
An
its
event.
own events.
Okay,
And
so what,
so that's what we were talking about,
Okay.
special events.
so. But you are also saying that a member is not allowed will not be permitted to book an event in the membership club? I'm asking that question because that's what we were just told, and he may be rethinking
Yeah,
that.
no, I don't wanna get ahead of my client on that, and so I think what I'm hearing, and let me not put words in your mouth, but I think what I'm hearing is that's, it's not the plan, it's not the idea, we don't want that.
Of course, we wanna keep our options
But we
open.
wanna keep our options open, and we're not going to stipulate, is that
Yes,
right?
yes,
Okay, one more.
And how many guests can a member have?
So this is SLA rules. The SLA comes from the law. Members are allowed to only bring what the SLA calls bona fide guests. They have a whole advisory on that, a bona fide, they don't put a limit on the number.
Yes,
They have to arrive with the member, they have to be affiliated with the member.
Sure, but you could come with 100 guests per your club rules. Is that?
In theory, yes.
Okay.
Yes. I mean, that would have to also satisfy the SLA rules, but,
Sure.
you know, but yes.
Okay. All right, patron dancing, okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
So because the SLA actually can't, we could hypothetically have 100 guests, therefore, there's no way to really say that number 864 would be the highest number.
Yes, because it's a certificate of occupancy.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
can't go-
Oh, okay, so we get to the eight, we have one guest could have X number of guests, but we still, that's our maximum number.
No matter what our maximum
No matter
number
what.
is,
Okay, thank you.
that's the
Just wanted to
building
be
code, so if we
Again,
were.
provided they get the certificate,
Okay.
because right now, the way the building is set up, it's nowhere near that.
Okay.
Just to be clear, I mean, this is a huge increase in capacity that they have
And it's gonna have to be
Yeah.
approved by DOB.
approved by DOB.
Yes.
Okay. All right, are the windows operable in the building?
They're currently operable, but we're in the process of soundproofing all of them and will not be.
So will they be closed at all times? Then we stipulate to
Yeah,
that.
we recently had an experience where. there was-
Yes.
Yes, yes, yes.
The answer is yes, okay. Because it didn't work otherwise, I'm assuming. Okay, we got the food, we understand where the food is coming from, okay, and the alcohol stored where? The alcohol, I think that was another thing that you might want to do.
On the floor plan.
It said on the second floor, but on your application, it just said on the SLA part of the application, it said the second floor. On your floor plans, I think it says both on the second and third floor.
You got me on that one, I'm not sure.
Okay, so I'm just telling you that.
We're setting up secure storage in the basement. That's more like long-term storage. So.
Well, how could, all right, Max, then how could that be if the basement's not licensed?
Warehouse permit, you're allowed to get a warehouse permit, the SLA.
Okay,
says.
okay, all right.
Yeah.
Oh, my other question, the dumbwaiter. That's there, so how does that work? Because that shows up on the second floor. And goes all the way up, I know we're treating these separately, but I'm gonna ask the question, because the dumbwaiter goes all the way up to the fourth floor. So what is, yes, it does, and what's to prevent what is to prevent this from commingling because it can't? Was my understanding.
It was not installed yet. I was not saying you were wrong, I was agreeing with your point that we're not allowed to have the spaces commingled at all. We're gonna have to take the dumb water, wait a minute. Yeah.
Okay, so then. So. The dumbwaiter's gonna come off the plan.
Yes, I mean, these plans were.
Okay, no, that's fine, so then that leads me to my next question is, so the food, I guess there's a food prep area on both the second and third floor. So
I
the
believe there is.
food will just be brought up there sometime before the event,
They're separate.
there's
prep areas on the
separate, so you won't have to be taking the food up and down
And
the
separate-
stairs.
And separate.
Yeah, separate dishwashers too.
Really?
It's going, we gotta give you.
30 dishes aren't going up and down the stairs.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's it for my question. On this application, does anybody on the committee have any further questions on this one? Okay.
We will take a step back.
So-
Podium.
Yeah, I think we'll just, I think what we'll do is just go to the other one.
Okay, fine.
And then because that way, then everybody will have heard everything
One set
and
of
all the comments can be addressed at one time. I
Okay,
think that's the
no
best way to do it. Okay.
That makes sense, thank you.
Sure.
Eleanor's passing out the separate packets. Your packets do not include the sound and traffic
Oh, these
studies.
ones
Oh,
did.
these ones do, okay.
Oh,
We just didn't wanna,
these do?
just didn't wanna print it twice, so.
Okay.
We just didn't want you to have full copies of this.
Okay, thank you. Saving the earth a little bit.
Yeah, so I was like, save the trees.
Let me know when you're ready now. All right.
I just have one other question on the one for the one we were just doing, the catering.
Yes.
It says DBA Lightning Society, the letters are calling it Soho Ballroom, do you have a DBA name for it? I'm asking because all the letters said Soho Ballroom, so,
Yeah, the catering is Soho Ballroom.
Okay.
okay,
Soho
thank
Ballroom,
you.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's better, I just.
Yeah, it's a good thing, I should still do yours. I'm ready whenever you are.
I'm ready.
All right, sure. Okay, not going to repeat much, or anything of what I said, it's the same applicant. This application on floors 4, 5, and the small rooftop is for a not-for-profit private members club, the traditional type of private club license, not the new type.
And the Center for Emerging Culture is a not-for-profit, you said that.
Culture is not-for-profit, that's right. This is going to be the home base for Lightning Society, as is a step up for their organization. The organization has grown. A lot of people have bought on to the ethos, to the idea, to the community, to the friendship, to the culture around it. They've built a terrific community. There are some people here tonight who are going to give you some sense of what their community is like. And this is a membership club, therefore, in the truest sense. This is not a club in search of a community. This is a club that already has a community that is in search of a home. It will have workspaces for creatives, it'll have meeting rooms, it'll have food and beverage. As I alluded to when I was describing their operations in Brooklyn, I just want to double that for here, which is that they are going to be having different membership tiers, with affordable options for members who are under 30, options for members who are 65 and older. It's not one of these, you have to pay $1 zillion to be excluded from the world. The purpose of this is to be together. And that's really what this type of license was really designed for. And we think there's a real good public interest behind that. Honestly, I mean, let me just let you go to your questions, because I think everything else I said was, about the background, and everything else was duplicative. They're also sorry that this one wasn't, conveyed with clarity. We're hoping we can bring clarity tonight.
Okay, so the hours, or what was on the thing,
So
so
we're gonna go back to the thing.
12, Sunday closing, I don't care if I'm.
Closing hours, yes, so.
Sun- Sunday to Thursday is 12, Friday and Saturday is 2,
That's correct,
and the rooftop will close at 10 daily.
correct,
And if there's a special event, it will follow those hours.
that's correct.
And, are there speakers on the roof?
There are.
Okay, and music on those speakers? How many speakers? How are you controlling them?
We're gonna speak to that right now.
Background music could be ground mounted next to the wall, and then directed away from the wall into the venue. And would be no higher than 75 decibels.
And how many people are on the roof?
The occupancy is 26.
Yeah, there's.
And does the elevator go up to the roof?
The elevator doesn't go to the roof. We did a bunch of research around ADA compliance with this. If you offer the same service at a different place, then that's allowable. So for instance, like a mezzanine in a restaurant that, has the same dinner service at both levels is, you don't have to have an elevator for the mezzanine.
Okay, so you're saying, so the elevator, so there is no ADA access to the roof, unlike what's on the plans. I was gonna say that.
Why do you say?
Because it says ADA access and points to the elevator when I'm looking at the rooftop on the plan that I have.
Let me see, give me a moment, please.
That's a good question.
That's, that was added by my office and it was wrong.
Okay, and so then I will just say that sitting on a rooftop eating outside is not comparable to sitting downstairs eating inside. I'm not gonna get into
We're not
I've done
gonna-
that enough, but I'm just gonna say that. And somebody else can take you up on that. And so those speakers on the roof, are they tied into the sound system inside, or is that a special sound system with a special limiter on the rooftop?
It's, yeah, universally, everything's limited and on the same system. So actually, the only person who can control volume is essentially, we have an iPad that runs the entire building, lighting, heat, sound, everything.
So it is the roof independent of the interior?
I think he's saying it's not, but the question is basically, how do you make sure it's the music?
How do you lower the music on the roof versus the interior?
So that all those, it's all programmed in and it can only, yeah, there's no way to turn up the volume.
For each space differently, it's programmed in.
Yeah.
Okay.
And our sound study has given us recommendations about how to control the volume on the roof. So I think the point is that, yeah.
Okay, and then is there any covering on the roof, or is there a canvas covering, or there's no covering? Is it heated?
No heating.
So it will not be used when it's cold out, it won't, well, that's why I'm asking these questions.
Well, no, the point is, we're not going to introduce heating elements to make it
More comfortable, so if somebody wants to sit there with a blanket wrapped around them, they can, but as soon as it gets cold, you're not putting the heaters on.
My guess is when it's that cold, we're actually gonna close it off, but it's not a stipulation, but the point is, we're not introducing special heating elements or anything to make it more comfortable for people while it's cold.
Okay. And I think we covered how they get up here, they can use the elevator from,
We saw the roof.
yeah, well, we're on, the roof, they can't use the elevator, but up to the fourth
Yes, yes,
floor.
yes, so, okay, right, so the journey to the fourth floor, right, is because what we've been calling the main stairs is entirely unlicensed neutral territory, based on similar approaches we've taken from other buildings, members are allowed to traverse the stairs from the ground floor all the way up to the fourth floor, where they are capable of entering the premises. It will be secured, it will be monitored, and the same is true for the elevator. I'll note we're able to do this in part because there's certain regulations that prohibit an elevator from doing this for certain license categories. But for the two licenses that we have here, we are allowed to have an elevator that services basically multiple licensed premises.
You're gonna have somebody operating that elevator?
We're not gonna have an elevator operator, but we have dedicated staff that is controlling access to the fourth and fifth floor, that is able to encounter someone if they were to come off the elevator, greet them, and ensure that they're a member.
And where are they located?
They're in that, I don't know if we drew it in.
No, because the reason I'm asking this is because when they come to the fourth floor, they're essentially walking into the commissary and the bar. And I see two little tables next to the elevator. I don't see a host stand. I don't see an entry area. I just see the customer bar. If you come in through the stairs, the customer bar is there, and from the elevator, you're in the commissary. Unless I'm missing something. I see an entry vestibule from the stairs that go from Broadway, but that's not the main stairs people are using, so presumably nobody's actually, except for overflow, coming up that way.
So a few different things. We're trying to get as many people out of Broadway as possible because we think that's the right thing to do. But on your prior point, you're not missing anything. We didn't draw in a host check-in, but there is we want us to do anything we can, but there is a host check-in on the fourth floor and on the fifth floor, right in that space where you come off of either the stairs or the elevator.
Okay, so this is begging my next question. The elevator is up on the northern side and the stairs are midway. So when you're having something and you're having, let's say, the 6 people come out of the elevator and they're coming at the same time, somebody's coming for an event in the catering thing, so that elevator may have 3 people going to the catering event and may have 3 people going to the private members club. It's possible because it's servicing both places and you don't have anybody dedicated in the elevator to be pressing the buttons for them. So how the person who's standing in this bar commissary area, how are they checking both? Are you having two people, one to be by the elevator and one to be by the stairway, because they're coming from two different places coming in, and somebody's gonna have to check them, and when you have 200 people coming potentially at the same time, or 50 people coming, it's a lot of work for this one person.
I think the point on that is that because the catering facility is lower in the building than the private members club, people who are coming for a private event are going to be directed through the various means that we've talked about, online and otherwise, to the appropriate floor. If they're coming with all the people who you're talking about them coming with, they're gonna get off with the people who they're going to the event with. Anybody who's remaining on the elevator is going to be going to the members club, and if you have someone who's basically lost, they will be encountered by staff who say, are you a member? And the person say, no, I'm lost. Where am I supposed to go? And then they tell them, oh, no, go back down the stairs or go back down the elevator.
Okay. All right. So. Okay, so that sort of begs my other question, but I think I know what the answer is gonna be, is if you have the two events going on at the same time, everybody's coming in there at the same time through those same doorways and using all the same.
Yes, but I think
It's
the point
not
is-
clear, it's not simple.
I guess I'm not understanding what point is the concern there. I mean, I understand the sort of the queuing concern.
Yeah,
right?
that-
But
well-
and I thought we've addressed that part the best we can. and-
Well, we adjusted for the second and third floor. I'm just
Okay.
wanna point out, adding on, that you have the same capacity upstairs for the members club. And there will be possibly work events, meeting events for you members going on here or talks for your, so potentially, you know, two groups of people coming to use two different things are using the same exact entry to go to two different spaces in the building. And it's just, this is not as clear, especially with only a 6-person elevator and no, you know, keypad that you're punching, how everybody gets to where they're going at the same time. And I'm basically, since everything is being directed to Howard Street, figuring how is Broadway even being used?
Broadway is going to be primarily the most possible ability that we can to have people egress, to have people leave. And we think that's a good idea. Obviously, not everyone, because the only elevator is on Howard Street, there are gonna be limitations so that we understand that to the extent possible, we're gonna have to try to have people leave on Broadway. I mean, I think, Donna, the point you raised, I kind of just want to pull it apart because if I could say respectfully, I think there's 2 points in that point. One is a question about just people management, and Kevin can speak to in a moment that because we have addressed it. I mean, it's a question we've addressed. It's in this traffic report, and we can talk about basically simultaneous use. But the other question, I think baked into your question, is more of a question of access control. And there on that one, I think we're on pretty clear footing, is that even if we have things going on at the same time, because this is going to be adequately staffed, we will be able to direct people to where they need to go. And to the extent that anybody gets lost, we'll be able to redirect them. You raise an interesting thing about the elevator key card. I don't think that necessarily works here, just because we have the stairs anyway. So it depends on adequate supervision to ensure that people get to where they need to go. As is frequently the case in buildings with multiple liquor licenses. Now, if you'd like, Kevin could give you a little bit more detail on your question about the people management of it all and how we can honestly expect to, when we have basically simultaneous uses of both spaces, how we can manage all those people, because you did ask that.
Yeah.
30 seconds. So there's multiple points of contact. First of all, on the curb. When you have a special event, you're gonna be directed either by the invite or, you know, the event to where to go. Second, you're gonna get to the curb. There are multiple greeters on.
When you directed where to go on that invite, where are you directing them to?
So if you're obviously, if you're a private members club, you already know where to go. If you're going to a catered event, it's gonna indicate second and third floor. You're going to.
Broadway or Howard?
So you're gonna arrive at the curb, remember, on Broadway. You're gonna be greeted on Broadway and directed as a person attending the event to go either to Broadway or Howard based on the queue management. So we're not gonna be sending too many people in, you know, down to Howard if there are a lot of people arriving at the curb. So we're gonna use both entries. We're gonna direct people, you're going to go to the second and third floor. So when you get to the entry on Howard, there's a person at that door inside the vestibule that's also going to direct people. to where they're going to go, either whether they're gonna go up the stair or whether they're going to take the elevator. So there's multiple people on the sidewalk when they arrive and inside the building. When you go up the stair on Broadway, there's going to be a greeter when you get to the second floor that will control where you go, and private members will not go to that entry. You'll have somebody inside on Howard as well doing the same thing and outside.
So the cars, though, aren't just gonna stop at the corner of Broadway and Howard.
So traditionally, and you can see this as any venue and anybody that takes a for-hire vehicle knows that you will stop where most convenient.
Which
But-
would be right in front of the door on Howard Street.
So we're not gonna be allowing that. Obviously, you're not gonna be able to stop everybody from doing
You're
that.
not, I'm just gonna say something quite frankly.
Yeah.
You're not, I mean, and just for reference, I live in meatpacking. So I
Yeah.
see for hire vehicles all the time. You're not gonna be able to have them stop on Broadway and walk down to Howard Street. They're gonna pull up, especially if it's raining or cold, they're pulling up on Howard Street.
Well, if they're a
Yeah.
private member and if the spoofed address is to Broadway for entry on the venue, their ticket for entry to the venue, the management of the operations indicates, to patrons that are coming, whatever type of event is, that they come to Broadway, I guarantee you will be able to control that. It's very
Okay,
different
so
from
that's what,
meatpacking.
but that's why I was asking what the main address was, and I was told that it's not Broadway, and I was told primarily you're going to be using Howard Street. And I haven't yet been told that you're directing all of the for-hire vehicles to Broadway for the catering event, so that's sort of why I'm asking this question, because nobody has said to me that all the for-hire vehicles that are coming for a catering event are coming to Broadway.
I think the nuance there, sorry, Donna, I think the nuance there is
It's not-
where people get dropped off versus where, so the point is that we are
Well-
going to, as far as, there's a difference between where people, the pedestrians who enter, the people who enter.
I started with that discussion.
Versus the cars that they come in.
Okay, so, right, it's two different things, but nobody's gonna be getting dropped off. It would be highly unusual, I'm not saying nobody. It's highly unusual for somebody to be getting dropped off on Broadway and walk around to Howard.
It's not that unusual.
I just want to speak to some personal experience for private members club that stipulated they would not have cars that stop in front of their premises. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
And it's ridiculous to even presume that it works, because the membership will always direct the cars and they'll pull around and drop them off in front. That's what happens. And, I mean, that's what happens. And we see that in people say they're moving pins with Uber and Lyft and whatever it is, but that's just not the common practice. And that's what happens. And I mean, and I think that we're dealing with the reality of New York City and the traffic, and Broadway is an important corridor. And just stopping cars there for a few minutes, dropping off people anyway, also blocks the traffic significantly as well. Because there's not anywhere for people to pull over. I mean, and this is just part of what's happening. There's also movement within DOT to further limit travel lanes on all these avenues, because they want to put containerization in the street lanes, so there's even less space. So this is, the traffic impacts is very real. It's what's happening, and I think that anybody's personal observation, if they go to any of these establishments and stands in front of them, is going to be that the cars pull up.
So Carter, we're not here to paint a unrealistic picture that any and all traffic impacts are going to be resolved through our traffic mitigation. Your community board issued a resolution faulting this applicant for not thinking about traffic, for not coming with a professional sound study. We have read that resolution and we have taken the task that you have given us, and we have produced a professional traffic sound and operations study. I've sat at this podium and you've sat at this table long enough to know what these studies contain, what the recommendations are, how much of it gets followed, how much of it doesn't. I would venture to say, I hear your point, Carter, but I would also venture to say that having a professional traffic study and demonstrating and stipulating to it and saying that you're going to apply it in good faith does get you to a better place than for the applications where you don't have any of that. And so I'm not here to tell you that everything is going to be fixed by the traffic and sound study, but I do think that it shows that they care, that they've thought about this, and that it's going to be better than if it wasn't there.
I think the issue is the impact, right? And that's what we're looking at, all of these factors is the impact, and that's what the traffic ultimately has a significant impact, so it's the harmful. And that's the consequence of it. Just, that's what happens, and then if you live with that constant horn honking because their car is always pulling over. I just bring that up because that's an impact, right, of the space. That actually is something that goes in to somebody's home, whatever it is in the immediate area. And it's happening a lot more regularly because of the issuance of the license and the activity taking place in large volumes.
Yeah, so I hear you there, Carter, and I, no one could disagree with the points you made about, broader, macro issues concerning transportation policy, and what the Department of Transportation is doing, and of course, we're not capable of solving all of those, and I hear you on impact as well. The only point that I wish to make, just to throw on the table for your consideration as you weigh all of this, is that, we have made great strides to addressing that impact. Are we going to be having it perfect 100% of the time? No, but I think we've made great strides forward. We hope we will leave this committee meeting tonight, having at minimum convinced you that these are people who are serious and who plan on, and are going to be doing their best in good faith to get it done. And if, the reaction to the traffic considerations is essentially, look, well, we're all human beings. We don't need a traffic study to tell us how traffic works. And let's stop asking applicants to do traffic studies. We really do think that by having the traffic study and by being able to focus our thoughts around operational plans, it does bring something beneficial to the table.
Nobody's disagreeing with that. It's just that sometimes say there's no impact isn't really, there's still a significant impact, I think is the point. And I don't disagree with you. I think that it is important. It's also important because then what any particular issues that might be able to be made a little bit better are, as well, as far as where sticking points, whereas traffic's, only a couple of small things create big problems. And so I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that it is a big impact when a bunch of people arrive at the same time. And most people are arriving in our vehicles.
I think we are, radical agreement.
Yeah, so, I'm really, happy for the professional sound of the traffic study. And I agree with you. I think that it does make things better. I can't speak to the traffic impacts as some people have around here, but to Carter's first point, I will say, it's not just Zero Bond, but there are other, a number of restaurants, a number of people have come and said, well, what we'll try to do is redirect the traffic by moving, the address and things, and having Uber and Lyft. And I want people to do that. I want you to do that. It's just that our experience has been that it is never very effectual, and we're just sharing that. And to that point, speaking of the sound study, I've also been on this board a very long time, and a number of other people out here. We have in the past, over the more than 10 years or so, I feel like I've been here, or feels like 50.
You're a volunteer.
Sometimes, sometimes, people got outdoor sound on rooftops or, in parking lots or whatever. I cannot think of a time when it has worked out well. It is degrees of bad from nuisance to catastrophe. And the rooftops are often the worst. And I can't speak for anybody else here, and of course, I will continue to listen to everything said here. But I'm just saying now, it's gonna be really hard for me to support an application that has outdoor sound on a rooftop. So you may, take from that what you want about it, but I want to be clear, transparent, candid about that.
Thank you for that transparency, Corey, and understand.
I also, if I may, well, she's not paying attention. So, there's, one other thing, you keep talking about tiers of membership and so forth and things like that. So can you tell us, not under 30s or senior citizens, what, just for regular, like people between 30 and 50, like, what's the cheapest tier?
You want to speak?
Yeah, sure.
Or what's the median? There's somebody
the cheaper tier is the ones that you just said don't talk about, but
it was? No.
Well, yeah, so.
Yeah, no, so
Let's tell them about the tier.
we have the standard tier is 5,000 a year. There are a number of free tiers, which includes, there's lightning residents, which are creatives and wellness practitioners and things who, help us build the community. They get a free membership in exchange for doing that. We have lightning fellows, which are thought leaders who host and curate thought leadership events. We're very, very committed to salon culture. So our thought leaders already include Nobel laureates, Oscar winners, but also like younger people who are just incredibly passionate about topic. So, I could go into more depth, but, so those are all free tiers. Then we have the under 30 tier, and the over 65 tier. And we're also discussing a salon tier, which is essentially, people who are interested just in the thought leadership events during daytime. And that would be, we're sort of weighing it.
Not the social.
It's like $100 a month essentially to be able to come to the talks and things. It might even be less than that.
And what do you project the under 30 and over, whatever tiers? No, I really, this is not contractual, I'm just, yeah.
Yeah, I just, do you remember? It's the under 30, I think it's like 1750, it's roughly, yeah. Yeah. Which includes the ability to co-work in the space during the day, and that's a way to,
I got you, and I mean, yeah, in fact, thanks.
It's actually significantly cheaper than.
Gotta get it out, it's basically around us. Thank you.
How many members do you have, or is there a cap on the membership, or?
So we're easing into that, and we
Okay.
haven't opened up membership yet,
Okay.
so at this point, it's only people that we've invited that are long-standing members that are help us build the community. So right now we have about 200 members.
For the Lightning Society?
Yes, yeah, and then I think the
So
goal
when I'm
is,
asking that's separate from the membership club, and I think what you were just speaking to is.
oh, sorry, no, I meant for the membership club.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, so that's for the membership club, so
Yeah.
200, and what you were just telling Cormac was for the membership club?
Yes.
Okay, got it, all right. Okay, I think if the committee's okay with it, go ahead, one quick question.
I would try the drinks. Like the membership
No, we're
club.
not doing this, we're not, I do not care what. Huh? Yeah, no, we don't care about it. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the public is what I'm going to do, and how I'm gonna do this is I'm gonna have everybody come up who's in favor of the application first, because it's just easier to do it that way. And state your name and try to be succinct. I've read a number of the letters, so I know a lot of you go to events there and enjoy it. So, yeah. So come on up. Should I start calling names? Reed Heron, Lauren Shelton, Jenny Lou, James, somebody I can't read, Sophia Herrero, Michael Bernberg, Eliza Leas, Adam Devine, Alan Nettleman, Julia Morris, Durgan Coupon, I think, I'm sorry if I'm messing this all up. No, you're not, yeah. Including anybody, just go ahead, state your names and, go ahead.
Thank you for hearing us.
Excuse me. Could they state whether they live in the neighborhood?
Yes, that's what somebody else here, so state your name and the street you live on or something like that.
My name is Adam Devine. I'm a 28-year New Yorker. I live in the West Village on Main
And
Street.
can we just keep it down? If you want to have a conversation, you can go out to the hall and come back in. You hear what I am saying to you. Thank you. Now go ahead.
Adam Devine, 28-year New Yorker. I've been in the district for 20 years. I live on Bank and Bleecker. One of the great things about being a New Yorker is that we all know where to go to have certain types of experiences. And within the confines of member clubs, I know that when I go to Zero Bond, I'm going to be confronted with a bunch of loudmouth hedge fund managers and influencers who are there to drink and be loud. I know that when I go to Chez Margot, I'm going to see a bunch of 20-something trust fund kids who party like they don't have to wake up in the morning because they don't work. I know as someone who knows Tim for 20 years and has been to dozens and dozens of Lightning Society events, I know that when I go to the Lightning Society, I'm there to listen. I'm there to meet people who have created culture. I'm there to meet people who have created policy. I'm there to learn. I'm there to connect with people. I'm not there to drink. I also know that there are certain venues that have alcohol as a means,
and to an end, and there are certain venues that have alcohol as the end. And those venues that I mentioned before, like Chez Margot, Soho House, San Vicente, of which I'm a member, people go there for the alcohol and to misbehave. When I go to Lightning Society, I'm there for community. I'm there to learn, I'm there to connect. The liquor that's there, the beer, wine, whatever it's gonna be, it's an afterthought. So the idea that this will be a place that disturbs the neighbors, who I have a great deal of respect for, because I imagine most of the people who are here made Soho what it is today. I know that the people who I know for the last 10 years of being at Lightning Society events, they are not the kind of people. Well, Cormac made a really interesting point, in that we all have a capacity to behave in different ways based on context. So the last point that I will make is that I know that people who go to Lightning Society go there to not to party, but to talk with each other. And you can't do that if you're loud and drunk.
Okay.
Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Good evening, thanks for hearing this application. My name is Reed Herrero. I live on 81 Walker Street, a couple of blocks away from the location, been there for the last couple of years. And I'm not a member of Lightning Society, but heard about it from my family. I'm just delighted as a member of the neighborhood to know that this kind of interesting, novel institution, with interesting values and ideas about community is coming to our community. I'm just thrilled that we're having a chance to do what they intend to do. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michael Bernberg. I actually live in Murray Hill, but I can speak to Soho because I was born on the corner of Thompson and Prince. My grandparents lived on Prince. My grandmother was a painter, and I've known Charles Leslie since I was 6 years old. I spent a lot of time in Soho, multiple times a week, day and night. So the neighborhood is actually very important to me. This isn't a new Apple store or a new CVS.
Talk to us.
Sorry, sorry to address the problem. This isn't a new Apple store, new CVS. This is a culture that I think a lot of us, whether we know it or not, do cherish as part of Soho. Thinkers, creatives, people who are passionate about improving the world. This is a group of people, and Tim, who leads them, who you want to support. You want to see this work. You want to see this happen. They understand that there are sticking points. Help them make it work, because they really deserve it and they belong here.
Thank you.
My name is Alan. I live on Prince West Broadway. I moved to Soho 7 years ago from Florida. When I arrived, I had this idea that Soho was where the artists were. I'm a 31-year-old artist. I produce music. And I quickly found out that it's actually high luxury and high restaurants and high art. And it's not really what I thought it would be. And so I quickly found myself, trekking from Soho to Brooklyn almost every day to go hang out with other artists. And I found the Lightning Society and the Lightning Society sphere as a haven. I've been to countless events, talks, salons, social events, dinners, private concerts hosted by the Lightning Society and the people in the Lightning Society sphere. It's been a haven for me. I know Tim. I don't think he knows me, but I know Tim because he's sort of a force, and he's, I've seen him in various occasions give talks about what it means to build a community, and I've seen him oftentimes on panels talking about community. And anyways, I think that this concept is finally coming to my neighborhood, this thing that I came to Soho for in the first place. And I would be a member right away. And I think a lot of people would agree with me. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lauren Shelton, and I'm reading a letter of support for a friend who couldn't be here tonight. Her name is Helen Rinaldi, and she lives at 97 Crosby Street. Dear members of the CB2 and the SLA1 Licensing Committee, I'm writing to offer my strong support for Timothy Phillips and his application for a liquor license for the Center for Emerging Culture in CB2. I am a native New Yorker, wife, doctor, and a mother to a young child. I have lived in Soho for the past 2 years. I care deeply about the tone, safety, and identity of this neighborhood, not just for myself, but for my family and broader community. What Timothy is building here stands out to me as something genuinely positive and aligned with what Soho has historically represented. The center is not a party venue, nor a nightclub. The programming I've experienced has been thoughtful, calm, and intellectually engaging, bringing people together who are looking to enrich their lives through art, film, music, science, philosophy, sport, and emerging technologies. It attracts a conscientious, diverse, respectful, and curious group of individuals. I have felt comfortable attending with my young son, which speaks volumes about the nature of the space and the community it draws. As a parent, that level of comfort is not something I take lightly. Having a place like this in my immediate neighborhood makes me feel safer, not less. It fosters a sense of community, accountability, presence, and care that is often absent from more traditional member clubs and community environments. Soho has always been more than a destination for retail and dining. It has a rich culture as a center for artists, thinkers, and cultural innovation. The Center for Emerging Culture, including Lightning Society and the Soho Ballroom, feel like a meaningful return to that essence. It is the kind of institution that contributes to the neighborhood's cultural depth while strengthening a sense of community, inclusivity, and enrichment. I support this application without reservation and sincerely hope you will as well. Sincerely, Helen. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Jenny. Lifelong New Yorker. Grew up in the Chinatown adjacent neighborhood and operated a business in the district for over a decade. I was fitness, and now I look forward to being a part of the wellness programming at Lightning Society. I'm looking to curate some amazing events for the community to get them moving, like yoga, workouts, things like that. And I'm also hoping to host some talks about female entrepreneurship, because I also run an investment fund focused on supporting women and minority founders. And so I hope to also have opportunities for them to mix and mingle after those events. And so this would be an amazing part of that programming.
My name is Jillian Morris. I don't live in the neighborhood, but I work immediately adjacent on Cooper Square, and I have known Timothy Phillips for over a decade. We initially connected because we both ran co-living houses, which is when adults choose to live together and share their lives. I do think that I've seen the programming that Timothy has put together over many years. I believe he is a man of the highest integrity who is interested in creating a venue that is an elevation of the culture that he has built in Brooklyn. And I am excited to be a member. And there is a letter. I feel like I don't want to repeat things, but I do want to say this is from John Marino Orlandi, who works on Howard Street in Soho. And he does say, I've spent countless days, nights, and weekends here, and I know the neighborhood inside and out. I have no doubt this venue will be an asset to the block and a credit to the neighborhood. The community Timothy is cultivating is thoughtful and purposeful, artists, creative professionals, and engaged neighbors who are drawn together by a shared vision.
Good. And he sent it in, I think, as well. So, okay, thanks.
Hi, my name is Annette Matthew, and I've lived in the community on Lisbon Street and Walker since 1990. I've raised my 2 sons there, and I think it is the best place in the world to live and experience. But I feel right now what we are lacking is community and that sense of coming together and sharing ideas. I really, really support this. I think it's right. I feel that the neighborhood's become extremely toxic in its nature. And I feel that if we have this environment that we can share ideas, come together, have a venue that we could actually have a beautiful experience is necessary right now. Thank you. Thanks.
Anybody else? Anybody, I'm taking the support first. Anybody else in support? No, okay. But next, we're gonna go to those who are in opposition. I'll start reading names, which will come on up and line up. I don't care who goes first, Henry Smith, Michael Kirk, Renee Rockoff. I think with the name, Rami.
Yeah.
And if you stop in, just come on up and speak. And I'm gonna say the same thing, please don't repeat yourselves, take a point, speak on it, or say you agree with somebody, but we cannot do this. Listen, to just, yeah. I mean, I have a lot of people who have signed, and I have some cards. Ann Levy, Lori Hawkinson. Michelle Campbell, so just Marie Dormer, I'm not calling every name, but just say your name and, everybody is speaking on both applications. If you'd like to speak specifically to one or the other, that might be helpful. So there's specific points, but go ahead. Sorry, whoever, and just use microphones to talk to us.
Hello, my name is Joy Shani. 7 Mercer Street. I've been there since December 1980. I love culture as much as the next person, but I also love to sleep. And I have to say that we've been burned. The last, at 45 Howard, there was an illegal nightclub operating in that space, and it was horrendous. There was fighting, people were leaving at 5 in the morning. So I'm very wary. So that's my concern. Besides that, I'm worried it's a sheep in wolf's clothing and hope it isn't. We still have issues with the retail stores in our block. They hold events, and when the events are over, the crowds stay and they wreak havoc on the block. So this is that's the other thing that's going on. And what else did I want to say? The block has a big issue with counterfeit catastrophe, the handbags. I think everybody knows that. So there's a lot going on. And as I said, I love culture probably more than anyone. And I'm opposed to loud music late at night, especially if it's on a rooftop.
Okay, thank you.
Also, just want to mention,
Wait, before you start mentioning, I need to have your name.
Robbie. Howard
Last
Street,
name.
Michelle. Howard Street is very narrow street, maximum 3 cars on that lane. Something about the sound system going towards the east, towards the west. We are at the end of the block.
On Mercer.
On Mercer. Meaning is that it's like a sound tunnel. Pounding my windows. Can't sleep. Especially when the windows are so thin. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Next up.
Hello, my name is Henry Smith Miller. I'm an architect. I moved to Soho in 1972. And I have a practice. I also am an AIR, certified artist. I'm gonna say something really quickly. I wonder I've heard some nice things about this institution, and then I hear ballroom. So I'm having a problem. I listened to what everybody said earlier about the physical characteristics of the building and traffic. And I hate to say this because when I hear about the institution, I don't want to have to say that this is not an appropriate building, nor is it an appropriate site for the institution. And this is really hard for me because, of course, I'm an old style liberal artist architect, and I share their thoughts, the people here that are part of the Lighting Society, but I'm worried about what can happen. And basically, we have to have trust. And somebody said that the stair had been restored. There's an extra stair in the building. Well, I've been there since 1972. There was a fire stair because I look at it out my window from my office. Well, I don't know, people can say things, but then I hear about, equivalent ADA thing. But the thing that was most shocking for me
This is the other, we have some, things to show you.
Yeah, go ahead.
And basically,
Yeah,
we
you
are
have to just
here.
make sure you speak into the microphone,
you hear
but
me?
you can take, yeah.
Okay.
use it.
You know, there's the rooftop I was talking about. And there's where we are. That's 305 Canal 47 Howard. And next one over is 45 Howard, and I think somebody's gonna speak about the amount of sound we hear.
You need to keep speaking into the
Well,
microphone, maybe you can put that on the table.
Oh, Devin, you wanna hold it? Okay. We hear every single sound. The skylights in our building are single pane glass. They have not been improved. So the sound came up an issue. I think we couldn't possibly tolerate the sound. People talked about that. The thing that really got to me was when I looked at the plans, and you're talking about plans. So I'm an architect. I made an analysis. I'm registered in the state of New York, and I watch out for the life safety and welfare of the citizens of New York State and city. And I did an analysis of the occupancy that can be had in this building. And it's so far greater than the stairs that are available. I don't think they'll ever get a C of O, to tell you the truth, unless they post occupancy on the floors that limit that occupancy. And I'm familiar with that law. We've used it for ourselves. So I'm concerned. Today I heard about all this confusion about what elevator. The ADA elevator for 6 people? How is that ADA access when you have hundreds of people coming to the place? Last week, we heard that the major entrance was going to be from Broadway.
That's right.
Today we hear it's going to be from Howard Street. So much as I'd like to believe what I'm hearing here, I'm worried about it. And these people have been here before and they came back. And I'm very sympathetic to the idea of a cultural institution because I'm part of a generation of people who have found Soho. But there's some measure of trust that I'm missing here when I hear one thing 4 days ago and I hear something else. And this is the proof of the pudding. This is a picture of the stair that was told to you once existed before. It didn't. It's a fire stair outdoors. It's supposed to have been partially construction. It's not. It's now a temporary scaffold to take things away. So as the licensed architect, I am extremely concerned about the viability of their application and their intent. Thank you.
Next up.
I'm Lori Hawkinson, also licensed architect, practiced with Henry Smith Miller, co-owner in our co-op at 47 Howard Street and live at 7 Mercer Street, which is the building at the end of Howard that Mr. Mishani referred to, 4th floor facing east. Been there since 1977, AIR law. So this is what Broadway looks like. I want to address the congestion. This is what it looked like a couple of days ago. These are all the signs that exist. The applicant, we went to a community meeting that they had in their space on the 27th last Monday. They said there's very little pedestrian traffic on the street. And these are all the signs that existed. There's no standing. So the main entrance that they told us was on Broadway. That's what we were told. We didn't hear anything about Howard. It appeared to us that they switched the entrance from Howard to Broadway. That was my impression from going to the meeting, where they're saying all the cars are going to drop off, is now here where there is no standing. You have to turn right. It's a very high level of service. It's on the back. We'll go to the back after this. That happens on this street because you've got major traffic going to the Holland Tunnel. Everybody knows you've got Manhattan Bridge. You've got a right turn only where nobody is allowed to stop. And then you have the bus lane next to that. I don't know how any car is allowed to stop there. So it's beyond me with all of this DOT, signage, how this is going to change. I also want to address the pedestrian traffic. There's a tremendous amount of pedestrian traffic there. The pedestrian traffic, we have a number of subways that everybody is aware of, the J, the 6, the N, the R, the Q that are on that corner, right on Broadway and Canal, both sides of the street, everybody knows. There's a bus stop just right up above Howard on Broadway there. It's great because there's terrific transportation, but there's a lot of people going to this. Everybody knows that. So I'm just extremely concerned, and it's not just, during the day. So we want people to use public transportation, obviously, but, they're gonna be queuing. They're saying they're gonna queue towards Canal, that's towards the subway that is right there. I mean, the whole thing doesn't add up to me. It just seems incredibly irresponsible. The final point I want to address is the unpermitted and dangerous work, which I really appreciate, by the way, you guys being here. This is like, I have another thing I use, it's also unpaid, so I appreciate it. As a licensed architect in the state of New York, I'm extremely concerned about the DOB, ECD violations and stop work orders that you mentioned, thank you, at the very beginning. On privileges, the Department of Building was issued in early April 2026 to the application team. This does not elicit confidence. Regardless of what they say about their organization, I can't separate the two. So I just respectfully urge you to reject this liquor license application. I'm very concerned about the number of people in the building, security, safety as an architect, as Henry is. And, I've worked in this city as a licensed architect for 30 years. I've never had a stop work order on any of my work. So it's not a common thing that was referred to by their attorney. Thank you.
I have a question for you. So one of the things that we heard, and this is our experience also, is that Department of Buildings issues are correctable, right? They work
Yes.
through them with DOB. So if they're able to correct some of these issues, presumably there will be some occupancy. I'm not saying the occupancy that they would like, but if they are in fact correctable, which inevitably most Department of Buildings issues are corrected. And so that's not always the case. Because we've seen buildings with long-standing issues, for other parts, but then what? They get through that, the work, then what?
What do you mean? I mean,
Meaning that you have a scenario where there is occupancy allowed.
Well, I'm very concerned about the occupancy that they are proposing.
Right.
I'm very concerned about the numbers. I think it's inappropriate for the location, for the egress. This all remains to be
I'm
seen
not
because the
disagreeing with-
CFO has not been granted.
Right, well, that's
So
my
that's-
point, is
yeah, it
that
has
at
to be
some
granted.
point, there is some occupancy
There is
that will
some,
be
right now it's
issued
46.
that they would have to follow.
47.
Right, whatever it is, that they would have to follow. That's what I'm just bringing up, is that inevitably, they're not required at this point, even though something that our board has disagreed with, they're not required to present to the liquor authority a certificate of occupancy. They just telling you that's how this works.
I got it.
So we're put in a situation where we make comments on that, but that we still have to maybe go beyond that, well, if it is corrected. That's why I just bring that up. And is there an occupancy load that you see? It's not that you're part of that, that is above what is on there now.
What's on there now is fine.
No, meaning if it were higher, number, but not what they're. I'm just bringing this up because you had raised the total occupancy, so.
Do you want me to,
I don't understand
can I
the
ask that? No.
He's asking you, I think, what you would think is reasonable occupancy level.
I said, I think what's reasonable is that
Is what-
47.
is that the-
Yeah, I think it's
Sorry.
reasonable. The staircase, and I would also make one final point about the ADA. The ADA is a law that is for everybody to have equal entry, to be created, it's created, even though we're in a wheelchair. So the fact that you're dropped on Broadway and then you'd have to find your way around, because you'd have to come in a car, to Howard Street seems unreasonable. I think they're not making right, appropriate accommodations for ADA.
Good evening. My name is Marie Dorman. I live at 49 Howard Street on the 5th floor. I also have roof right. I have a giant skylight that rises up from the roof. It was built in 1862. It's glass, it's metal, it cannot be soundproofed. The other buildings on the street were built around the same time. They all have skylights. The problem here, I want to cut right to the chase. This building is not appropriate for this use. That's the problem. We're talking about Ubers with lightning drop off of 33 seconds. We're talking about possibly intoxicated people on the staircase. We don't have two means of egress here. It's dangerous. This is not a question of inappropriate. This is a question of our personal safety. I'm putting aside the impacts of the fact that when they've been having parties there, my loft is vibrating. This isn't like, oh, it's a sound in the distance. It's vibrations that damage historic buildings. Okay, the egress situation is so serious that every day we hear about cases of event spaces and nightclubs catching fire. And when fire happens and there isn't egress, people perish. First responders get caught in it. And often when a building catches fire with this kind of old cast iron buildings with giant wooden beams, the whole block can go. This is a serious precedent you're voting on. I'm a former executive member of Lower Manhattan Law Tenants for years, chair of the Zoning on Community Board 2 for 10 years. I know a dangerous situation when I see it. It isn't personal. I don't want this precedent to be set. And strongly, I stand against this.
I just want to put out for the record, there's two sets of staircases in the building.
I gotta point out something, right, one,
I'm sorry, I'm just, that if you're making a statement, it's
Well, they're
contrary to
building,
the
they're
plans
building, they're
that have been
building.
presented to us.
The second staircase.
They haven't built it yet.
Right, they're building it, they're presenting two staircases.
But it doesn't, it's not real. It's
Well,
not there now.
But the hope, then they won't get their certificate of occupancy if it's not built, but if it's built, then they will get that, but this is dependent on them doing what they say they're doing. I just.
Hi, I'm Allison Bradshaw. I've been in Soho since '76. And I own a loft, my mate and I own a loft on the top floor, about 3 blocks away from this on Broome Street. I think what they present for people who are city supports, it have a very
Close to the microphone.
this one?
Either one, they just have to go close to it.
Present a very pleasant picture. The operators do not seem to, they seem very dismissive of the situation. They haven't, in the presentation, there was no apology for it, but 2 times before that he came and presented. No, they're literally wrong things. Even tonight, I understand they will have they are applying for a full liquor license in the 4th and 5th floor. Wasn't mentioned. That changes things a great deal. The DOB violations, I agree. I manage a building uptown. In 80 years, we haven't had a violation of a DOB violation. They say they would like to provide something that's not available in the neighborhood. And actually, you don't have to look far to find numerous the Soho Grand, Hudson Collective, the 419 Lafayette, the Lofts, Prince, Mercer Hotel, the Soho House, Balthazar, the Farm, did I say the Soho Grand, Italy, on and on. It's not going to take your time. I'll write it, but there are numerous places that offer both office and meeting space as well as party space in Soho. And in Soho, there are, I know, 3, and one of the most popular yoga places is right across the street from me. So I find that many of the people, as they clearly aver, are not from the neighborhood. I would like to point out that most people see Soho as a commercial destination because of all the stores. And in fact, above the one level of stores, the storefronts, you have residential. You have 5 floors of residence. And the residents are the ones who pay the real estate tax for this neighborhood. And the real estate tax, as I've just looked up, for New York City pays a great deal more to the city's income than does the sales tax. And I think that you should pay attention to what the residents feel. I also am very worried about not worried about, I think the noise is prohibitive. The idea of a rooftop, I can easily hear one 4 blocks away from my top floor. And in my loft, we have an elevator that will fit, well, 6 comfortably with it tight. And with this tiny residential 7-floor building, there's no way they can manage people up and down like that with a 6-person elevator. And I have to also say that they would like to, they consider that my son, who is their age, is at home. He's not coming out, and he's working.
Okay, or any other points specific to this application? Just because we've got.
No, it is about the type of people who come. They're going to be out of towners, out of the neighborhood, and it's.
And okay, we did hear from a number of people that live near here, so I just want to put that out there. Okay, next up. Again, just try to be succinct and.
I'll try to be really.
Yeah, thanks.
I'm Lee Banky and I've lived in Soho since 1984. I'm an artist. I'm also an educator. I live on Broadway and I was gonna say one thing tonight, but listening to all of this, like what's gonna happen on Broadway and being moved off Howard, we're already really overburdened on Broadway with traffic from venues like this. I have buses idling under my window all day long from the Museum of Ice Cream. Who said they were not gonna have a problem letting people in and out. Well, we live with the problem now. The venue sounds great. I mean, I'd love to visit it too, but I just don't think our neighborhood is the right place to do this.
Thank you.
There are many of us still living there. I know that one of these young men said there weren't any artists there anymore. There's a lot of us. And we really care about the neighborhood. We ask that this just not, be considered in this way. Thank you.
You could don't.
Hi, my name is Renee Monrose and I've lived at 542 Broadway since 1987. And I don't want to repeat everything that's been said, so I won't, but the noise, the crowds, and the sound along the Broadway corridor just gets echoed all over the place. So even 2 people on the street who have their voices raised can be really disruptive. I actually just
Just state your name again.
Oh, sorry, Renee Monrose, 542 Broadway. And I'm an artist, love culture too. I mean, the sounds of it is great. But, and I think it comes down to a matter of trust too. So far, I don't hear anything that makes me confident in these operators. And I've heard that they are having events now and that they're above capacity. I'd like confirmation. I'd like to know what's going on there now. And, what are they honoring their CFO now? So, that's all I'll say. Just, I vehemently opposed to this.
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, my name is Federico Gonzaga. I've been living in Soho since 1978. I'm an artist. I'm also a professor of art. And I've seen the evolution of Soho. And this is just another actually, I mean, this sounds like an incredible year, an anthill that doesn't know where to go. I don't understand. I mean, the good words from all these people about, you know, there was supposed to be a meditate, there was supposed to be meditate. But now now there's music. I gotta tell you, Broadway, on Broadway, really that corner, which is just the diciest by virtue of the fact that there's Canal Street and there's a sea of, you know, counterfeit culture there. And the last time I was in that building, the last time I was in that building for a meeting, I couldn't get out. There were so many people. I mean, real crowd, really big crowd. So I don't know how they're gonna deal with that. I think the whole thing sounds, the whole kind of lightning society thing, et cetera. Be that as it may, seems to be happening on the upper roofs. But why are they somehow dealing also with the lower? I mean, is there some sort of financial reason for that to happen? I don't know. I mean, I can't figure that out.
No, it's two different applications. They're running a catering establishment.
They're in the same building, and when.
You just asked the question, I'm just answering the question.
Go ahead.
It was a catering establishment that is separate from the members club. Their organization is running both of them, but they are separate entities. So that's what's going on. The second and third floor is a catering establishment. The fourth and fifth floor is a membership club.
They're all being represented here.
They are being represented here and it is the same applicant in one of those applications. The catering one, he is partnering with another organization. I'm just saying that.
Okay, it sounds pretty confusing to me. It's really messy. The Timothy people sound, you know, everything's cool. But the fact is that it ain't the building to do it. It just ain't. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ann Levy and I've been living on Crosby Street, the bottom block between Howard and Grand since 1982, and I'm a certified artist. I started out as a painter. I now also make films. I agree completely with what everyone has said before me. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
That, you know, well, the aspirations of this organization are, you know, very nice. This is just the wrong place to put it. And we have, you know, tons of congestion downtown and also too much pedestrian traffic and too many queues for stores, night events, you name it. And I think it's just irresponsible to bring this many people into a location, you know, that, and they're already admitting, well, we can try to direct traffic, but we can't do everything. And that's the problem. I live across from the Nomo Hotel. And although we, you know, worked out a liquor license with them, so they don't have crazy hours, there are a lot of things that go on the street that they can't control. People need to go out and smoke, so, you know, they're all over the place. If they've had something to drink, they can talk loudly, and the streets are so narrow down there that sound just really amplifies ridiculously. The other thing that happens is Crosby, the bottom block, because it's not a through street, it stops in Howard, seems to attract a lot of Uber drivers and cab drivers who camp out there than just other people who want to hang out in the warmer months. And, you know, if people leave from this institute, it's going to be a natural place to go. And the other thing is that a big place like this is going to attract a lot of people that they don't even want, that don't come in their doors, but, you know, see that it's something good going on. And some of them are probably doing things that aren't really legal, like possibly dealing drugs or whatever. So I just think that, you know, for all of these reasons, even though I may or may not be able to hear whatever noise is coming from that building, it's going to impact my block very much so with, the traffic and the people and the unwanted, disturbances. And the other thing that I would mention, I don't know if anybody still pays attention to the 500-foot rule, but, and I was trying to figure it out today on not very accurate maps, but I counted, and I may not be aware of all of them. There's a restaurant at 35 Howard.
They have more than 3.
Yeah, so
That's all them. They have more.
so that's pretty much it.
Okay, great.
Renee Rockwell, 53 Howard Street.
Okay, and you can pull or the dial in the middle, you can turn the dial in the middle and the microphone goes up and down.
All right, I'll be
Yeah,
brief
good.
because a lot of people here have been speaking and I just want to express my total opposition to these two proposals. I have some questions about, and I know it was spoken to earlier about the how the space with two businesses would keep separate. And I have questions that the second and third floor have dining and catering, and yet the large kitchen is located on the 5th floor. And again, the dumbwaiter, which was mentioned earlier, that could access 2 through 5, and it just called into question. Are these really separate entities?
Oh, they're gonna get rid of the dumb waiter because
Yes.
they need to keep it separate, and the kitchens are separate, and as long as they can heat and serve food for 50 people for the catering establishment, they don't have to be cooked, they don't have to prepare the food there. I'm just so you know how that goes.
Right, it's interesting though that they only speak about having a snack menu on the 4th and 5th floor. And yet they have the large kitchen there, so it just called in a lot of questions. The sound issues, I want to speak up for families and children that are on the block, 2 o'clock in the morning. That's outrageous. There's no other establishment right in that area that's that late. And weeknights till 12, it's just late for that neighborhood. I'll let other people
Thank
speak.
you. Thanks.
I'm not just,
Or you could use the other mic, you can use the other microphone if you want to.
it's Michael Kirk. I'm at 53 Howard Street, been there since 1977. I've been living through this process with the Lightning Society the last almost year. And one of the things that I heard tonight was that Lightning Society is made of people who like to live. Well, ever since we've been talking to the Lightning Society and have been meeting, they have yet to respond to any of our concerns. And I'll point out, most recently, we met with them on Monday. And we listened to the sound and traffic study, et cetera, et cetera. And that was on the 27th of April. We found out last night that they received a temporary certificate or permission to have a license, a temporary license for the 2nd and 3rd floor. Well, that's 5 days before we met with them. They didn't raise this to us to let us hear what the results are. And I can repeat, I could give you many examples of how they happen. Listen, they said, we're not a party space, but while this whole process has been going on, a truck shows up on Howard Street playing loud music. It's for a party being run or supervised or organized by one of the people at the Lightning Society. I won't say who, but we were told it was for a party for a friend. Well, this music could be heard all the way down to Crosby, all the way up
to grant. And then they said, it's a place of trust. I have absolutely no trust in this group. They sound terrific. It's a wonderful idea. And I feel that from the get-go, this is about establishing something that isn't about partnering with the existing residents, but it's about establishing their own sense of what this community is supposed to be about. That's all I really want to address. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ruba Abenima. I live on 53 Howard. A lot of the points I wanted to make today have already been made, so I'm not going to repeat them. But I do want to say that I'm listening to what the people at the Lightning Society, what Mr. Phillips is saying, and what he's saying is very opposite to what he's actually doing. Michael just raised the issue of the parties and the activations. This has been ongoing now for a solid year. You would think that a gentleman who has not, does not have the trust of the community would, for the past year, having been rejected once, made some efforts towards, some goodwill towards the community. There has been absolutely none. In fact, I shared this morning with you a video that I compiled of activations the past year that I hope you could look. I'm going to bore you with it right now. But parties, trucks, loading, unloading, crowds, you name it, for the past year, we have been subjected to that. So if this is what Timothy does before he gets his permits, what is he going to do after he gets his permits? There has been zero goodwill, zero effort. And what's really crazy to me, and I don't understand the intricacies of this, but it appears that what was rejected last year is the exact same proposal this year. There seems to be absolutely no leeway, no movement in any way, shape, or form with regards to what he's asking this community to agree to and to accept. And I want to say one other thing. I'm all for aspiration, and I'm all for having, and I'm mainly concerned with this catering facility, this facility where he's not going to have bar mitzvahs and not going to have weddings, but he's going to have the best people from the fashion industry. I am from the fashion industry. I've worked in the fashion industry for 40 years. I was the creative director of Elle magazine. I was creative director at Balenciaga and Tiffany & Co. Dare I say that we are a very elitist bunch. And it is not a given that Mr. Phillips will have all these fabulous people at his establishment. And when he doesn't, then what is he going to do?
Hi. I submitted these really late on email, so this is a statement from the Soho Alliance. And this is something I found online about 6 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm just gonna riff on what I sent you here. The guy's a bad actor. Not only was there 9 violations, but this gentleman, I believe, you're an architect, he's self-certified. That application. And if I'm not mistaken, the Department of Buildings has removed his ability for a year to self-certify. So much for his honor, so much for his trust. The guy cannot be trusted. The Department of Buildings has said so. Regarding the rooftop, I don't know how many times the Soho Alliance has gone. I'm not Sean Sweeney, the director of the Soho Alliance. I don't know how many times they've gotten complaints from rooftops. No rooftop, please. They won't even give us that. These are not nice people. This is like 1970 redux. You know, I'm kind of an expert witness on this. Disco, house parties, house music, dance clubs, as we know them today, started at 647 Broadway in NoHo with the Law, David Mancuso's Law. That then went to 99 Prince Street, where I happened to live, and I worked at the law in full disclosure. And they had the same principle of a cultural guru who's leading his flock, and we were like, it was basically a gay club with out of borough.
Okay, but just do me one favor, speak to this application.
Well, I
Because
want to
it's late
show
and
you.
No, I want to show the evolution of how we came from there to back here again. What goes, there's no song, dance club song, what goes around comes around.
Right.
This is coming around. So anyway, 3 or 4 of these places opened up within a year. And in 1976, the Soho Artists Association convinced the city to pass legislation that no eating or drinking establishment with entertainment, which this is, can be permitted, except with a variance from the Board of Standards and Appeals. And that worked well for 20-some years. And then at 72 Grand Street, a similar, a variance application was put in to put a club similar to this in there. Wanted a liquor license until 4 a.m. The SLA grant, we had 80 people up there on 125th Street. 100, and the SLA granted that liquor license.
Sean,
We know,
but really, this has got to be quick and to the point of this application. I don't have, we cannot listen to a whole history of this.
Well, if you keep.
I'm giving it to you, but I'm just asking you to.
So
Get to the point.
the point is that we sued, and the state liquor authority, in a landmark President Certain decision, which I'm coming to, that the public interest must be served. They cannot be paying taxes, they cannot be employing people. This applicant has not presented where the public interest is. Unless he does, you are obligated by law to deny this, and court precedent to deny this. And that's, oh yeah. Soho House, I think there's some affiliation with these people with Soho House, and they wanted to come to Soho, and we persuaded them otherwise, and they called us 2 or 3 years later saying, thank you, we did not belong in Soho. I just say they went to the meat market, don't blame me, I'm sorry. And the decibels at 85, sounds at 85 decibels. Do you know that 86 decibels is considered harmful and hazardous? So they're like pushing the limits again, and that eliminator, he just gets on his iPad and changes it up. You can put it up. He'll tell us one thing and put it up. You know, I've worked in these clubs. I know how it operates. They're loud. Finally, I lived in that building, and I would go home kind of early. And I lived on the 5th floor, and I heard the bass 5 floors up coming from the basement. So don't tell me you will not hear it. It's just a lie, like everything else he's been doing.
Hi, my name is Laura Tenenbaum. I live on Broome Street near Crosby. It makes no sense that planning on creating 2 crowded, noisy venues, a private club and an event space to fund it. The applicant proceeded to seek out a 155-year-old cast iron building that cannot contain noise. It simply cannot. An event space is not new in Soho, and I want to point out that I did not hear any testimony from residents or nearby people in favor of the event space. It's not new in Soho. Soho Lofts, New York City, just steps away at 477 Broadway, already offers catering and in-house liquor in 3 venues that can in total serve more than 1,000 people at once. Convene just opened up a few blocks away. There are also at least 9 other similarly sized event space venues in Soho that allow outside liquor to be brought in and along with food. It's not unique and it's not needed. The demographics, you've heard a lot of people who live on the block. Well, the fact of the matter is, this is based on the US Census, is that 209 people live in direct proximity to this location. 48 of them or more are over 65 years of age. 21 are school age or younger. More people live on this block than there are retail stores or offices. Many of them are creators. Within a 500 square foot radius, there are 1,337 residents. Within 750 square foot radius, there are 3,135 residents. These are all people that will be impacted by the operations that are proposed here. I really understand the need for community among people. But we have colonizers who are wanting to come into our neighborhood, into our community, bring their version of what culture is. In fact, they say we don't have culture here in our community. It's insulting, it's thoughtless, doesn't bring friends. Thank you.
Oh, hang on,
Laura,
wait.
Good evening.
So Laura, I just had a couple questions. for you. So as a former chair of this committee,
Yes,
we have a beer and wine license in front of us.
I do, I know.
So I'm just asking, and you made a lot of comments which
I-
aren't taken into account, right? No, right, I'm just saying for the.
I've actually told people
Right.
that the fact of the matter is that the standards for beer and wine are much lower. I think that there are things that you can do to mitigate the impact.
Well, that's what I was trying to raise with the applicant before about that,
There are
and so.
there are a couple of things. I have real concerns about the fact that they have been given permission to operate right now, and that's for safety issues, because they don't have those extra stairs. I could not walk down or up the stairs that they have on Broadway because it's too steep for me. And it's too narrow.
I'm disagreeing,
No, but those are issues.
right. So I bring that too, and then the other point is that culture in Soho has always been upstairs. Not on the ground floor, and that's not accessible to the people who come and visit. As a resident in NoHo, that's what we see, and the people that are here in this room are the upstairs.
Yes.
And there is nothing on the ground floor that talks about art, and I've raised that before, only the upstairs. And so I just bring that up, that it's not an untrue statement when somebody comes and says they don't see that.
Oh.
Because if they're not invited to participate, I just bring that up because that's obviously, some other issue.
You're right, but it's also, as you well know, part of the Whisper campaign that city planning and others did to fight the Soho NoHo upzoning. That there aren't any artists living. It's the whole big real estate thing that happened.
Absolutely, that's, I'm just saying there's a distinction, and that's why we keep hearing this about bringing stuff in and accessibility. But I just go back to the catering and just the two differences, right? And the commentary that's separated just between the two. Because one is mitigation, the other is perhaps, the other is reining in on the licensing and the impacts, and I think that this is an important application because it distinguishes the fire safety aspects. But we can only go by what the plans are, but how are they operating now is a very legitimate question. I think that that's something that separately the local community should be brought up with exactly what the liquor authority tells us to do. Make a complaint to the agency that oversees that, and that's the Department of Buildings, and that was. Right, and so I just bring that up because this is sort of this whole issue. But it is something I think that whatever the recommendation is, it's commenting on that, but this is a real-time example of how waivers of certain rules on a large new facility are waived. And here we have a temporary permit that's issued absent the other approvals for that occupancy, so that's a big concern, but it's where we're put, right? We were putting that, and so that's why I'm just asking that if you had any other separations between the two applications.
Well, in terms of separation, one of the things that concerns me is the ownership issue. And who's in control. They seem to be describing what they're trying to have as a Chinese wall between the two. But the fact of the matter, Center for Emerging Culture, which is a nonprofit organization, also owns the for-profit catering establishment. And and maybe that's okay, and maybe it isn't. I don't know that much about it, but I sure would like to know. I thought that's the membership that owns it, and who are the members? We do know from a ownership position that Ozone Equities LLC, which I don't know where that's incorporated, where it's formed, I should say, but that's the owner of Center for Emerging culture. And that is, oh, it's an LLC, it's a for-profit LLC, which owns a nonprofit, which is absolutely fine. I understand that Mr. Phillips is a 67% owner of that equities, of that, of Ozone Equities LLC.
We've asked the liquor authority about this and.
Yeah.
I don't think we've gotten it straight.
Well-
Answer at all, but yeah, I'm just bringing up the differences between the two because we have to evaluate both of them separately. A lot of your commentary were to them together. And so that's why I was just wondering if there's anything that is for the members club aspect
Well,
of it.
in terms of mitigation, hours are the major thing. And the fact of the matter is that in the Soho community, standard hours for large venues closing is around 10 o'clock. That's the way it's been. And it's, you know, we may have a few small restaurants that open a little later, but venues usually close around 10 o'clock. That's it. Thank you. Anything else? Yeah.
Good evening, Pete Davies. I've lived on Broadway for a long time. What I want to talk about is the scale of what you're being presented with. It's massive. There is nothing like it in Soho. This past year, we negotiated with another company that was putting in a venue, Convene at 555 Broadway. They agreed, it's a corporate event space. They agreed 10 o'clock closing. This is the earlier hours that we're not being offered, and they haven't budged. In fact, they've now said, well, and we're gonna do these multiple events throughout the year. Maybe it's the whole place, maybe it's not, maybe it's 450. But their traffic guy also noted it could be as many as 925 people based on what they're filing at the DOB. That scale cannot be accommodated in this building. And it's just, don't be fooled by the drawings they put on paper. There is no second staircase. There is one staircase in the building. And the SLA issued them a temporary permit for a application that says 400 people. So what are they operating under? Are they operating under the number in their application of hundreds of people? Or are they operating under the C of O, which is 47 people per floor, which comes to 94 people. So that's a vast difference in scale. And we don't know what they're operating. So these are questions that as applicants that have never had a liquor license, and I do just want to point out that one thing that was not mentioned was that the administrative law judge that heard these applications last year slammed the applications. I've got copies of those reports from the administrative law judge. I sent that out to the committee earlier. And there were also 2 reports issued negatively for the restaurant Syrah. And that will be heard by the full SLA on May 13th. So you've got 2 applicants, between them, 4 negative reports from the administrative law judges that are determining if they have met the statutory burden for the public convenience. And the judges recommended to the SLA, no. What they are putting forward does not do that. And then we were given a letter, or we were presented with a letter from a state senator, I'll up that, with a letter from a state senator, a state assembly member, and the city councilman who, and I've sent this to all of you, already said there are many concerns that we hope that this community board too will look at. So I point you to your very great resolution you wrote last year for basically the same applications. And you included in that a good, strong list of stipulations guiding the SLA saying, okay, we don't think they're worthy, but if you think they should be licensed, do it under this model, because this is what they're proposing. It's nowhere nearby, nowhere in a 150-year-old building, nowhere in a building with one staircase and with a phantom staircase that is yet to be built. And not in a building where the chief applicant was named in the ECB violation because of the stop work order, because fabric of a landmark building was torn down, bricks and a chimney with no permit. A landmark building was demolished. That's what caused the bad situation they're in now, that they have been revoked. They've had their professional certification revoked. So now they've got to deal with inspections by the DOB rather than being able to say, you can trust us. We professionally certify this work as good. They can't do that anymore. So anyway, thank you for listening. I'll let you go. It's a bad plan. It's a really bad plan. It's too big. It's too much. It's overwhelming. And I urge you, please, to reject it and deny it. Thank you.
Okay, just before you come up, Lance, I just want to make sure we've heard from everybody who needs to be heard, correct? All right.
Thank you again for your time tonight. I have a few points to make. I will try to keep them brief. I think you understand what this case is about at this point. Probably don't need to hear much more. But there's a few points I'd like to say before we leave the podium, ranging from minor to significant. So just first, a few quick things. Landmark building was not demolished. There's a dispute over whether a fence that was up there counts as permanent part of the building or not. It's being worked out with DOB. These violations always go through the process. It's going to be worked out. My client is not a licensed architect. He did not self-certify the application. This is not true. He's not an architect licensed and he didn't self-certify the application. This place is not really like Convene. I don't think it's a fair analogy to make. I think for the Convene case, you heard ours. I think you understand the difference.
I just wanna, the membership club may not be like Convene, but it's a catering establishment that people. But I mean, they may not be taking all the same clientele as for mitzvahs and weddings, but I mean, it is a catering establishment.
It's a catering, yes, it's a catering establishment. I believe, I don't actually know what license they have, but from what I understand about Convene, it's a fairly, I don't mean this pejoratively, but like sterile corporate kind of event place. And as we've tried to get across today, ours is a little more culturally focused, and we think that's, so we don't think it's the same as Convene. There was discussion of a letter from elected officials. I believe that was from the last time around. I'm not sure. I would love to see it. I don't believe there's been a letter from the elected officials this time around. I'd like to clarify the Broadway versus Howard issue, because I know that's been brought up. Look, listen, the address of the premises is Howard Street. Howard is where the elevator is.
You're choosing to use the address as Howard Street, because the building is known as both addresses. I'm just also saying that, because if you look it up, it says that.
Okay,
So you're using that address.
Fair enough. I'm not sure if there was a constraint on that or not, but when, listen, The biggest staircase we have is on Howard Street. The elevator, which we can't change where the elevator is on Howard Street. And so there will be access to the premises. Fair amount of access to the premises on Howard Street. The point that came up in the outreach meetings.
Can somebody turn off their phone? Thank you. Give me a sec.
Somebody DVs that. Sorry. The point that came up in the outreach meetings was that there was a significant desire, and we think it makes sense, to use as much of the Broadway entrance as possible. And so what we've said, and I'm sorry if, these labels main entrance, not main entrance, but the point that we tried to get across is that we are going to endeavor to use as much of the Broadway entrance as possible for entering, certainly for leaving, but there will be, just based on the nature of the building, based on the elevator, there will be Howard Street usage. There's been a lot of talk about safety, scale, building use, occupancy. I'm not going to belabor it, and I don't minimize those points, but of course, as we all know, these are questions for the Department of Buildings to address and to deal with, and we are going through their process, and we cannot have a final C of O without dealing with the issues that DOB may raise in that process. Let's see, I have a few more points to make. Yeah, okay, so in terms of compromise, I heard a lot of worry, we heard a lot of concern, and because of the way that my client got off on the wrong foot with the neighborhood, I understand why. And I don't think anybody who stood up in opposition is doing it from a bad place, or because they're or doing it from any motivation other than they want to have good quality of life for themselves in the neighborhood. And we don't smirch anybody who came here in opposition, okay? With that said, this process is all about compromise, and I think I just want to point out that we've already come from where we originally applied. There was some talk that it's the same exact application. I just want to point out, the last time the application was before you was for 2 AM, 7 days a week. Proposal that we put before you has come off of 2 AM.
It was before.
I just to be clear, what he's stating right now is that what they came with, he's stating the difference in the current application versus what they came with before. He's trying to clarify that.
That's right, because there was talk that this is the same application as last time, and the point is, it's not a true statement. We have already offered compromise to bake into what we've proposed. We've come off of 2 AM, you see our chart, you see where the nights are 11 PM, where they're 12 PM, 12 AM, where, and where we are looking for 2 AM. But just my point is, we've come off of that. This is, as has been noted, for the downstairs, it's a beer and wine license application, which is different than what was applied for before. That was full liquor. But a few additional points I just want to make in the spirit of compromise. Look, my client did sound testing at the various units within 47 Howard, 49 Howard. My client in the community meetings, which many of the folks here attended, has put out an offer that they will come to anyone's unit to do sound testing, to play the sound at an unreasonable value within the building, and determine what the impact is in anyone's unit. And they will be guided by that because they will comply with the building code, and they will stipulate to that. And that offer was out there. 2 people who wrote letters actually said that they took us up on the offer and they were pleased with that. And that offer remains out there. 2 other points on compromise. We heard your point about the music on the roof. We talked about it. We are okay with eliminating the music on the roof. Okay, we thought it could be done in a reasonable way. We're confident with the sound study. We hear your concerns. We want to, as an additional signal of good faith, in addition to the other compromises we offered, we want to show you good faith, taking the music away from the roof. Last compromise point. Listen, we've heard talk about the hours of operation. We came in with the proposal that we think makes the most sense, but to the extent that it moves the needle and shows additional good faith and really locks in the sense of the type of place that we want to be here, we're willing to come off of the 2 AM to 1 AM on any of the nights on our plans.
Can we not have the I'm tired, so can we just try to not have the comments, because that's being respectful, is not having the comments.
Trying to show respect, and come down to 1 AM. This is where we stand.
Can I just ask you a question, Max? So when you say that, So if I look at this chart that you gave us. That shows all of them, do you mean any place that it says 2 a.m., I
Cross
can
it out,
cross
say.
it out and say 1 a.m.,
That's
okay.
correct. And then just final point I want to make, is basically just in summary of it all. Look, you got 48 letters of support from us. You heard the people who came and spoke tonight. Some people live in the neighborhood, some people don't. I don't think it's nice to call people colonizers. Nobody has a monopoly on New York City. And culture in this city. The city is a city that is constantly evolving, constantly in flux. And that doesn't matter if you moved into the neighborhood in 1979 or whether you more recently did. I believe that there is public interest for the upstairs application, given the unique cultural aspect of the Lighting Society. I do believe that this is something that's unique and different as far as private members clubs are concerned. And I am prepared to show the Liquor Authority that there is public interest there. I think that it is better to have this space occupied and used and well managed, as opposed to having it as a weed museum or having it be just completely sitting vacant and dark. And I just think the point is that we have legitimate bona fide artists in the room who are respectful of the legacy of this neighborhood and who want to see this neighborhood be a place for artists for the next several generations. And we don't think that I don't think that the Lighting Society in and of itself is going to change that, but it's a helpful drop in the bucket so that this neighborhood can continue to be a place for artists for the next generations.
Okay. So, John, we can get the applause on both sides, like I said before. How have they been operating? Under their temp?
Yeah.
I mean, there were, I think, valid questions being asked, because the certificate of occupancy is 47 on each floor, they don't have anything, I mean.
Yeah, so.
For any liquor on the upper floors, if you could address that.
A few points on that. So most of the events, just on liquor and then on DOB. So on liquor, most of the events that they've been having, the vast majority of them are so far have been small scale events, little book talks, things like that, with no alcohol whatsoever. Okay. When there has been alcohol on a one-off basis, they have gotten one-day permits from the State Liquor Authority for that. That is a vastly inferior way to operate a business from a liquor licensing perspective, as well as from a community board perspective. One-day permits, you fill out an application, you answer a few questions online,
Right.
you basically get your one-day permit, no community board review, no nothing.
Right.
I think
But how-
stipulations are better. And on the DOB side, they have been keeping the events that they've had, these small events, under the existing DOB certificate of occupancy.
Sure.
So go ahead, Carter, here.
So the issue is you're advertising it as 100 occupancy online. So how does that? I mean, that's what it's advertised, you can do up to 100 people.
So what we have done is it's 100 people across the second and third floor.
No.
Most of the.
Speaks with the committee.
Sure. Yeah, the huge majority of the things that we've done have just been, to showroom, actually way under even the 47. They've been in the 20 to 30 range. So, we've done a lot of events with, you can tell me out there. So it was West Elm, Saison, Cult Gaia, Abercrombie. Yeah, we've done a lot of photo shoots. We've done a lot of showroom. So all the buyers come in and they kind of parade around the outfits, that type of thing. Our space is extremely well suited to that.
Yeah, I'm just looking online, it doesn't reflect that at all.
Yeah, it's just basically it's just to get people in the door.
And then my other question that sort of follows up on that, because it's the occupancy is, I think that, would you guys agree to stipulation that you won't operate until you have a new C of O and a place of assembly permit?
We could stipulate that we won't operate in violation of DOB rules, but there is an existing CMO and we have the ability to follow it to our CMO is in.
Okay, and then as far as the other egress stairs, I was just looking on the landmarks approval. Is that enclosed? Is that unenclosed?
It's enclosed.
It is.
So just to clarify too, there was a grand entrance there. As an architect, it hurts me that they took out the grand staircase that was there to put the elevator in. So the framing is still there, and that's why there's that beautiful entrance that goes kind of nowhere. So what we're doing is we're restoring that entrance by putting in a brand new, fully compliant staircase in the former light bulb.
So the light well will no longer exist?
Yes, exactly.
That's why it's confusing on the diagrams, because it looks like.
He's an
it's
architect by
unenclosed.
training, but you're not.
Yeah, I'm not a licensed architect.
Thank you
So I'm
for
not the architect of
clarifying.
record, I'm not.
And then as far as the,
It's okay.
um. I think that the concern that we heard. And it sounds like there's a balancing of words, you know, on one side or the other. The concern is if there's not two means of egress right now. How do you operate a catering facility?
I'm sorry, I understand the question.
If there's not two means of egress currently, how are you operating a large catering?
Well, they can't operate a large catering facility.
But you're advertising that you can have 100
I think his
occupancy,
point
and
was
it's
that,
not a.
no, that's basically what we call advertising puffery, that's to get people.
That may be, but that's a place of assembly type of language where you can move the people through both floors. In this particular case, you're limited by floor. This is not a situation where you can float those people across different areas. So, yeah, I mean, and I think I raised this last time. Have you ever seen a fire in Soho? In a loft building?
I saw a fire on Grand Street in,
Okay, I mean, because there's fires here are pretty, I mean, just Google any of the photographs, they're very scary. That's why this is House 100 acres. You have fire blowing 20 feet off the top of the building.
That's right.
It's crazy.
we've
And
fully
the
replaced
ladder
the
trucks
sprinkler
barely
system
reach
throughout
up
the
on
building.
some of these buildings because they're so tall. And, you know, I'm not just saying it's a very scary environment, and what somebody had said earlier about fire spreading, that is. Hence, you can go to ladder 20, I think it's still right on the side of their ladder truck, House 100 acres, and that's just neighborhood.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's a very real thing, and that's why with public safety, which is something that I personally testified to at the liquor authority when they waived the rule requiring a C of O, and I know that one of the commissioners has mentioned that several times in applications that are required. So this is not an issue, this is an issue that will come up. Because I'm assuming no matter whatever the board decides to do, that this will go before the members. And so I just bring this up because, which all leads back around to is, are we at a place that when this arrives before the members of the liquor authority at a good place, so they, and you're right to come back here because that's the first thing they do anyway, right? Is send you back. So I'm just wondering, are we at the point at the final discussions here? Is this what we're weighing in on now? Or is there room for more discussion that would actually perhaps save time at the end? And I just bring that up because that's, you know.
Yeah, no, look,
And so I just wondering if we're at the end, because I think there's a lot of issues on both sides, and, you know, I'm not sure where this would go, but I just bring that up.
Yeah,
You know, are we at that point? Because they would be making the final decision, not through any type of agreement, and I'm not sure that makes anybody happy, because the balance doesn't always come out.
It's always our preference to come to these meetings hand in hand with the community we've engaged with to try.
Microphone, please.
Pardon me, thank you. It's always our preference to come to these meetings hand in hand with the community that we've engaged with to have some level of compromise. And then, you know, people are left with frequently after that does happen with a great deal of frequency. I understand your point, Carter, that is often better for those types of issues to be addressed in that way, so that they're not necessarily being hashed out here or at the state liquor authority. My client continued, I think, honestly, in my experience, they've shown flexibility here, but I will tell you that what we put on the table tonight is what we consider to be the best we can do without having to go fight at the liquor authority about it. I never say never, I'm ever the optimist, maybe, but that's how it's been communicated to me, and I'm pretty confident from what my client has told me, that this what I just said after we talked while everybody else was talking, this is sort of where we're at on this application. They're not going away, they're gonna be here, we have to find a way to live with each other, we want to reach some amount of compromise.
just for my clarity's sake, the windows are gonna be closed at all times?
Yes.
Cause I asked that on the first one, but I don't know that I asked it on the second one, but he
Yeah,
said,
yeah,
said,
yeah.
so the windows are gonna be closed at all times, and you, the speakers. And the occupancy is what the occupancy is, there's no change in your
No.
proposed occupancy, and 2 o'clock is going to 1 o'clock, and the speakers are removed from the roof. Now, Cormac, did you have something else that you wanted to say or ask?
I did not, no.
All right.
Does anybody else have anything? Okay, I
Thank you for
think
your
we're good.
Thank you very much. We appreciate
Thanks for coming back and
Thank you.
he had it,
One
what?
comment.
No. You have a question that you need
I have
to
a
answer?
question.
What is the
The
question?
question is. The people that live nearby are not being offered any changes. They're offering
Well,
to you.
No,
Changes, but they're not offering a discussion amongst the people who.
well, they just,
This is not the
they,
form of request,
go ahead.
that's not the form of
Right,
request.
that's not, all right. They,
So what do the people do?
well, you're sitting at this meeting and you wait until the committee makes its decision, and then you can either go to the liquor authority or not go to the liquor authority. That, I mean, I don't, they said this is what they're,
This is the best.
this is,
they can do.
this is the best offer, so there's no reason for them to go back to you. We heard everything you had to say. And they've said what they have to say, and this committee will, opine on this during business session. And so there's, if you all wanna jump up and down now and, say something, that's it, we're done, we're done. Thank you, thanks a lot.
Yeah.
So what?
They will now get-
Yeah, just wait 1 second, I just have to find somewhere under here, I had my piece of
Oh,
paper.
where- recess.
So I went through, we waived, Thompson, we went, gone through all the applications. And we're gonna take a break for this one business, so, yeah, thanks.
So they will now discuss individuals, what we just heard, and they will make their decision. We can stay.
Thank you. Thank you. Very good.
Well, are we just muting or are we, just muting? Okay, hang on 1 second. Go ahead.
All right. All right, so we're in business session. I'm gonna start with the last one because everybody's here for the last one and nobody, and there's no reason to make anybody stay. So I think what we'll do is start with the catering. What you want? I don't want to because I don't want all this people sitting here for everything else is gone. As much as I like you all, I just.
No offense, David.
Might as well, somebody might as well be on it anyway, so, okay. So let's do the catering one. Okay. Beer and wine. Yeah, shoot, paper. Lot of people. Potentially. Okay, so the hours are 11 PM Sunday to Thursday, 12 AM Friday and Saturday. Up to 10, they reduced the hours from before, because before I believe they had, 2 AM every night. You know, look, to be sure, but I'm quite sure that's what that was. And in our, just, why don't I just do it this way? In our stipulations, what we had asked the liquor authority for previously was we had asked that the hours of operation end at midnight every day, that events with more than 100 people end by 11 PM, that they do a sound study, that they will not have subwoofers, that there will be no external speakers or sound systems, that the events will only utilize the in-house sound system, we'll keep the windows closed at all times, we'll conduct traffic study, and find a suitable pickup and drop-off location, ensure that the location is provided to guests in advance of the meeting, will not have occupancy in excess of any permits at any time on any floor. So will not have occupancy in excess of any permits at any time on any floor. So they agreed to close the windows and they've agreed they're not operating past midnight except for possibly 10 times a year where they're closing at 1 AM on either a Friday or a Saturday night. So they brought down the 2 AM that they asked for to 1 AM.
And there isn't any outside music anymore.
There is no outside on the catering establishment, so there's no outside music. And the windows are being closed at all times. They didn't agree to the no subwoofers.
I think it's a fair question of why this space has later hours than the one that's the last.
We'd already said that.
No, I know, but it was a
Right.
separate product. It's fair. I mean, it means the other one will come back to later hours.
Well.
I think it's whatever.
So, right.
No, I don't say.
So, and then they have establishment. So. They have come back with, a lot of what we asked, but we didn't discuss the events with more than 100 people ending by 11, which was one of the things that I know that was a concern. Was for the larger events, and when they came last time, as in this time also. The majority of their events tend to be smaller, I think we've been told, so,
I mean, the concern is really the biggest concern, I guess, is the 10 a year when it ends up at 860.
I mean, for me personally, the biggest concern is the occupancy. I mean, I think quite frankly, just speaking for me, their regular events with 40, 50 people, 60 people
Are not there.
are not a concern for me.
Right.
200 people is a concern for me, 150 people starts being a concern for me. And I do think it's, you know, it's 2 floors and then it is operating possibly in conjunction with something else. And, you know, it's just, it's a lot of, event-driven stuff at that place. There's not a good drop-off location on Broadway, really, even though they can direct people there. It's just, they can direct them all they want, but with a turning lane and a bus lane, it's, I don't know if anybody would be able to get over there, even if they could.
And the other thing is that we know Broadway and Canal is going to have more restrictions on cars. Because there's a major planning for Canal Street and Broadway as well, so it'll get more.
So I think, you know, I mean, they did do a lot. Does anybody have anything to?
Well, everything comes back to the numbers, because,
Right, that's,
I mean, it's short-term, short-sighted. The traffic is short-sighted. It's about the reality of today, but you start losing lanes, which everyone's been happy to get out. You're not gonna have a bigger problem with traffic as well.
Can you just explain to me the third floor, right?
I don't know you're gonna lose more lanes than both.
we will in the third floor.
But the point is, you already have a period.
Oh, that was the question. I did forget to ask that because I printed out that page for myself. And the third floor, if somebody asked that, can I ask that? So on the, I did print out that page, that's sitting there too. On the DOB filing, the filing says that the second floor is restaurant, but then it says the third floor isn't changing, it's staying existing business and service, and then the fourth floor is restaurant, and then the fifth floor is restaurant. So how is, I'm asking, if you wanna look at that, you can look at what I'm looking at, but so I'm asking because the catering establishment is for both floors, so I would think that like, how is the third floor not changing the
That
restaurant?
amendment's already been filed and it's just waiting approval right now.
So it's gonna change the restaurant as well. So that answers that question. Anybody?
I do,
Aside from the price of the drinks, Lois.
I know, well, I belong to a private club and it's absorbent. I do have a question about the roof. Even
That
though,
we're not on the roof,
Okay.
we're on the second and third floor.
Oh,
Okay, we're
we get to.
on the second and third floor, that's what
Okay.
we're discussing.
I mean, I guess the, sort of movement of people once they get out of their cars. I mean, the study was done on the movement of people, but it assumes they're moving basically 400 people within 13 minutes based on their study. That's the math. So it's study was done, but it's off.
Not realistic.
Yeah,
That's what I was saying too.
yeah.
You know, one of the big concerns for me is just the safety and occupancy, and I think that
Safety
it is, you know, the fact that there's a second stairwell that has not been constructed, I think it's insane that they're having events in here, it's marketed online for overcapacity. You know, these are just the fact that there's a temporary license already issued, you know, without weighing that, and it's based on the circumstances and facts that have been presented to us. And I think that that's consistent, you know, with the way that the board has always felt about these types of things, and I don't think that a final license can be issued, and I also think that this is the type of thing that should go before the members of the authority for them to decide in a way about this, because I think that these are the types of situations where their guidance is not okay, you know, that you don't need to present these. Because they've already started to operate with temporary, I mean, I think that this is.
I'm not, the one thing I'm not following, you know, I understand the problem with the temporary now, and they have the one staircase, right? But is there some skepticism that they're actually going to complete the plan to build the second staircase before?
No, they're already operating, and they're allowed to operate under that license, but it's not under what has been presented, because it doesn't yet exist.
So you're suggesting that the license was
was issued not knowing that there was only one.
No, I'm just saying that this is a problem. It's the problem that is.
Because they issued the temporary on,
They
with the
issued temporary
application, so for the
application,
400
but
people.
with Something that doesn't.
So it's
exist.
more applicable. Mhm.
There's nowhere does it say, doesn't exist. On the plans.
The problem,
Right.
the hazard and the evacuation plan is greatly hazardous. If there is a fire there, how are those 400 people going to get out? Because they don't, the elevator usually stopped to the fire.
Well, even if they could use the elevator with 6 people in it, they're never, the building will be thrown down before they
And
get.
wheelchairs as
Yeah,
well.
just use the elevator.
Right, but I
Right,
just.
so the evacuation plan is not there.
We also didn't discuss when the elevator, it's gotta be used for refuse and everything else, I mean, that elevator is. For everything.
Well, that would be presumably.
Trash.
The other issue is that what they're using it for now is contrary to. What's on the C of O, which is offices.
Right.
And even though it says use group 6, offices is a separate. Use subcategory of use group 6. And this is another issue that they could just as easily get a violation like the museum. The THC museum for it's contrary to the allowed. There's a violation that exists for that, it's contrary to the permitted use of the building, which is an office, so that. The load that's on there is for an office use.
But they get into 1 day. Liquor license, so that.
Well,
But that's still,
Not
none of that is
anymore.
looked at.
nothing.
It's just a concern, I mean, this is
Yeah.
a concern I've heard one,
Yeah.
Commissioner
that's
De
a-
Leon also shared the same
Yeah.
concern, I mean, then
Yeah.
how do you create this? All these permits are issued without the underlying use being allowed in the space, and they don't even have accurate. Rendering of what the space is, because it doesn't exist.
And it doesn't say it doesn't exist.
Right.
Okay, so.
I also think that, I mean, this is always the complicated part with. With respect to music, I think some people have said that they.
They could hear the music.
And I know. That's complicated because they offer it to study, but then they wouldn't remove
The subwoofers.
the subwoofers.
I mean,
So
which is a
think
huge
that
problem,
that's-
I have that problem.
And
And
if the music is consistent through the whole space, I was confused.
They
about
did the
that too.
sound study in some of the buildings on the street, so they seem to be saying that studies are saying that people can't hear the sound. People in the buildings are saying they're definitely gonna hear the sound of the library.
Well, that all depends on what's installed.
Right.
Is, I mean, that's a
They've
big,
installed 16 invisible speakers in the column through the second floor via an event with Sonos.
Right, so then what's the sound test then?
done.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
And the
highlight
columns are-
the quality of their speakers and how many they have. In the state.
We have heard that. More smaller.
Yeah, we have heard that.
Quieter, it
Here's-
is the sound
and
as
one big-
opposed to.
Could be,
One big
I'm
driver.
not, my concern is
calm-
more. Is people hearing it, but that doesn't mean that you have to allow somebody into your space, because we've also heard that. Many times that people are very uncomfortable fighting other people, setting up equipment, all this stuff, and I understand that, and.
Seeing their space.
But if there has been some experience, because there have been events there, and there've been events here, for some time now.
And
Even,
people complain.
on one of the other floors, the team board even posted a meeting. In a space where it was limited to.
B.
be.
Before your comment.
I mean, all the buildings with the giant skylights, we have to have a real sound test to know whether to hear the sound or not.
Well, they did do the sound testing.
Yeah.
The point is that they've offered to do it in homes if they have a concern, but they
Yeah.
also don't have to accept that, but how do
Right.
we?
Well,
Well,
Seems
you
to be
know,
knowing-
In reality,
fix
you don't
it, but
even,
one of the-
they're all the same skylights and they're all the same buildings. You don't have to have it in every building. You have to have it in enough building to say. they're
But
hearing
that's
the-
the roof
But
house.
this is the second and third floor.
This is the second and third.
Yeah.
Without the skylight.
It's
No,
more
I'm not
just going through the
I'm just saying it's a
Yeah.
tough, but maybe the subwoofer seems to be.
major. a big deal. Because that's the thing that also, you can't, you have to measure differently. And
Yeah.
it also travels through the cast iron buildings and all the metal
Yeah,
pipes and
we
everything
got that
else,
even from
different from
building
just
director
standard
Jim's,
music.
You hear the music.
Those. And the staff was here for, you know. You can get you can get the bass sound without having a subwoofer. Is it just since the stairways are not licensed, so it's not really an issue between the two licenses. They're not putting up.
No, it is, it's movement between the
Yeah, but
floors.
it's movement
Can't have
between
a
the floors,
fence or
you can't.
a bounce right without,
Well, people using the stairways at the same time,
right, it's just not fully clear.
and it's supposed to be separate.
And then the other issue that we raised, which was if the whole space. One of the residents that. And we're used to have it in the hours.
Oh, the whole space is being
Rented
the 10 things, how you figure out which one of the 10.
And that's in the whole building.
Yeah, if both are doing, if we have two
Why
events.
That's the 864.
The entire building.
Right.
And so I think that number is, backs it appropriately, when it has very aspirational. Right, rent your whole, the whole building for something, but I do think that's.
Right, holidays or
That's
something.
the very large size events
Right.
that really have the greatest impact. It's
I don't
not the
even
regular
see-
operation, and so but I also don't, I mean, look, if a place if a license is granted, you want a place to stay in business too, so you don't wanna limit those. I don't know, tenants and stuff like that. That's another.
Or the
area
other
that I
thing
think
is,
that
well,
a
or
reduction a little
could be
bit
a
is-
reduction or that they can't happen concurrently.
Or that they can't do them all, but yes.
At the
But
same time.
but in order for that to happen, it would, I guess they can rent it out to somebody else, but it also might be, you know, can they be the client themselves? In adding the extra space, and then what happens there? You know, can you have a free flow through those spaces or not? It just raises a lot of questions, so that's just the other thing, and.
Right.
And the impact is those large numbers again,
Right.
whatever.
Yeah, so we know, I mean, there's a limit to the number of those.
It's the numbers that are the impact, like, you know, I mean, I hear you on the fire safety. And that's the here and now problem.
Right.
When they finish construction,
Right.
right, it'll be correct on that, right? It seems to me that the concern really is, what is the impact of the numbers of people, right? Because we've addressed the impact of, you know, between windows and roof of exterior noise, there's also the
Sort
impact.
of. I mean,
Of noise vibrating out or coming through or being audible in other apartments. Those are the two impacts that
Yeah.
we're dealing with.
And the windows, I mean, people were still hearing sound now with the windows closed, they said.
Yeah.
They have old, you know, all the surrounding buildings are old and not.
Yeah,
have
I
the
mean,
Triple pane windows, so.
I know, you know, I live in a 100-something-year-old building and my whole block is like that and people are. You know, when there used to be a pub across the way and they had their subwoofers going, I could feel it. 5 stories up across the street, my apartment, things would shake and I could feel the vibe, so.
Pink elephant.
Yeah, that
And
was
the
one of the
number
incarnations.
of people is something that we haven't seen anywhere else, you know, and that the impact on the street is different from, that's what people are saying. That's profound.
The asterisk is what hides in. Beer and wine license.
Right.
That's what they. But it's the. Where that's.
The fact that it's a beer and
So-
wine. You know. That you were discussing with Laura when she was up at Carter, this part of the challenge. For us.
Is it? So what do you suggest then? For the across the building, changing the across the building? Making it less? Making no two happen at the same time?
I don't think two should be happening at the same time.
That's the fear of the maximum.
That's the, yeah, so to mitigate the maximum impact, not having private or these quote special events
At both places.
at both places at once seems
Two
important.
events at once.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that since this issue came up earlier. I've been thinking about that. My only question is, like, can that be stick to if they're two separate licenses?
How could the private club co-op
Well,
operate without?
you can, I mean, I could write a stip that says that they can have a special event as long as no other special events are going on in the building.
Okay,
And I mean,
yeah, that would work.
right, so it just keeps it with the bill, or what?
Well, I mean, it's hard because the events just only operate.
But it's not, it's
Special
a
events.
special
But, you
event.
know, it can only operate when there is the event. And what is the event? And it's a special event or event that can't, not open to the public.
Well, the word special event is wrong. It's a number of people. So you can't have two
I'm
maximum
just
events.
saying
at the same
that
time.
it can't be open to the regular public.
Yeah.
So it's the challenge.
You mean they can't operate concurrently?
For special events.
Which again,
So in other
special events
words-
defined by.
Right, so basically what you're saying.
Right.
No,
I'm just trying
I'm
to find
just
a way
saying
to,
that the wording of what you're suggesting is very difficult unless it's.
Yes.
Right.
well, we've done this before, a special event is an event described as having more than,
Well, between 226 and 400
having more than
people.
225 people.
Yeah, 226
Is
to
that what I
400.
mean?
What-
That's-
I'm just
If we
saying,
accept,
looking at the,
yeah, if we accept their numbers. But. Yeah. 226. And why does there have to be a queue outside with a special event?
Because they can't get all those people in.
You know, there's 6 people in an elevator and everybody.
Just check.
Hundreds of people can't go up the stairs.
All right. So. Yeah, I mean, what we had before was any event, you know, with 100 people in Violet, so it ends early too.
well, I think that
That are
that's a
ended.
reasonable.
Yeah.
The larger event, maybe end earlier. If anybody have a,
They have a,
I mean, that was what we asked for before, was that the. More than 100 people under 11 in most of their things.
This is just the other thing, like in a practical matter, that the second and third floor can't really be operated in conjunction with each other, which is, but I'm still just very confused about, can't move between two of them without going through a licensed space.
well, that's a problem.
That's just, I'm just not sure I understand how that.
Right, no, because
I mean, how they'd have like an event that takes over the two, you can't take the
Right.
drinks between them, you
No,
can't
yeah.
move between them.
we've encountered this before and there are no good solutions with that. Like people are like, oh, well, we'll have somebody check them as they come through, it doesn't work.
Because we also have this right with, this is the issue on
The guy who had the,
Adele.
what is
That I
it?
say it?
Yeah.
Adele, whatever.
Well, also, Carter, but also the guy, what was it, with the showroom guy who was always having the roof parties? You know, one, you mean down by where you were living then?
Very nice.
The whole place was like showrooms and they did like. kids'
Oh,
fabric
yeah,
showrooms.
they're now closed right across the street from you.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
no.
Showfield, that was,
Schofield, right.
Showfield had the same sort of problem. Right?
Yeah, it was never
And
licensed.
we ran into that with the Museum of Ice Cream.
No, they were contiguously licensed with moving
Yeah.
into space, so it wasn't a problem. Same with Museum of Ice
Well,
Cream.
eventually they
This
were,
just-
because they brought
This
a
is
plan,
not
that was
though.
working
No,
that way.
This one, they can't get
And we
between
said
the
we can't do
floors.
this. Yes.
They can't get between the floors. Gotta remember the dumbwaiter.
You can get between the floors, but the stairwell is not licensed, is that what you're saying?
Right.
Yeah.
So what's, they could still go between the floors though.
I'm just saying, it's not, it's a chair, there's. I mean, yeah.
Who's supposed to be in, once you're inside, you're supposed to be able to all work concurrently if it's being
I
operated
mean,
concurrently.
not necessarily, they could have two separate things, but I don't know how they operate together.
Right. Like if the whole space is being used. Both floors are being used.
It is licensed. So, I don't have it right. It
The
is.
second floor can be used and the third floor. can be
Connected to
used. What?
Sorry, I know it's also still.
No, you can talk if you're
It's all
answering something.
Okay, sorry. The middle stair here. To get between the second and the third floor, that is licensed. Now.
How is that happening though, if you're using that middle floor to go to the fourth floor and the fifth floor? Which you said you were using it for that too.
Yes, we can, because we can do that through the. Through the Howard Street side.
The middle stairway though, hang on,
Two separate
the
stairwells.
middle stairway,
No, wait, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your.
no, but I mean, no, we need the information, but you show the middle stairway as being able to go to the fourth floor and going down to Broadway, so if that's part of the licensed premises of your catering,
Mhm.
how can it be used to go to the fourth floor, which has nothing to do with your catering? You've got to keep that members club independent of your catering, and you said that people could use those stairs, so now I'm even more confused than I was a second about the agreement.
I mean, I shouldn't have said anything, but what I was trying to clarify is that what we understand from the liquor authority's rules is that as long as there is a means of accessing the fourth and the fifth floor through neutral space, which there is through the Howard Street side, that's one thing. The second and the third floor, they can be connected through licensing the stairs that go between the second and the third floor on the Broadway stairs side. And we don't believe it's a SLA issue, as far as we're aware, based on the license types, that if we have people who are going to the members club through the Broadway side, going up those stairs to get to the Broadway side, based on these types of licenses, there's nothing in the law that says that you can't have that.
I'm not the lawyer here, but I'm just gonna tell you, that sounds crazy to me, because I thought that they had to be independent of each other, and if it's licensed, it's not, if somebody going to the members club is using that stairway, then it's not, then the catering place is not. I understand, I mean,
It's used to connect to space in the middle, I think is what.
but,
that's not-
but
I think this is right.
it's being licensed, so therefore it doesn't make it.
That's what I'm
into-
saying.
The rule is
Yeah.
supervision and control. That's the rule. So that often leads to a conclusion where you can't have people going through licensed space to get to other licensed space, but that's not what the law says. The law says supervision and control. You need to exercise adequate supervision and control. So that's why we think it works.
You can push through it.
Sorry.
Okay, okay. All right, so that's what you're intending to do, is not the middle stairway is licensed.
Between 2 and 3, and we illustrated that with our
Okay, well,
yellow.
like I said, I wasn't looking at my. I think that's an issue too, but I could argue with Max up there about it and see.
Sorry. But he's saying,
They'll decide, yeah, they'll decide, somebody else will decide. Oh, but you're right, cause it is,
You have access in both of these.
Yeah. Okay, so where are we landing on this? Cause I'm feeling.
So in terms of compromise from obviously the last one, but it's the sound and traffic were the things that were. And then near the end of the meeting, we got an adjustment of time, but other than that. The music, for
Well,
this application, the adjustment of time and the studies for the gift, but there weren't any other compromises.
Well, we didn't get rid of the subwoofers and.
So we're questioning their sound study and the traffic study.
Yeah, well.
And the traffic study knows. No, so.
Well, I just have to say, having gone through some presentation from Charlotte's presentation. No need to change some major avenues that one would think are a bit outlandish, they still seem to be moving forward with them, and I would assume that. Progress not far behind.
No. Yeah.
And creating amenity lanes and.
Oh, no, we know that in
So,
this corner, it couldn't be, we
We
know.
know that on now
Yeah.
that can be changed.
Yes.
We know that, and we also, right, sorry, but we
I'm
know
sorry,
that there's
we're
gonna
not.
be traffic movement, it's gonna
Yeah.
be significantly impeded. In the manner which
That's why I think the traffic
people
study
go
is
into
dated.
places.
It's like
right?
from a nut,
Okay,
it's not about going forward.
But I think that the point is though, is that is it mitigating anything? Are there any design elements that somehow improve this is by having it drop off on Broadway instead of Howard, is that somehow change anything?
I don't know how.
Well,
you
And
drop
I'm not-
off on
You
Broadway.
can't have a drop off on Broadway and
Just
how it
saying
is
which audience. do you
inappropriate.
need to mitigate.
I don't know. what-
And so I don't know the answer because I think that the increased usage in this area at a common time period. That is would typically arrive
Mhm.
is what the problem.
Yeah, that's the
So-
essential problem.
So that's, and I don't know how one goes. about
Mitigates that.
making that.
You can't.
There's no drop off in front of the building.
Yeah.
Bus lanes, bike lanes, prohibiting cars and Howard Street is too.
Howard Street is tiny and dead ends, yeah.
Right, and that's the other, thing, and then you.
Where are they all going? I mean, they were leaving and then it's hard to leave, so no, it's not any, right. And I just don't, with this occupancy, I don't know how you limit that, mitigate that.
I mean, it's not the daytime so much. It's. Well, you
I
can't.
mean,
go
that's
on the
not
daytime
part of the
either.
standard vehicle license, but it's
Right.
that we can't ask for anything to be imposed on the license, which is also something that they. Have done, but the biggest thing is what is, it's these big events and combining them and then when they get big, and I don't know what the big event is or what isn't.
Well, big event is over 225 people,
Yeah.
but before, like I said, we asked for events with 100 people to be, and blah, blah.
But if each of these applications were independent, right, would. And it were half the size would be a problem now with the whole thing is that the full space. That's probably a discussion otherwise.
Right.
But.
Also wanted beer, wine and what it's.
Well, that's right. Right.
Well, no, but I mean, even if it's a different process, it's still a list of times. It's not similarly list.
Yes.
Licenses.
Yeah.
And the people come, and the events, and it's. A lot of them, people coming at the same time, people going at the same. So where are we at? That's what I'm trying to figure out here. I mean, I think the.
Well, we have a
I mean-
current issue right now, which is the temporary license has been
Yeah.
issued for something that doesn't exist.
Right, and which is an issue with the liquor authority,
Right.
not with the applicant,
Right.
because they didn't do anything improper with that.
And I think that the other
I think
thing
that's,
that we had said before, still, most all those issues still stand, and I don't think them.
well, there's no external speakers,
Yeah.
and the hours have been brought down,
No,
those issues.
they were never fixed for.
Right, I know, there were,
No, I'm not talking about, I'm talking about for the catering.
right, no, that's what I'm looking at.
And then the larger events, it's right, I don't think anybody that cares if it's a smaller event and that's.
No, it's the smaller events aren't the problem, which is why I was sort of hoping that somewhere we could get something from them that they'd only have X amount of events. That have the 200 people, let alone the 400 people, because I understand people don't want to limit themselves, but I think that the way they are saying that they operate and the types of events that they've been doing, and, you know, their letter of support from the senator in Brooklyn has no liquor license, and they do small events, and this is what everybody likes and wants to get together for, and I don't think that they are what's going to create the problems. It's this 200 people and not having any limit even on that. That's the standard operation. Now, they said that they're not gonna be, that's probably not really standard, but they wanna keep their options open. That means that if they can do that every day, they will do that every day, and the impacts of that is a lot. And then the 10 times that they have 400 people is, you know, and then again, we're not supposed to consider it, but we'll consider it with the other, but the impacts of, you know, the upper floor also.
It is high impact, and that's the idea. And that's succeeding.
Right, right. So I think, I mean, I'd love to see something that stipulates to smaller events.
I just like that all the events will, it's the same things, but it's before you said the air sound system, there's more, everything's, you know, there's
Closed, no subwoofers, are we gonna ask them for the no subwoofers?
It just,
Yeah.
that just seems to me that that's,
Why would you take it out?
Yeah, right.
um.
So keep in the events with more than 100 people and by above them.
That's these are all the mitigations.
Right, that's why we did it. Yeah. So does that include their 10 special events?
No, I think that's too many, I mean, the trend is the.
Too many.
That's the whole thing, that's not, right? The whole events is the whole building, it's not, they.
No,
Oh, this.
no, they are not going to do more than 10 on combined on floors 4 to 5 or 2 to 3. They will have one big event 10 times a year. No, they mean the 10 events across the entire building. In other words, they might do 10 on floors 2 to 3 and none on floors 4 and 5.
No,
Am I interpreting that correctly?
That's not how I.
So
They'll never be rented from. Carnival.
no, they did not say that. They did not say
That's
that.
what that is, the whole building. the entire building.
No, they're saying
They are saying
that if they will have no more than 10 of the larger events in either floors 2 and 3 or floors 4 and 5 combined, so they might.
The answer was that somebody could rent it.
Somebody could rent the whole building, so.
A member can.
so the question,
Well,
follow-up
anybody can.
question
I mean,
was,
some-
does that count as 1 or 2 events? If
That's
we could
2
say
events, no,
that-
they're,
that let's
wait a
say-
minute, guys, let's not confuse this anymore than this. They're 2 separate applications.
Yes.
They are 2 separate licenses, so you can, license A can have an event with 464 people, and license B can have an event with 400 people.
Right.
That's it, I mean,
So you would deduct, they would go, each space would go down to 9 events.
if
The whole building was rented.
but the whole building, let's just be clear, the whole building is not rented. The whole building is not rented by one person at one
I
time.
said it could be.
They said
But it really,
if it's a member.
all right, we can tell them, ask them to not do that. That would mean that it's not gonna be one party. I mean, they can't do that. It's 2 separate licenses. They cannot commingle the party space. They can commingle the party space on the 2nd and 3rd floor. I don't know how. Is the stairway connected between 4 and 5 so that they can commingle that? They can commingle the space between 4 and 5, but they cannot commingle between 4 and 3. There's no commingling there. It doesn't mean that Kate can't have some form of a party on floors 2 and 3 and separate people on floors 4 and 5. But those people on 4 can't go down to 3.
Oh.
Why not?
That was what I
Because they're
understood.
separate applications. You, as
It's
Susan
different.
Wittenberg, can rent out 2 and 3, and you, as Susan Wittenberg, the private member of Lighting Society, can also throw a party concurrently on floors 4 and 5, but your guests on 4 and 5 cannot go down to floors 2
Okay.
and 3.
That's fine, but it's still the number of people. in the
Exactly,
building.
so,
Okay.
so
Forgetting
somebody
which
A
stair
and
case.
somebody
Yeah,
B,
got it.
they
It's
can.
still 864 people.
Yes,
at a
they
party.
said that, we can,
Yeah,
you
got
can
it.
potentially have that, we can
Understood.
see, although to Carter's point, it's hard to write this in. That we could, you know, ask that they do not do
Parties of.
the large event concurrently.
Right,
somehow.
we could make that ask, right, yeah, but that step is.
It's an ask.
So the first ask we have for floors 2 and 3 on the size is that events greater than 100 people end at 11 o'clock. Irregardless of what event it is, they all end at 11 o'clock, is that correct? Are we all saying that? Okay, but that's what we had before.
I feel like the little debate we're just having, though, when we were talking, two different things. Right, the concern over here was about the current event issue, right, and the mixing of things, which I think we've settled. So you started this out with the question of, is 10 good number?
Right,
And I feel like we lost that.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
it was 10 too many.
Okay, so let's answer that question, is,
For the whole catering facility?
yeah,
I don't think it is, it's
No,
catering facility.
right.
No, well, but that's,
If it's just the 2 floors, I think they did.
Well,
Yeah.
but
well, they're different numbers.
for the larger number of
I'm
people.
Disagreeing, but still, it's a catering facility, that's the point of a catering.
I
And it's fine,
couldn't agree
yeah.
more, but
Yeah.
that's not what they're saying.
We're
No.
concerned about the concurrent event.
No,
We're not, that's
No,
done.
wait a minute,
Special
wait a minute,
event.
wait a minute, what we're
So just
concerned
back up
about,
for a second. The membership policy. Is it, that they're not meant to rent it out on a regular basis, it's supplemental. Membership business. So that's probably not gonna happen now,
right,
right? Just,
because it's contrary to the
So
whole point
if-
of a membership
if you,
fund.
right, if you do wanna say that they don't operate together, they don't disagree, I'm just saying, let's just remember that that's confusion. There might even be guidance on that, actually, from the liquor authority, from the country clubs, this is where that comes in.
Carter, you're not
So,
speaking on to her point.
I'm just saying it's
But
like, it's a
Okay.
very rare occasion we're talking about, that we're.
So,
Okay,
okay.
that's not what she's saying, what she's saying is there are different kinds of events, there are events, and then there are special events.
And
the
what
question is the
different,
number of
okay,
special-
so there's 2 questions. One, what differentiates statement, what differentiates, you know, the special events from the regular operations is they operate later and they have twice as many people. That's what makes it a quote unquote special event. Queuing, but those are the 2 things that make it a special event. They wanna have 10 of them a year, up to 10 a year, with the later hours and double the amount of people.
Right.
Is 10 too many to do that? That's question number 1. And question number 2 is if we are asking them for events with more than 100 people to end at 11 o'clock, are we asking that same thing for these events? Where they are asking to have twice as many people with later hours? Those are the 2 questions.
And then I guess that goes back to your saying, where they count.
Well, let's not.
So any
Yeah.
event,
Let's deal with them separately because I feel like we
No,
can,
no, I'm.
we can
I'm saying
deal-
These parts, though. Is this? Hang on, is that over 100?
well, yeah, that was my question. That's my second question. Are we counting that as over 100 or are we making an exception to that? For these 10 events? That they wanna have double the number of people? So how,
I think they're an event catering facility, like, you know, we can debate whether 10 is the right number, but I think that. The idea that they would sometimes have larger events, a limited number of larger events, doesn't trouble me.
does anybody disagree with that?
One a month, but not.
Yeah, because that's their purpose.
Yeah.
an event.
Yeah, and I don't have a number of problem with 10 either, yeah.
Okay, so we're fine, so we've solved that, we're fine with the 10 events, everybody.
well, but this is the thing that has the
No,
most impact.
no, I know, but it's 10 times at a catering facility.
Yeah, fine, okay.
Okay, we're not jumping to the next thing yet, we're just dealing with the catering facility.
And can it be no more than X a month? Is that a?
No, no, there's just 10 a year.
Well,
I mean,
the
that's a
point
question.
is,
Yeah, no,
now the question
issue
is, though,
you can't-
they may end up being bunched around.
We've heard this, yeah, we've heard a bunch, I mean, you can't control it, if you have a bunch of holiday parties.
Yeah, I mean, that's
whatever,
what it usually is.
Yeah, no, I know, that's why I was right.
And it's nothing in January, February, I
Yeah.
mean,
they're restricting their business.
Yeah, that was a question.
Okay,
because we do want them to be in business if they are.
if they're there, we want them to be in business nicely, so that they're not doing something. different. So, okay, so we've resolved the town. That part's resolved. Now, for those 10 events, are we okay with the later closing hour? For those 10 events?
It's a little later,
What-
but now being what?
Yeah,
Being what they offered us was 12 AM Sunday to Thursday and 1 AM Friday and Saturday. Because the other thing we have down here is to ask them for any event with more than 100 people to close at 11 instead of midnight.
I'm not for
So-
the, I think.
You're not for the late 10 times a year, you're
No,
not for the
because
later
the
hours.
community,
I mean,
is too impacted. 1 o'clock's really good.
On Friday and Saturday. 10 times a year. I personally don't have a problem with it, but I'll leave it over the committee wants to do, but I just think it's 10 times a year.
you don't have a problem with what?
Here's the thing,
1 o'clock.
if I lived next door. Right?
I
and
would
what
be
you're basically
miserable.
Saying is, once a month. On my weekend, I'm gonna have a party till 1, I wouldn't be happy about that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Same.
All right. So what would you like? I mean, if we're gonna ask them. People that aren't happy with this, you wanna give me some hours?
11.
It has to be the same as the other one.
Okay,
Because-
so you're sticking with that part, so that's for any event greater than 100 people and at 11. They can have 10 a year with double the capacity.
Yeah, I mean, if your life's ruined 10 times a year, that's 10 times a year.
Okay. You have something to say?
I don't know,
No, I know, I do.
it's like a little, it happens.
Right, it happens and it goes away.
No, I know, listen, we had Spy Club across on Green Street, it was a nightmare, I mean, they're not there anymore, but when you're living in the nightmare, it's a nightmare.
But it's, okay.
I just don't know how you would write it if we're saying 11 more than 100 people, so you're
I would
saying.
say that the 10 special events that they have,
But how do we define special event?
special event is any event that has over 225 people or over the
It's the size.
CO, over the
So
225
we're
people.
taking their, okay,
I'm taking their numbers.
yeah.
What,
Just for, no, this just reminded me of something that when they do have those bigger events, the cars, they just need to have somebody.
well, that's the next thing, they have to have more people if we're allowing them.
Right.
To have more people, they have to have more, we wrote that into one of the other things for the other place, that they need
That's what I was thinking.
extra people downstairs to manage the traffic if they
Yeah.
have the larger number of people.
Whatever,
Whatever the
Unfortunately,
plan
you
is,
know,
they have to up the plan for
At
that.
100, they have X people helping, if they have 200, they need.
It's also, if it's really a corporate sort of space, right, as was indicated, then 11 o'clock seems perfectly reasonable.
Well,
But not for holiday parties.
yeah, I mean, they said, they said corporate, but they said artsy things, whatever, so.
Yeah.
Right, so where are we with the hours? We're sticking with everybody's at 11, I mean. You're not particularly, but whatever. Cormac definitely is, I'm sensing, the 11 o'clock for any of the larger parties. Anything over 100 people.
I'm okay with that, if everybody else is okay with that, so what do you think? Yeah. Why?
Are you okay with anything later? I mean, I'm trying to give them 10 times a year, but they could do something later, because.
I could go to midnight for those 10 parties, but yeah, I'm hearing other people not comfortable with it.
So is anybody comfortable? I'm just trying to reach a compromise between the 12 and 1 that they gave us and the 11 o'clock that we're throwing out for other stuff that they didn't agree to, so who knows if they will agree to just see if there's anything for the 10 events that they,
All right, so do that midnight, but not the 1 AM.
okay. Okay, so but just to run through this, what we're going to offer them for the catering is to remove the subwoofers, to to any event over 100 people will end by 11 p.m. They are removing the dub later that they are doing. And that for the special events that have the capacity over 225 people, there will only be 10 of those, and that they will close at 12 a.m. Does that sound like that covers everything?
Yeah.
So far? We still have our concurrent problem, okay. All right, so now. Before we got to the. All right, so now we're moving on to. The membership club. So that, we just look at what I had.
Got rid of
And
the
then
speakers
before
and
they
the-
reduced I believe they had 2 o'clock on there before, yes. Yeah, they had 2 o'clock closing. The hours, so they've come down on the hours. We were asking for 12 a.m. closing. And they have come down to 12 a.m. except for Friday and Saturday, they went to 1 a.m. They're closing. The rooftop at 10, we had asked for the rooftop to close at 9. And said it was for passive recreation, which we didn't specifically state that, but it seems like that's what that is. Well, there'll be no music or other amplification on the roof.
Wait, and then remove the speakers?
That's what we were asking. I'm just trying to go through what we asked and what they did, and they said that they would remove the speakers from the rooftop.
Or
What we said,
poetry reading or,
and they said they'd remove the speakers.
The amplifiers have got no speakers.
There's no speakers.
no speakers.
I mean, I'll put no speakers or amplification.
Megaphone.
That to make it particularly clear, but,
winter of our discontent.
the other. There will be, well, this we did not, but I think this is important. There will be no organized gatherings, events or team building activities. That's, like, you don't want 26 people on the roof going, yeah, because I had that.
Chanting.
Right, so it's, I think that goes to the passive,
Happy birthdays.
the passive recreation. So no organized gatherings, and then, but we had, speakers, TVs, or other amplification. But we did have the. Very quiet. I know, we had, and I didn't bring the extra thing, we had no, we said no bar on the roof, and I don't see a bar on the roof. Okay, so there's no bar on the roof. So they've done that one, and.
Well, they can't do anything different on the roof, because it's a basis, right? So, I think.
Right.
It's supposed to be the same as what's happening inside. Except there's.
So what are you saying? They can't use the roof because it's not ADA
No,
compliant?
some of it.
No.
Then we went through this during the meeting, they have to offer everything that's on the roof is to be offered. In the other spaces, because you can't offer something separate on the roof.
That's not ADA.
That's not the same,
Okay.
which is what we've heard across a number of different things.
Different things, and I would argue here that they're offering fresh air and they don't offer fresh air anywhere else, but.
Of all the community.
Over the window.
I mean, the traffic is obviously an issue,
Yeah.
but that's hard to mitigate from stipulations. But you can, but the sound from the roof would seem to be a problem for a lot of people. So taking the speakers away, but I would argue that if you're in your apartment and you can hear 26 people on the roof while you're having dinner, if you know that's over at 9, that's a heck of a lot better than later.
Yeah.
And that seems to be of the complaints that people had, it was the roof that.
Yeah, I mean, I think just going through our previous.
Yeah,
debate,
no, I don't know why we would change that.
But I think that a lot of this though still goes to the fact that these both have to be denials because of DOB issues and that.
Because of the,
DOB issues, because they shouldn't issue the final license until.
The permits are
The
in place.
process are in place, and that is not the guidance from the authority.
Is that our purview or? if we don't put in the stipulation for the beer and wine today, or the group.
No, I just think that should be our position, because
Ah.
how can you issue temporary licenses on a space that's not allowed to be used?
Okay.
It just, in the manner in which the method of operation, everything else, it just doesn't make any sense to me. So.
Because
and
nothing's in place for the way that they're supposed to be.
That's right, and it is a requirement on, that's a
It's
guidance,
it
but it
actually,
is.
well, the
a
guide
guidance
is
and it is
contrary to what it
500
says
foot.
in the 500 foot rule.
So
Totally
I just
contrary.
think that this isn't, look, I understand for a lot of our normal applications that we get, they're for a ground floor restaurant that, it's less than 74, I get that. But
But
this is not
massive.
that case, this is,
Do you mean with respect to the beer and wine? Cause that,
He means it for the whole thing. He means it for both.
yeah, for both.
but are we losing the ability to?
No, because I can write.
No, look, stipulations are only if all parties agree, number one,
Yeah.
or additions can be imposed on laws.
Okay,
I'm just saying.
I know, I
that's-
was asking the question that.
And I think that either way, that this matter, because of the community opposition, will go before the members of the authority. And so it really doesn't matter. Unless there's a total agreement. Because that's the whole point of that, about why you would waive it, and so it's like, and that was sort of my point that I
Right.
raised earlier. Which is if you don't have everything all settled. You never know what they're gonna do, and these are the two sides, and I don't know why we would try to negotiate for. Everybody on all these issues when there's.
Significant.
Question on stuff, and I think that the community feels very strongly and gave very compelling testimony, and I think that that's something that. They might wanna hear from all sides, I mean, we're giving a recommendation to them, but.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's difficult. It's because the place isn't built yet is the biggest thing. Right?
I don't disagree. I
And
think
that's just a very big concern, because these are the types of projects that stall out forever and never get.
Right,
I.
and the stop.
Totally aware. Yeah.
Okay, so what does that mean we're doing with it?
You mean
To keep the same recommendations that we had before, that if they should move
mean,
forward,
I think that those are,
and is there anything different to put on it?
well, I appreciate some of the.
I mean, we
changes, but, day-to-day membership club is not a particularly impactful. It's when you do
Except for the
events, when
cars.
you do organization, right, but even, you're right, the waiting cars.
Don't you
No,
say
no,
that.
the waiting cars. No, the waiting cars, but that also defies the where do they wait later in the night. Which just goes back to the whole thing, where are they waiting? That's like, because it's complete nonsense, whatever any.
They're
group
waiting
decide
the
to
rain,
do it.
that's.
No, I know.
No, yeah.
So is there any other, let me just look at my notes to see if there was anything
It's not a very particularly big list, and.
wrote down.
But I
No,
think
it's
that the
not a big
underlying-
list. It's
The underlying
the same thing,
seemed that
ending at 11
everything is
o'clock.
signed off at the end before any license is issued, I just think that. And the use now is not, I mean, any use of the space in the previous C of O is not allowed, because it's for office space. So, it's.
So from this list, I'm keeping everything. Because it had no subwoofers before.
There was no bar on it.
Right, there is no bar on the roof. So I'm keeping everything that was there before, and I'm not gonna bother to go into the.
They did conduct a sound study, so.
Yeah, I'll take that, I'll take the stuff out that
But
they
it
did.
should be a stipulation that they have to. Install things where
They have to follow the guidance,
right,
at least. I think we're a little concerned about that.
and the external speakers, I think that should be clarified, there should be no additional sound.
It
system
should be
brought in.
the same way it says. Oh, okay.
External speakers. confusing because there's an external space.
Where does it say that?
Number 8.
Internal sound system, there would be noise.
The external speakers, that's a.
Yeah, yeah,
first
yeah,
thing
yeah.
is roof, but that's
Yeah,
not
yeah,
what that
yeah.
is, that's why it set it up that way. Realize
Yeah,
that that was in
yeah,
reference to
Yeah, okay.
additional sound equipment.
Get rid of, external speakers, okay. Okay, all right, so. And we don't care about we're not gonna go into the concurrent.
Into the what?
Concurrent.
No.
With the 10, and do we wanna add a stipulation about any special event?
Well, what you can do is you can say
The
there
same
won't be
thing
any
that I-
events of more than 100 people if there's another event in the lower space of. More than
Yeah,
100 people,
that's
that's the way. you
clear.
do it.
And what do I
It's very
say?
straightforward.
Yeah.
Just say that there won't be any events with more than 100 people if there is another event in the other space they have more than 100 people. Better than both.
Mhm.
Pretty much.
Okay. And for those events, are we gonna do the same? They have the same hours as the regular operating hours, are we gonna give them the 10 that can go till midnight? Because we're asking now for anything with over 100 people
Well, I
to go around, or we
I
just wanna
think,
just leave it?
I don't know,
It doesn't really matter for this one.
it's usually the other.
One that's gonna be,
Well, after, I think that probably every single private members club last night probably had a private party
Yeah.
that wasn't their thing.
so did a bunch of other
And-
people.
Many of them probably pushed what they're supposed to operate beyond whatever they're supposed to, because it was an after party, right? So
Yeah.
it just. Names that the certain
Right.
I observed.
That's certainly what I heard about. So. So what am I doing? That's not an answer, that's a commentary.
Well, but those are what creates impacts.
Okay,
Basically, what I would ask is there any reason for the hours to be given at the private club versus the caterer? Right, so,
No, that's for regular operations, I don't think.
no, but
It's the events,
it's the more than 100 people.
and
Yeah.
if the events are on a weekend,
yeah,
I don't see it as a problem if it's.
It's what?
Till midnight, I mean.
Right.
Yeah.
It's more than
Yeah.
during the week, so.
So what are you? The events then you're saying
well, I was
midnight
just gonna
if it's on a
say,
weekend?
I was gonna say you just had the same hours, but what Carter's suggesting, you give them, right, for regular events. Midnight on the weekends, right, 11 weeknights, midnight on the weekend, and then for special events. I assume we're still talking midnight.
Yeah, because if you're a private members club and you're at full capacity. Whatever that is, at 220 something. We have no idea what that capacity is, but people aren't coming and aren't. Arriving and leaving all at the same time, which is the impact, right?
Unless
So,
it's an event,
right.
So
we
any
can
event
limit-
over 100 people, are we still saying 11 o'clock, or are we saying 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock on the weekends? I just need an answer to that, I'm not clear on it.
I think it's fine if it's 12 o'clock.
Yeah, 11 and 12.
For the private members club, so
Yeah.
for this one, so we're changing our stick, so if it's over 100 people. 12 AM Friday, Saturday. 11 Sunday to Thursday. And the special events, the same thing. Is that what we're saying? So the things that they have,
Yeah.
460, then they're limited to 10. Okay. Same limited to 10. Okay, so that's contrary to what we said. I'm just pointing this out.
Well,
for
it
the-
just, this
for
is the difference, right? In the is the total occupancy on the special event, so.
Right, but I'm just saying for the special events for the catering, we didn't say 12 a.m. was okay for,
Well, I think that for the catered events, I think that's
we
a
did,
different than.
okay, fine.
Yeah,
Fine.
but it's
Okay.
also just the membership is.
It doesn't operate the same way. Okay. All right, so we're denying both of these,
Yeah.
Yeah.
both of them. And we're denying,
And then the guidance is what we discussed on. They're not gonna agree with the big one.
okay. We said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 plus. Okay,
Thank you, Donna, for writing this and.
well, we'll see, they're not written yet.
Fairly possible so that. the
I think
issue
right as
distills-
early as
and then
possible.
distills down so that.
Sounded like a volunteer there.
Trust me, it's not a volunteer, it's I'll look it over once it's done, maybe.
In the back of it's not, of course not. Fire.
Well, they don't really. I mean, I'll make sure I put the fire.
So this was a deny with like
It's
guidance.
the same, it's
basically.
basically almost what it was before, except it's not gonna be written the same way, because you did do the outreach, you did do the traffic plan, you did do the sound study. Those
Which
will
will say nice things about.
go,
I know you do.
but it's gonna have the same things at the bottom with the, you know, if you should move forward, and we're gonna nail them.
Okay, and as I'm not arguing, just as I'm understanding it, it seems like it's. Cause there's this issue about the certificate of occupancy and you wanna have an ability to talk to the SLA about that.
They brought that on themselves by
Yeah.
not giving an exemption for larger places.
Feels like
that
we're being
don't
made a
exist.
poster child for an issue that you have, I mean, you know how to talk.
It up there, you know what I mean?
Stairs don't exist.
Now we're not getting a temp for the permanent.
That's not
license.
us.
I mean, for the upstairs now, because you're denial, we're not gonna have a temp,
there's
so we
no
gotta wait
stairs.
9 months.
There's no stairs, you shouldn't have
How
a
can you
temp for
have-
that. I mean, I'm just gonna say
Yeah, no.
honestly, the stairwell's not built, how should you have a temp for
You
that?
can only have an office there right
Well,
now.
my point is the stairwell is gonna be in place before we get our SLA board meeting 9 months from now on the upstairs. So, I mean,
If
we
you
may,
don't have a C of O, the only thing that can be there is an office.
we may be doing I don't know. We have to talk, but
Yeah.
if the timeline is, and I get the rest of your meeting, if the timeline is like the stairs are gonna be in soon, we may have to do a beer and wine simultaneous, so we can get a temp on the beer and wine for the upstairs, just so we can operate that way while we wait for the full board for the full liquor, you know? Anyway, thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Yep.
This was not easy. Thank
Well,
you.
It's not supposed to be a backlog. It should be faster.
No,
They're not allowed to smoke on the roof.
but I'm gonna tell you.
Okay, all right, okay, so now let's move on.
Yeah.
If we can.
Thank you, John.
Okay,
Yeah,
you're
that's
welcome. All right, so quarter A. That was the.
8 p.m. for
James,
special
were you here
events.
for that? Did you come at the beginning? Yes.
7
So, yeah, they close 7 o'clock is their normal close, only
Eight
6
events.
corporate things.
A
Are
year.
the thing, background music, so are we okay with that?
Yes.
Denying us?
And how many office?
We're 7. 6 parties. And then I'm gonna close at 7 with an asterisk, 9 p.m. for the party.
Yes, I have that.
Okay. The next one is the tofu and tofu or whatever.
Yeah.
It's Dolphin and C, not Dolphin A.
Tufo.
And that's, they've been there. Was there anything I wrote down on that one?
They'll take down the 2 TVs at the bar.
They're taking down the 2 TVs.
Oh, they have to complete. You know,
And get
because they've been open childhood, it's not.
CO filled before completed. Before this. Or she would have.
But that's the type of place which is different because it's ground floor, it's normal.
Right, it's normal, so
space,
it's not
it's,
what's going on here.
Okay.
Okay, so that's that one. Denial last, everybody?
Yes.
Okay. The next one is.
It was just pizza. We had them as 3, but then they came later, so I don't know.
Right, so that's, so Casa Mulberry.
Casa Mulberry.
That's what you said about girls, which doesn't know.
That was a big,
Yeah.
yeah.
So there's no backyard.
1
I
a.m.
don't know how I missed that.
You gotta just.
Yeah, no backyard now, or because
Yeah.
it's not permitted, right?
We're on Casa Mulberry?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the issue on that is that that's a huge factor. We're okay if it's inside. but I
Right.
think there was.
Where is this the back, where's the backyard? Is it back here? Is this one? And then what's this?
With some back buildings. Is this building used to be where the parking lot was for that they built the building on? Most precious part is that.
No, 113 that's
the one with the NYC 5. That's the building.
No, right,
Oh.
this is the building to the north of it.
Yeah.
That used to have the
113
side,
Mulberry.
used to have the parking lot next to it.
It is. I think there's another.
Is there another building
Yeah,
in the middle?
yeah. Building.
Okay, so.
One would know that, though, given. Right, things, we don't build anything.
Right, we don't know that. Okay, so, what did I write down here? Anything? It's 11, 12, 1 a.m. Friday and Saturday.
Yeah, I don't know if that's.
12 a.m., 1 a.m., no rear yard now or in the future. Step on that. So we deny unless on that one?
Yes.
Okay. Next one,
Just pizza?
yeah, forget about it.
Yeah.
Was that the next one?
Okay, we will.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
This poor guy.
It's very nice. I was at that meeting. It's very nice.
Okay, everybody liked
What
them.
are the corner spot?
The,
Yeah, the one that.
yeah, the corner,
Yeah.
and they have no outdoor.
This is the corner.
I-
of the-
Oh,
I was
right.
very, by the way, I just wanna bring up the woman who testified at the last school board meeting. Who's on Bleecker, right? In this immediate area about.
Oh, yes,
She's
yes,
having
yes,
for
yes.
the other
So the
pizzeria.
pizza place, the pizza box,
That's where we had the meeting.
yeah, the pizza box, you met at the
Yeah.
pizza box, for this one, right?
We had a meeting in the pizza box about the Italian restaurant.
Yeah, but I just think it's just,
She
it's very unfortunate, like,
Yeah.
that's what,
put a tip box and cement.
somebody keeps
the
going and
counter.
stealing it.
Oh, that's
Tip
right.
money.
Like,
Tips,
out of
yes.
the
That's
restaurant.
terrible story,
Yeah.
yes.
And she held the meeting for this one in her place.
In her place. And she has a
It's the same
place
person, but-
upstate, pizza place upstate also.
So
And
maybe
kids
now
from-
there's gonna be so many new pizza places on the block, those people.
Kids from LaGuardia High School.
So
my son
20
goes
bucks
to
worth of
LaGuardia High.
furniture.
The kids from LaGuardia High School come in the late afternoon and sing in the early evening in the pizza.
People said the pizza there is delicious.
I
I
had
saw some
pizza,
people
it was
walking out
excellent.
one day with their kids. They
And
said
it
it was
was
really fun.
bumpy.
Yeah.
It has a TV.
Okay, so will we deny unless with this one?
Yeah.
All right, well, I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Just pizza? The one without the toilet?
no, that's not yet.
Oh.
So now we're on Juicerie.
Okay.
And, she's gonna get together with Michelle and work on the planter.
Oh, yeah.
And I think, I mean, I guess, yeah, we did just pizza in the middle.
You know,
I
I
know.
think that what Michelle had brought up about like the density of licenses in this area is very real. This place used to be one place, it got split into two, we went through all this stuff. And the place next door, which she also took over, was the place that had the full license.
Right.
That was big, there was on both floors, everything else, and then this was supposed to be the lesser impact, and that's why she took it without
And they're
the
all-
local license. You know, and now it's just like everything keeps going forward, but she has a full license next door with the other space downstairs, whatever. And
Yeah.
and we made that other gentleman who's just a little further down the block from here, right, with the pizza place, you know, the guy I'm talking about?
The ones with the stairs that go on.
Am I confusing Broom for Kenmare? I think I'm confusing the guy was on Broom Street and he was in the hotel building, that's right, I'm confusing them.
And he was downstairs, right?
No, just on the ground floor, but you know, he kept wanting the full license.
They're saying no.
And well, they're just in that building. Just similar to this, there were 4 other licenses. In the hotel building, but I mean, it's
Oh, I
just
remember
like,
that, yeah.
yeah, but are we now at a spot, place where we. Now we have a listening room or whatever, and.
What,
It's
is
like
it in the
based
best
on
interest of
music.
the community to give full liquor? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
I just, we keep just marching forward and what's happening in this particular area is that it went backwards. And what usually happens is that you have all the full liquor license around the avenues and the major cross streets, but here in Nolita, what happened is all the liquor license originally went in the middle where people live. And now they're also on the bigger
Now you got
cross
everywhere.
areas. And I just bring it up because we went through a long history in this area. This is where Janet Freeman Way, right here, and this is Janet, who would have been here in front of us talking about this very issue. With that, and so.
I mean, I'm new to it, but she doesn't seem necessarily like she's proven that she can sort of handle the full liquor, if you will, given her the sidewalk issues and the.
We're on Only the Wile Ones?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's you've had one of her spots in
Yeah,
your area,
Yeah.
and there were some issues there, right, with the sidewalks and just the day-to-day management, right? Those seem to have been
yeah,
some of the things that I just wrote. I'm not saying that I'm opposed to it, I just raise these issues, because I think it's important to have that discussion.
Right.
Too.
You doesn't warrant a full OP.
Well, she's a tavern. I mean, it's a tavern license. She's
yeah.
not saying she's a restaurant.
So this reminds me a little bit of, this is what Tokyo Record Bar
Yeah,
was
right.
on a smaller one.
Yes.
With the Air champagne,
Yeah.
right? on
Yeah.
The other part, and that was very well run. I will
I mean,
give
this
complete
is
credit.
meant
And
to
so
be low
this-
impact.
Yeah.
Because
How you said that?
No, it was, I mean,
Yeah.
did we disagree
Yeah.
that it should have had a full license? Yes, but that's
Right.
I mean, that's just similar, right?
Right.
So, this is also the beginning of going north. Here you have that other smaller cocktail lounge downstairs, I can't remember the name of it. You have the big
Oh.
bar on the right,
Oh.
then you have Lexington, then you have Delta
Oh, that
Charlie,
big place.
then you have,
He owns the place next door too, right?
Yeah.
Different place, he owns
Yeah.
the place next door.
and then you
yeah.
have, Mother's Ruin.
Right.
And you have all this
At the
stuff,
beginning.
and so we're adding
That's
in
a lot.
another,
You go out a lot, don't you?
well, I just know the
Walk that
neighborhood.
street.
So what
I
do you
just know that-
suggest? Jen?
I know.
Well, no, I'm just saying that's what we're
Yeah.
talking about, so we should put it into context, because I'm not necessarily opposed, but this,
Have to be mature there.
yeah.
Oh, it's some sort of overage
have to be
thing, it's
mature
only for
to-
seniors?
No,
like a
no.
senior center?
He said it's.
Like
Can I
seniors
give-
living in
Can I
Florida?
give Michelle a lot of credit for working with her about this, because it's just what it is, right? I'm just
Yeah.
giving a little background on what we have over
So-
there, and we turned down, if you recall, a request which was granted over objections from next door. With the Indonesian place, with the smaller place that was in the store next door on Spring Street.
Mm-hmm.
So now we're okay with. Just,
Yeah.
we have, and further up the street, we just have those 2 new large places. We have Dante's and the Jeju Noodle Bar
Right.
that are going in.
So,
I think it's after 12, so we should move on to the next.
okay, so what are we doing with this? Are we,
Like, it's
are we
tomorrow
denying
already.
us with this?
It's tomorrow.
But, right,
I think you need to write out a very specific part about what they describe as the music installation. Right, record player, the limited sound system, that stuff, because that's. And look, if their air conditioner breaks, then they can't play the music, and the doors are open.
Right,
It's like,
right.
yeah.
I mean,
that's what
they all
to
leave their
her.
doors
Yeah.
open.
Yeah.
AC
I mean,
on.
Walk by Petrosino Square, the music is blasting out. Every place.
Which is not look, if she closed the door earlier, but it's just,
So, I mean, to
it's
me,
not windows, at first I thought Or there's
No,
windows,
it's
so
big
that's the
doors.
space next door then.
Right, yeah.
Windows. So I don't think it's.
What bothers me with this is you had a place that had a very busy, like brunch breakfast type of thing, I feel like
They have
more.
it next door.
Well, I know, but you're losing it here, that's all. I mean, it's
It's the same.
becoming a thing. All right, well, all right, so we're denying us,
Uh-huh.
okay, and then,
Denying us.
with a strong step, so that's another thing. Okay, and then we have the Just Pizza. And
Yeah.
we're denying
Without the
that
toilet.
because there's no bathroom.
Right, he was very surprised.
He should not have been, had the office send him an email.
Oh, really?
And I tried to get him to withdraw, I mean, I didn't say, will you withdraw, it, but I said, this is not. There is no bathroom. You need a public bathroom, and he sent me the other thing. So we're denied.
There's a lot, I think there's a lot of wishful in him, because, you know, I found it interesting that, I mean, it's like, what if we just did takeout? I think he signed.
I mean, I just don't understand, well,
Oh,
yeah,
something
but
like
it's
that
been
before.
operating without a liquor license, it's a small little pizza place. If
Oh, okay.
this whole thing is dependent on selling beer and wine, I think he's got a bigger problem there with it. Okay, and then are we?
He's closing at 10 p.m.
We're denying him, but
Yeah.
I can put in what he said. And then we waived Gama Thompson doing businesses Blue Haven
Yes.
for their sidewalk and roadway.
Yes.
They're closing at 10 and then signed a stipulation that said no TVs facing to the outside.
Just
Now,
going forward, if we have voted against it,
you wanna
they
hear
should
them?
have to come back. and Tell us that, because I know they wanted to go to the SLA and didn't agree to any of that.
I know, but they were closing late. I'm just saying they were closing later and wouldn't sign any of that, and I thought it was better to get them to sign the things that they wouldn't sign before than it was to get them here and have them say they're not signing it again and then be up there and have them be closing at 11 and have nobody say anything about the 2 days.
Yeah.
Okay,
Right.
so that's that, and then I just want to also point out to this committee that in August, we are meeting on Wednesday, the 5th, so that we can go to Night Out, New York, or whatever on that Tuesday.
Yeah.
Great, what's not out in New York?
National Night Out against crime.
Oh.
Against crime, or it's national night, they'll go out and commit crime?
Yes.
And
Right out.
I heard about this shoplifting at all the rage.
Yeah, and then, the last thing I'm just gonna say is that GF. GF, whatchamacallit, the one on Mulberry, 240 Mulberry,
Mm-hmm.
laid over, as I was walking out the door to come over here at 10 to 6, because apparently they had one of those parties last night. At their place, because they have the cafe, but they have the bar
Uh-huh.
downstairs, and I guess it was a little louder and later than it should have been, and the neighbor who happened to write a letter. Earlier this week complaining about them, I guess, met them, and they want to try to work this out with the neighbor better before they come back, so that's what happened.
That shows some smarts.
With, well, yeah, they have a few other
Is the
problems.
microphone still on?
Yeah.
We're out,
Yeah.
yeah.
All right.
This is this.